Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 89. Well, the commander forbade me to do anything, or he wouldn't let me come along. Haitong nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Akame said, that's good, at least we still have a chance to have a good chat. I brought some snacks, would you like some, sis? Haitong took out a bag of snacks from his arms. Of course, there was no medicinal ingredient in this bag of snacks, otherwise she wouldn't have taken it out to share with her sister. Wanting to make my sister a member of the 8 houses and harming her with drugs are two completely different things. At least for Haitong, she didn't want to use drugs to harm her sister. Akame took the snacks handed over by Haitong without doubting Haitong, as if this was her confidence that she was very familiar with her sister. It hasn't been that long since I was separated from my sister, but it feels like a very long time has passed. Haitong suddenly said with emotion, about 2 months ago, we were together every day no matter what happened. Yeah, at that time, Haitong would follow me even when I took a shower. At this time, Akagi and Haitong were sitting on the same stone, but they were at least 1 meter apart from each other. It's the same with my sister. She always sleeps with me. Haitong smiled and said, although the daily training was very hard and tiring, I was able to be with my sister every day, and I was really happy at that time. Yeah, but we can continue to be together in the future. Akame said in a calm tone. Although Haitong still wanted to kill Chi-Tong had already changed his mind. Ever since she learned that Haitong was no longer working for the Empire's assassination forces, but was planning to change the Empire from within with Bai Ye, she felt that Haitong no longer needed her to free him personally. Sister, you keep saying these things. If the commander hadn't forbidden me to do so, I would have wanted to kill you right away so that we could be together forever. Haitong's eyes suddenly became gloomy, and she tried her best to restrain herself and not pull out the 8 chambers from her waist. If Akagi and Kuroe really fought each other at this time, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. There are 2 versions of the ending in the original novel. One is that he is defeated by Akadu, and the other is that he is killed by Akadu. In any case, Haitong's ending is that he is defeated. But before her defeat, Haitong was already in a half-crippled state. Chelsea's assassination had left her with serious sequelae, and even medicine was ineffective, including her 8 rooms dolls, which were far inferior to before. Knowing that she didn't have much time left, she dragged her half-crippled body to have a decisive battle with her sister. At this time, Kuroe might still lose, but Akame will definitely not be as easy as in the original book. Fortunately, Bai Ye would not let Haitong do this no matter what. Haitong, you have really changed. If it were before, no one would be able to stop you. Akame sighed. She knew that this was the change that Bai Ye brought to Haitong. If Bai Ye had not denied his relationship with Haitong before, Chi-Tong would probably have directly asked Haitong how far the relationship between him and Bai Ye had progressed. Yes, the commander is our savior. If it weren't for him, we don't know how many of our companions would have been punished during this period. Haitong nodded. I know it's unrealistic for you to recognize the Revolutionary Army right now, but what we have to do now is the same. Aren't those pests that make the Empire dark and corrupt our common goal? Akagi thought about slowly easing the relationship with Haitu. Haitong was silent for a while, as if she was moved by her sister's words. But he was only slightly moved, and she said in a slightly cold tone, I understand. After I get rid of those pests, I will kill my sister. Chi-Tong suddenly smiled with relief. If that day really comes, I would rather die in Haitong's hands. She had long since disregarded her own life and death. If she had been afraid of death, she would not have left the Imperial Assassination Force and joined the Revolutionary Army. After all the pests headed by Minister Ernest were eradicated, her ambition was realized. She was willing to be killed by Haitong without any regrets. She knew that she was guilty of countless crimes and had caused too much killing during both the assassination unit and the night raid period. Perhaps it would be a good idea to be killed by Haitong as redemption. Haitong's face was a little stunned, surprised by what his sister said. So until then, we need your help. Akame continued, of course, I don't mean for you to join the Revolutionary Army, but to temporarily cooperate with our night raid and take Minister Ernest as the ultimate target. After successfully dealing with Minister Ernest, you can kill me. I won't resist then. It's a deal. Haitong nodded and accepted the conditions proposed by Chi Tong. I don't want my sister to die in the hands of others, so before that, I will protect my sister. It was not until this time that Akagi shortened the distance between himself and Heiji, sat directly next to Heiji, and gently held Heiji's left hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Ye just chatted with the rest of the night raid. Although there wasn't much to talk about, the atmosphere wasn't awkward with the presence of Leon and Brand, two relatively enthusiastic people. As for Maine, her attitude towards him was still not very friendly as usual. On the other hand, Chelsea is the complete opposite of mine. She is the closest to Bai Ye. Chelsea stood directly beside Bai Ye. Have you tasted the lollipop I gave you last time? It tastes good. Bai Ye nodded. Marin, who saw all of Chelsea's actions, couldn't help but feel confused. She didn't understand why Chelsea was so close to Bai Ye, even though that guy was so annoying. Just then, Nyenda came back with some information. She handed the information to Bai Ye. Here is the list of officials of conscience. Bai Ye took the information and quickly scanned it. It was discovered that there were very few officials with a conscience, and many of them were even dead. They were naturally killed by people sent by Minister Ernest. At this time, Bai Ye saw a more important person, who was the former Minister Qiao Li, another translation, Tiao Li. When Jolly was in office, the empire was still strong and the people were peaceful and prosperous compared to now. After the new Minister Ernest took office, Jolly went into seclusion. It was because he was protected by the Admiral Army of Bud, otherwise he would have been liquidated by Ernest long ago. Suddenly, Red Eye and Black Eye came back together. They were seen holding hands, looking very intimate. Akame, what are you doing? Seeing this, Nyenda was immediately surprised. Akame directly asked Nyenda, I want to carry out the next assassination mission with Kurohime. Chapter 90. Bai Ye's attention immediately shifted from the list of the Conscience faction to the Red Eyes and Black Eyes. He couldn't help but be surprised that the relationship between Akagi and Haito had suddenly reconciled. He originally thought that based on Haitong's attitude towards Chi Tong, there was no hope of reconciliation in the short term. Others had similar reactions. The Red Eye and Black Eye in front of me look like a pair of sisters who are very good friends. It's no problem for you to act together, but I'm curious as to why your relationship has suddenly become so good. Nyenda asked immediately. I made a deal with Haitong. After killing Minister Ernest, she will kill me with her own hands. Akame explained, so now Kurohime is willing to cooperate with us. I see. Nyenda nodded slightly. As for Akagi's voluntary death at Haitong's hands, she didn't say anything about it because she respected Akagi's wishes. They had promised Chi Tong before, but they would let Chi Tong handle the matter between Chi Tong and Haitong on his own. Now is the time to fulfill their promise. Then by then, Akagi, wouldn't you be? Mine suddenly looks sad. Well, I've made up my mind. On the other hand, Akatomi spoke calmly. All right. Mayan didn't know what to say anymore. After understanding the whole story, Bai Ye felt relieved. Although strictly speaking the reconciliation between Akame and Kurom was only temporary, it can be said to be a very important step. You have to know that the effect of Haitong's brainwashing will slowly weaken. By the time Minister Ernest is eliminated, the brainwashing effect may have almost decayed. But I do have a task for you guys. Recently, a serial killer has appeared in the capital. He appears late at night and randomly selects innocent people on the street to behead. There are already 20 to 30 known victims, and the actual number is estimated to be double that. At this time, Nayenda said, many of the Imperial Guards are also victims. They have gone crazy enough to attack people indiscriminately. It should be the guy named Decapitation Zank. He seems to be an Imperial weapon user. Lubbock said. Yes, that's him. Nayenda nodded. Behead Zank. Bai Ye hadn't paid much attention to the security issues in the imperial capital recently, so he didn't know that there was a serial killer committing crimes in the imperial capital. If he had appeared during his tenure, he would have led the imperial capital guard to eliminate this murderer long ago. From the looks of it, you don't even know this. You are really incompetent as an official in the imperial capital. Ma Yin deliberately made fun of Bai Ye. I'm sorry, I don't know either. At this time, Hill raised his hand with a dazed look on his face and said. No, Hill, you simply forgot. Maine was immediately ashamed and complained. Beheader Zank was originally the executioner in charge of beheading in the largest prison in the empire. Due to the tyranny of Minister Ernest, countless innocent people were beheaded. Beheader Zank executed too many people day and night, and eventually became addicted to beheading. Nayenda explained to Bai Ye the details of beheading Zank. And Zank also stole the imperial weapon that originally belonged to the warden. With his powerful strength, he killed people even more recklessly. Brand also said, when he escaped from prison with the imperial weapon, the warden formed a punitive team to hunt him down. I didn't expect that he would dare to kill people directly on the streets of the imperial capital. It seems that executing prisoners in prison alone is not enough for him. This guy can be handed over to Akame and Kurome. It should be okay, right? As she spoke, Nayenda looked at Bai Ye. Now that He Tong is a member of your organization, I have to ask for your opinion first. At this time, Kai Tong and Hai Tong looked at Bai Ye at the same time, as if they were both expecting Bai Ye to agree. Of course I have no objection to this. You two sisters should just get along well. Bai Ye also hopes that He Tong and Chi Tong can have a better relationship. This way, Black Eye and Red Eye won't have to kill each other. That's good. Beheaded Zank should still be active on the streets of the imperial capital tonight. Civilians are afraid to go out at night because of beheaded Zank. Red Eyes, Black Eyes, if you wander around the streets, he will probably regard you as his beheading targets. Nayenda said, then the decapitation of Zank will be left to you. Well, there's no way my sister and I will fail together. He Tong said confidently. But we can't be careless. The other party is also an imperial tool user. Chi Tong said more cautiously. Of course, Nayenda was very relieved. One was the ace of the Revolutionary Army, and the other was the ace of the Imperial Assassination Force. She felt that sending these two trump cards together to assassinate and behead Zank was a bit too bullying. But the safer the better. If a companion accidentally dies during the mission, it will be too late to regret. Besides this, we have another assassination target, and that is Minister Ernest's distant relative, named Iokar. At this time, Nayenda continued, he relied on the power of Minister Ernest to kidnap women and torture them to death. Until now, no one has been able to punish him. This mission is very important. Except for Red Eye and Black Eye who will deal with the beheading of Zank, all of us are responsible for this mission. By the way, including the mercenaries who protected Iokal, they are also guilty of collusion and will all be considered assassination targets. Moreover, those mercenaries are all masters from the Royal Fist Temple, so don't underestimate them. Nayenda assigned another task. Then, she asked Bai Ye, now I just don't know if you are willing to act with us, Bai Ye. If Bai Ye is willing to help them, then their success rate will be greatly improved. No problem. Bai Ye nodded, at least when it comes to eradicating the Empire's pests, we are united. Okay. Then we should formulate a battle plan. Main is the main force in this assassination of Iokal. She can use her imperial weapon to shoot Iokal from a distance, but she needs someone to protect her because her close combat ability is weak. Nyenda briefly described the battle plan. Except for Main and the people who protect her, the rest of us will deal with the mercenaries who protect Iokal. This is the safest plan. No one had any objection to the battle plan conceived by Nyenda. Now we need to consider the candidate to protect Ma Yin. How about Bai Ye give it a try? Nyenda suggested. She knew that the one who had the worst relationship with Bai Ye in the team was Ma Yin, so she wanted to take this opportunity to help the two of them improve their relationship. After all, they might have long-term cooperation with Bai Ye in the future, and it would not be good if the relationship within the team was not harmonious. Chapter 91. Let me make it clear to you in advance. I am only following the boss's instructions. Otherwise, I don't want to be in the same group with you. Marin looked reluctant. Okay. Okay. Bai Ye said casually. Hearing Bai Ye's obviously perfunctory tone, Ma Yin immediately snorted. Ma Yin, Bai Ye is stronger than you. If you keep showing such displeasure, aren't you afraid that he will find a chance to retaliate against you later? He will catch you and bully you harshly like this. As she spoke, Chelsea made a grabbing motion with her hands, and the expression on her face was like that of a creepy old man. What? Main's face immediately turned red due to the teasing. She quickly covered her chest with her hands and glared at Bai Ye in shame and anger. Pervert. However, Bai Ye directly waved his hands helplessly and denied it. No, 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 I would never do that kind of thing, and it was obviously Chelsea who said that. Why are you blaming me? That's true. Not everyone is interested in airports. Chelsea hid her hand and laughed. It was obvious what she meant by airport. Ma Yin immediately felt offended and said angrily, who are you calling an airport? If little Mayin wants to identify herself, then I can't do anything about it. Chelsea spread her hands helplessly. You. Mayin was so angry that her twin ponytails stood on end. But she had no way to deal with Chelsea. She couldn't talk her out of it, nor could she hit her. She couldn't really hit her companion. So she was very angry. Bai Ye remained silent and decided not to get involved in the farce between Mayin and Chelsea. But no matter how angry she was, what Chelsea had just said did remind Mayin. Strictly speaking, Bai Ye is not their night raid partner. His ideas are not exactly the same as theirs. They are just in a temporary cooperative relationship. Only her companions would tolerate her temper, but outsiders would not indulge her. She felt that she really should be careful about her behavior. I feel relieved to see that Mayin and Chelsea have such a good relationship. At this time, Nyenda said with a smile. Hey? How can you tell that I have a good relationship with her? Mayin immediately disagreed. After a burst of excitement, Bai Ye, Hei Tong and all the members of Night Raid were ready to take action. They were divided into two groups. Red Eye and Black Eye were responsible for beheading Zhang. Bai Ye and the rest of the Night Raid were responsible for the minister's relative Iokal. Bai Ye and the others are making faster progress than Chi Tong and Hei Tong, because Chi Tong and Hei Tong will not have the chance to encounter beheading Zhang until late at night. At this time, they had arrived near Iokal's mansion, which could be described as a super mansion. This mansion is not within the imperial capital, which makes it more convenient for Bai Ye and his team to carry out assassination operations. But Iokal's personal guards are not weak. They are all masters of the Royal Fist Temple. Otherwise, Iokal would not dare to build a mansion in such a place. At the same time, the entire mansion was heavily guarded, making it almost impossible to sneak in. Bai Ye and Mayin have arrived at a high point suitable for sniping and killing Iokal, located on a hill not far from the mansion. From this position, most areas of the mansion can be seen. This position is best for sniping. When that guy comes out, kill him with one shot. Mayin had already set up the pumpkin cannon in her hand. her eyes fixed on the direction of Iokel's mansion. "It's out." At this time, Bai Ye suddenly spoke. "Where? I didn't even see it." Mayan was immediately puzzled. "He just walked out of the room. His position is too hidden. He hasn't reached the gate yet. Wait until he reaches the gate before shooting. That's the safest way," Bai Ye said lightly. Ma Yin was the one responsible for sniping, but Bai Ye could see more clearly than Ma Yin, the sniper. "You don't need to teach me." For some reason, Mayan felt a little angry. It was as if she, a professional sniper, was offended in the area where she was best. "Here I come." Bai Ye did not take Ma Yin's attitude to heart, but reminded Ma Yin in time. At this time, he saw that Iokel was almost at the gate, and there were many maids in Cheongsam around him. Iokel also had 2 maids on his left and right hands. This greatly increased the difficulty of shooting Iokel without hurting innocent people. However, Bai Ye felt that since Nyenda could entrust this task to Main with confidence, there should be no problem, so he did not emphasize it to Main unnecessarily. "I know." Main instantly turned into an extremely serious state, her concentration improved visibly, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Look at this gorgeous strike." As soon as the words fell, the pumpkin cannon in Marin's hand fired immediately. A beam of energy wave shot out suddenly, in an absolute straight line, cutting through the air with great force, and hitting Iokel's forehead with incredible precision. When Iokel saw a flash of light before his eyes, his death was announced. Iokel's forehead was pierced instantly, and his entire skull was gone. When he fell backwards, the maids beside him had not yet realized what had happened. The 2 maids who were originally embraced by Iokel were not affected either. It can be said that Main completed the assassination perfectly. "How about it? I'm a shooting genius." Main didn't even take a second look at it. She was absolutely confident in her marksmanship and boasted about it with a proud look on her face. It was really amazing, and it hit the target perfectly. Bai Ye did not hesitate to praise. Main was stunned for a moment, seeming surprised. After all, she had made it clear more than once that she hated this guy. Most people would be unhappy if they were hated, but the other party not only didn't mind, but also praised her without any hesitation or beating around the bush. Thank you." Marin suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But she immediately added, "But don't get me wrong, I'm just being polite and not feeling happy." Bai Ye didn't quite understand what Ma Yin wanted to express, but he didn't ask. Next, what they had to do was to move to a safe place as quickly as possible, and Hill would be responsible for dealing with those masters of the Royal Fist Temple. At the same time, several guards wearing various masks rushed out of the mansion. "We must catch the killer no matter what. Otherwise, Minister Ernest will definitely not let us go. The killer probably hasn't gotten too far. We can't be careless." This group of guards from the Royal Fist Temple chased in the direction of Bai Ye and Mayan, but they were intercepted by Hill and others after a while. Come on, come on." Leon was seen rubbing his fists together, making a series of crackling sounds, and he couldn't wait to have a big fight. But then Leon and the others discovered that only 4 of the 5 guards showed up, so where did the remaining one go? Chapter 92. At this time, Bai Ye and Ma Yin were heading to the meeting place agreed in advance, and they had to take a safe route. To do this they crossed various complex terrains. "It's so annoying. This route is so troublesome." Main immediately complained. Bai Ye said nothing as he silently walked through the complex terrain covered with weeds. This troublesome route was getting more and more boring, and Marin couldn't help but bring up the topic, "We should be the first to arrive at the meeting point. Those guards are all masters who have studied in the Royal Fist Temple. Even Hill and the others will not have an easy time dealing with them." Hearing that Mayan seemed to be eager to chat, Bai Ye felt that it would be impolite if he didn't say anything, so he responded, "Yes, I have met masters from the Royal Fist Temple, and they are all very powerful. Ioker is a relative of the minister, so the guards responsible for protecting him are naturally not weak. I hate those who bully others and act recklessly the most. As soon as Bai Ye responded, Ma Yin started talking a lot more. Before long, Bai Ye and Ma Yin could see a big tree standing on the grass not far ahead. This was the meeting place they had arranged in advance. Once Hill and the others have dealt with those guards and reunited here, the mission will be officially completed. We are finally approaching the rendezvous point. Mayan suddenly sighed. Her physical fitness is weaker than the other members of Night Raid, which is why the complicated route just now gave her a headache. However, at this moment, Bai Ye suddenly noticed an almost negligible slight movement behind him. With his sharp awareness, he immediately realized that an enemy might be chasing him. He turned around suddenly and saw a figure appearing a few meters behind Marin. It was a man with braids and shoulder armor. His method of concealing his aura was very impressive, and Bai Ye didn't discover him until he was about to attack Marin. The assassins in this world were very good at concealing their presence, and the Mangekyō Sharingan was not yet omnipotent enough to immediately detect a stalker who had no presence behind him. At this time, Bai Ye immediately reminded Mayan, "Mayan, the enemy is coming." Mayan's reaction was not slow either. Her face suddenly changed, and then she set up the pumpkin cannon and swung it backwards. However, the opponent's skills were also good and he easily avoided the energy waves shot out by the pumpkin cannon. "This guy, when did he appear?" "The attack missed," Ma Yin said solemnly. "I am the strongest among the hired guards. I have already noticed that you have split into two groups." The man sneered. Then he looked at Bai Ye. "This kid is really unusual. He discovered me so quickly." Bai Ye had a blank expression on his face and said nothing, too lazy to say a word to the other party. At the same time, he had transferred the energy wave that had just failed to hit the opponent into the Kamui space, but neither Mayan nor the man noticed it. "I will capture you alive and hand you over to the ministers to redeem yourself for your crimes. If you obey me, I can be merciful to you." The man looked as if he had already secured victory. His confidence came from his judgment. Since the killers were divided into two groups, it can be assumed that the group of killers that intercepted them should be the strongest, and the two who evacuated first were the weakest. This judgment is indeed quite reasonable, but it's a pity that he ran into Bai Ye. "Since you come from the Royal Fist Temple, you should be good at physical skills." At this time, Bai Ye suddenly spoke. Do you want to compete with me in physical skills? Do you know that this is equivalent to insulting our Royal Fist Temple?" The man was surprised, but an arrogant smile appeared on his face. In terms of attainments in physical skills, Huangchuan Temple is not only the best in the empire, but can even claim to be the best in the world. Although he could not reach the level of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, he could still be considered a first-rate master. Even with his bare hands, he dares to face some of the Taigu users. Taigu users with weaker melee abilities like Marn cannot gain any advantage in front of him. "Don't be stupid, don't you have a Taigu too? Just use it to kill him." Obviously, Ma Yin also thought that Bai Ye wanted to fight the enemy with bare hands, and she had no idea what Bai Ye was really thinking. The imperial weapon she was referring to was the Uchiha fan. She had seen the power of the Uchiha fan before and felt that it was very suitable for dealing with enemies who were good at close combat. Bai Ye ignored Mayan for the time being, and said to the man calmly, "So, can you dodge this one?" Before he finished speaking, he opened a space door invisible to the naked eye in front of the other party, and the energy wave that had just been transferred into the Kamui space suddenly shot out from it. Since the Kamui space is almost infinite, and Bai Ye has a very high degree of control over the Kamui space, the things sucked into the Kamui space can also be utilized. Varied. The man could only feel that the space in front of him seemed to be distorted. Before he could react to what was happening, a beam of energy wave suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. The energy wave hit the man's forehead, and he died instantly after being pierced through it. Ding! Host killed a Royal Fist Temple Master and received a reward, 15 system points. Although the energy wave was launched by Main using the pumpkin cannon, the system still judged it to be Bai Ye. Its intelligence level is higher than Bai Ye imagined. Seeing this scene, Main was also shocked, with shock flashing in her eyes. So, that was the energy bullet I just fired? How did you do that? Ma Yin couldn't help but ask Bai Ye with an incredible look on her face. It was clearly the energy wave of the pumpkin cannon that shot and killed the enemy, but she was the only one who possessed the pumpkin cannon and she couldn't understand how Bai Ye did it. It's a secret. This concerns Kamui space, and Bai Ye chose to keep it secret. Secret? Mayan immediately felt dissatisfied, and turned her face away. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't really want to know. Afterwards, Bai Ye and Ma Yin came to the meeting place under the big tree. It seems that Hill and the others haven't arrived yet, so Bai Ye and Ma Yin can take a rest here for a while. But thank you for what you did just now. Although Marin was somewhat dissatisfied with Bai Ye's confidentiality, she was still quite sensible and thanked him when necessary. If it weren't for Bai Ye, she would have had a hard time dealing with the enemy just now. If she wasn't careful, she might even be captured alive. Then her fate would be. But her voice became weaker and weaker, and when she said thank you it was almost inaudible. What did you say? Are you saying thank you? Bai Ye really didn't hear it clearly, so he asked. So annoying. No road race. Chapter 93. While Bai Ye and Ma Yin were resting, Ma Yin suddenly said, my attitude was not very good before, it was because of your philosophy, or maybe I was a little selfish. What do you mean? Bai Ye was slightly curious. My hometown is on the western border of the empire. I am a mixed-race child with Western ethnic blood. Therefore, I suffered discrimination. Everyone treated me as an alien. My childhood was miserable. Marin sat under a tree, recalling the past and saying, until the Revolutionary Army formed an alliance with the Western ethnic groups, I joined the Revolutionary Army. They told me that as long as we overthrow the empire and establish a new country, the country will have diplomatic relations with the various ethnic groups. After the various ethnic groups merge, there will no longer be children as miserable as me. Marin's tone suddenly became firm. I absolutely don't want anyone to be discriminated against anymore. Even if it doesn't match your philosophy, I have to do this. So maybe I am selfish. You can tell that Mayan is very serious about this matter. Bai Ye was silent for a moment and then said, I understand, but you may have fallen into a misunderstanding. There is no necessary connection between a new country and diplomatic relations. On the contrary, the relationship between a new country and other ethnic groups may deteriorate. The integration of various ethnic groups is not so easy to achieve. Ma Yin had prepared herself mentally for an argument with Bai Ye, but Bai Ye calmly explained the situation to her, which surprised her a little. Then tell me, how can we make it happen? Main immediately asked. To be honest, she also felt that what the Revolutionary Army said to her at that time was a bit too easy. But she didn't know any other way, so she felt that overthrowing the empire was the only viable path. And now she feels that there is nothing wrong with being a killer in Night Raid, and she can also help people eliminate evil officials. Reforms by the emperor and leaders of different ethnic groups to promote ethnic integration, a peaceful environment to encourage friendly exchanges among people of different ethnic groups, mutual learning and exchange among ethnic groups to form a common culture, and the accumulation of time, there are too many conditions required. Bai Ye said, the fundamental reason why the current empire cannot achieve these conditions is the oneist regime. It has nothing to do with whether the empire exists or not. The key is how the leaders of the empire implement policies. If the leaders of the new country still discriminate against other ethnic groups, it will be useless. National integration is not that easy. The Daxia before he traveled through time had also gone through thousands of years of countless integrations and wars, and the level of civilization was also a very important condition. It was impossible for the empire to reach the level of civilization it had before he traveled through time. Bai Ye is not opposed to changing dynasties, but he does not want to be invaded by foreign races. Besides, there is not much difference between overthrowing the earnest regime and changing dynasties. Aren't the so-called new country in the original book still the officials of the former empire? However, the leaders of the revolutionary army made Bai Ye a little suspicious. Did those guys have other intentions? Because he felt that Marin was being cheated. He didn't know whether the leader of the revolutionary army had any selfish desires, but even if he did, that was normal. Of course, I do have some stereotypes about other ethnic groups. You and I both have some issues, so this makes us even. Bai Ye said frankly. Main smiled and said, I didn't expect you to say something like that, but I think you have a point. The integration of different ethnic groups is not that simple. I'll see what to do after the fall of the earnest regime. Her opinion of Bai Ye changed a little and she felt that this guy was not so annoying. Overthrowing Minister Ernest is still the mission that Main must accomplish, but she will have to think carefully about what to do after that. No matter what, I will become the hero who overthrows the minister, so that I can become a noble and enjoy endless wealth and glory. Main's demeanor suddenly changed, and she began to smile foolishly as if a beautiful dream was right before her eyes. In addition to not wanting other mixed-race children to be as miserable as she was, becoming a noble who could enjoy a good life was also her very realistic dream. Ah ha ha ha. Bai Ye smiled awkwardly. However, it is normal to have such realistic dreams. At this moment, the 4 intercepted guards had all been killed. Some were cut in half by Hill, some were beaten to death by Leon, some were fatally attacked by Chelsea from behind, and some were crushed by Brand with a physical skill level close to that of Aces. Only Lubbock didn't get a single kill. These guys are still a little weak. It feels like they're not having enough fun. Leon rolled her shoulders, as if the fight just now hadn't allowed her joints to move freely. At this time, she has already used the imperial weapon King of Beasts, Lion King, which is the belt around her waist that transforms her into a beast. After transforming into a beast, it grew animal ears and its hands turned into animal claws, but there were no other changes. But the most important thing is that after she transformed into a beast, her physical abilities increased dramatically, including her sense of smell. You guys killed them too quickly. I didn't kill any of them. Only 4 enemies are too few. At this time, Lubbock felt a little bored. You didn't contribute much? Then Lubbock's bounty will be reduced by half. Leon said immediately. Don't. I've been working very hard to assist you. When he heard that the bounty was halved, Lubbock immediately became anxious. That. Hill raised his hand weakly and said, I remember there should be more than 4 guards. Where is the other one? Maybe they'll bypass us and track down Mayan and Bai Ye. An enemy with this kind of awareness might be very troublesome. Brand said in a deep voice. Have you gone to Ma Yin's place? It should be fine with Bai Ye here. Although Leona has never seen Bai Ye's true strength, he feels that Bai Ye's strength should be reliable. It's okay, Bai Ye is very powerful, but we should go over there quickly, just in case. Hill, who had seen Bai Ye use the Uchiha fan to hunt dangerous species, had the most say. Afterwards, Hill and others rushed to the meeting place as quickly as possible. They saw Bai Ye and Ma Yin sitting under a big tree, talking and laughing. They didn't look injured, so everyone felt relieved. Hey? Their relationship has suddenly become so good. Leon was immediately surprised. Originally, Marin always had a sullen face towards Bai Ye, but this time she actually smiled in response. This is a good thing. Doesn't the boss want them to have a better relationship? Lubbock said. Very good. Hill was also happy about this. It seems something happened that we don't know about. Chelsea guessed. She smiled happily on the surface, but she was actually feeling inexplicably irritated inside. But Chelsea is not like Celia who knows nothing. On the contrary, she knows a lot. So she immediately felt something was wrong. Oh no! Is it possible that I... Chapter 94. Imperial Capital. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Chi Tong and Hei Tong were walking together on the streets of the Imperial Capital. Of course, they all sneaked into the Imperial Capital without being discovered by the Imperial Guards. After all, Chi Tong was a well-known wanted criminal, and Hei Tong also understood that she would definitely be targeted by Cai Ju and his people. At this time, Akagi and Hei Tong were both wearing their own clothes, and they did not deliberately cover their faces. There was not a single person in sight on the dim street. Due to the recent uproar over the serial murders, no one dared to go out at night. Wanted posters can be seen everywhere on the streets, the most eye-catching of which is Akame's wanted poster, the portrait of which is almost exactly the same as the real person. In addition to Akame, Hill, Brand and Nayenda are also on the wanted list, so they usually have to cover their faces when performing missions. However, there is a big difference between Brand and the portrait. His hairstyle has changed from a handsome hairstyle to a strange crew cut. Even if he walks right in front of others, he may not be recognized. Sister's reward is the highest. She is the ace after all. Looking at the reward on the wanted poster, Hei Tong chuckled. Akame smiled slightly. This is not something to be happy about. Chi Tong and Hei Tong had been searching the streets of the imperial capital for a long time, but could not find any trace of the beheading Zank. However, at the same time, beheading Zank was actually at the highest point of a bell tower, watching Red Eye and Black Eye. His imperial weapon Five-Sided Universal Observer possesses some special abilities, allowing him to spy on Akame and Kurome from afar, while Akame and Kurome cannot detect him. In addition to the serial killer, even the killer has appeared. The imperial capital is really the best. Have fun. Decapitation Zankar immediately made a sound of pleasure. Obviously he had recognized Akagi, he had accidentally seen the wanted posters that were everywhere on the streets. So, whose head should be chopped off first? Beheading Zank stared in the direction of Red Eye and Black Eye, as if considering who to behead first. Akato and Kurode still haven't found beheading Zank, but beheading Zank has already taken the initiative to act. At this time, Akatomi and Kuratomi were sitting on a bench to rest. It's not that easy to find the beheaded Zank, so I can only keep looking for him slowly. Akame said. It's only one night. When we were in the assassination unit, didn't we often go through a lot of trouble to assassinate the enemy? Hei Tong recalled what happened when her sister was still in the Imperial Assassination Force. At that time, they were either assassinating or on their way to assassinate every day. They had long been accustomed to such situations. Hearing this, Chi Tong sighed, that's right. At most, I can just spend a few more days in the Imperial capital until I find and behead Zank. Let's split up and search, this way it will be more efficient. At this time, Hei Tong suggested to act separately. She continued her previous habit in the Imperial Assassination Force, pursuing the goal of completing tasks as efficiently as possible, even if this would increase the danger. That's fine, but don't go too far away. Akatsuki said with a worried tone. Hei Tong smiled and nodded. Afterwards, the two split up to look for and behead Zank. In fact, Decapitation Zankar was nearby, but he used the ability of 5 visions all-powerful to see the red and black pupils even through the buildings. He was just waiting for an opportunity. When the red eyes and black eyes were temporarily separated, it was the perfect opportunity he wanted. Not long after Akagi and Haita separated, they saw Haito in an alley. Black pupil? You. Chi Tong was suddenly confused. She remembered that Hei Tong was heading in another direction just now, so how come he ran ahead of her so quickly? In fact, the true identity of this black eye is Zank the Decapitator. This is one of the abilities of the Imperial Weapon 5 Universal Visions called Hallucination, which allows the target to see hallucinations. In other words, the black pupils in front of you are actually an illusion caused by the red pupils. Black Eye slowly walked towards Red Eye, finding the right moment to give Red Eye a fatal blow. Although Akagi felt something was a little strange, she was not on guard at all. Just as Black Eye walked in front of Red Eye, the black eye in front of Red Eye suddenly changed back to the appearance of Beheading Zank, a tall man with an imperial weapon shaped like an eye on his head. At the same time, two sharp blades appeared from Beheading Zank's sleeves and suddenly attacked Kai Tong. Chi Tong's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly stepped back, but her clothes were still torn. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough, otherwise she would have almost been caught. "Who are you?" Akadu immediately drew out the demon sword Murasame and looked at the other party with a serious look. She thought that the other person had just turned into a person with black pupils, so she didn't associate him with the Beheading Zank for a moment. It can turn into a black pupil, so it shouldn't be Beheading Zank. "That's what you thought just now, right?" Beheading Zank smiled grimly, "But unfortunately you guessed wrong. I am the friendly and kind Beheading Zank." Akame remained silent. "My thoughts were actually seen through. Was it the opponent's imperial weapon ability?" But the other party turned out to be the Beheading Zank they were looking for. "Yes, this is one of the abilities of the imperial weapon 5 visions. With the ability of clear vision, you can see through the other person's facial expressions and other clues to see what they are thinking. By the way, I have been using the other two abilities Farsight and Perspective to observe you." Decapitation Zank didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Chi Tong, but chatted with Chi Tong, "Since you answered correctly, why don't I make you into a shrunken head as a reward?" Because chatting is one of his biggest interests, he likes to chat with the victims while killing them. "I really like the ability of farsightedness. No matter it's late at night or in foggy weather, I can see clearly even at a long distance." While Beheading Zank was chatting, Chi Tong didn't respond a word. She was thinking that Hai Tong should be fine, so she took advantage of the time when Zank was distracted and talking to make her move. But her idea was seen through by Beheading Zank. Innocent. Decapitation Zank easily avoided Akame's attack and laughed, "I can see through all your thoughts." Beheading Zank was like playing, and he didn't even rush to fight back. It was obvious that he was making fun of Kai Tong. "You always have no expression on your face, which is really boring," Beheading Zank said, "but the expression of the person at the moment of beheading is what makes me unable to stop. Most of them will look confused and make a sound of et. So what expression will you have? It's really exciting, happy." At the same time, Hai Tong, who heard the subtle noise, was rushing over. Chapter 95. The first time I faced an imperial weapon user like Zank the Beheader, it was indeed very difficult to deal with, mainly because the imperial weapon's 5 visions all-powerful ability was very strong. But Akagi hasn't really taken action yet. Are these your imperial abilities? However, even if you can see into people's hearts, it's useless if you can't follow their movements. After listening to Zank's nonsense about beheading him, Chi Tong finally took action. To be precise, it was not nonsense. She learned about the ability to behead Zank, and the other party told her this in person. I saw that Kai Tong's movements suddenly became much faster than before, so fast that even if beheading Zank knew Kai Tong's thoughts, he would find it difficult to react casually. Originally, beheading Zank liked to tease his opponents during battles, and he would tell them word for word what they were thinking in their hearts, causing them to feel desperate and collapse. This was also one of his great pleasures. But now facing Chi Tong, he didn't dare to be so arrogant. Moreover, Akame is not only fast, but also very strong and has rich combat experience. Under the pursuit of Akagi, beheading Zank was defeated step by step. However, Akame still did not scratch the body of beheaded Zank, otherwise with the ability of Murasame, just touching the body of beheaded Zank would be fatal. Seeing that several attempts at pursuit had no effect, Chi Tong stopped temporarily. Having had some time to breathe, Decapitation Zank started to chat happily again. I really can't underestimate you. After all, you are the infamous killer Akame and demon sword Murasame. But I just want to fight with a killer like you, just for fun. However, Akame was not going to give Decapitation Zank a chance to catch his breath, but was planning to use a more effective countermeasure. I saw Chi Tong took a deep breath, and the whole person suddenly became completely different from before, as if he had entered another state. This is exactly the mindless state. Beheading Zank will not be able to peek into any thoughts from her heart. Beheading Zank immediately realized that the other party had become different from before. He actually put himself into a state of no mind? That's amazing. However, Akaji's strength did not frighten Beheading Zank. Instead, he became even more excited. Because he still has a trump card. 5 Visions Universal Power has a total of 5 abilities. In addition to clairvoyance, farsightedness, perspective, and hallucination, there is also an ability called Future Vision. That is, you can see what the other person will do next through the subtle abilities of his muscles. My Imperial Weapon also has the ability of Future Vision. I can see through your next move at any time. What are you going to do now? Beheading Zank transformed his original clairvoyance into Future Vision. It seems that the 5 abilities cannot be used at the same time, and only one can be selected. Using his ability of Future Vision, Beheading Zank quickly gained the upper hand. It even hurt Akaji, although it was just a minor scratch. That knife of yours is really foul. If it was me who got scratched, I would be dead. Decapitation Zanker teased. The level of foul play of your Imperial Weapon isn't much different. Chi Tong said coldly. By the way, Akame, how do you deal with those voices? What? Those are the people I killed before. As long as I am quiet, I can hear their voices. They hate me so much and tell me to go to hell soon. I could hear them every day when I was beheading people. Now it is getting worse, so I use talking to divert their attention. How do you solve this problem? I don't know what you're talking about, and I can't hear those voices. Chi Tong said lightly. Hearing this, Beheading Zank was immediately surprised. He originally thought that a killer like Kai Tong who had killed countless people would be like him, and he was thinking about discussing his troubles with Kai Tong. It's really boring, then go to hell. Decapitation Zank changed his ability to vision. The Decapitation Zank in front of Akito suddenly turned into Black Eye. The specific ability of vision is to make the most important person in the other person's mind appear in front of him. Although this ability only works on one person, the illusion created is perfect. This is the ultimate killer move to behead Zank. In his opinion, no killer would have the heart to kill the most important person to him. Black pupils. The black pupil appeared in front of her again. Even though Kai Tong knew that the black pupil in front of her was strange, she still couldn't help but be stunned. And now, because of Hei Tong's changes, it is difficult for her to make up her mind to kill Hei Tong as before. However, just at this moment, Hei Tong arrived. When she heard her sister calling her name but just staring blankly at the tall man, and her sister was injured, Hei Tong immediately realized that something was wrong. Hey? It seems that Akame's companions are here, have fun. Beheading Zank greeted Hei Tong over there unscrupulously. Because Akame was in a hallucination, she couldn't hear what he said, and because of the perspective problem, she couldn't see the real Hei Tong behind him. Of course, Beheading Zank didn't know that the black eye over there was actually the person that Red Eye cared about the most. Who are you? Hei Tong spoke. I'm Decapitation Zank. You must be wondering what this is all about, right? Beheading Zank would not stop for a moment as long as there was a chance to chat. Now Akame has seen the most important person to him. It must be very interesting to be killed by the person he loves. Happy. After hearing this, Hei Tong understood. It turns out that her sister hallucinated and thought that the person who beheaded Zank was her. Hei Tong's pretty face suddenly turned gloomy. She was not angry because her sister mistook the beheaded Zhang for her, but because her sister could not bring herself to kill her. She was extremely fast and arrived next to Qi Tong in almost the blink of an eye. Sister, this won't do. Hei Tong whispered coldly in Qi Tong's ear, you should have cut me down without hesitation. My beloved sister is not such an indecisive sister. Suddenly, Hei Tong's voice came to his ears, and Qi Tong came back to his senses immediately. What? Beheading Zhang was stunned. He didn't expect that this girl was Qi Tong's beloved, and she asked her sister to kill her like a madman. However, his reaction was still quite quick, and he judged Hei Tong as a more dangerous lunatic. Before Qi Tong makes a move, he has to deal with Hei Tong first. Decapitation Zhang immediately locked the target of vision on Black Eyes, so that in Black Eyes' eyes he became the appearance of red eyes. He didn't believe that this crazy woman could really do something to his beloved sister. In such a dangerous situation, he didn't dare to say anything nonsense and immediately rushed towards Hei Tong. However, Hei Tong did not hesitate at all. She knew that her real sister was right next to her, and she could kill her sister decisively. She used the 8 rooms to summon all the corpse dolls except Destiguru, and surrounded and beheaded Zhang with almost no blind spots. Beheading Zhang had never seen the ability of 8 houses and was immediately panicked. Because he was caught off guard, he was severely injured by multiple puppets in an instant, his arms were cut off, and his abdomen was pierced. Immediately afterwards, Hei Tong also arrived in front of him. The entire process of Hei Tong beheading Zhang happened almost in an instant, and Qi Tong, who had just come to his senses, had no chance to intervene. Beheading Zhang, who was lying on the ground on the verge of death, looked at the cold sword Hakifu flashing above him, and he didn't feel any fear at all. Because the voices from the wronged souls in hell had stopped in his ears. Ahem! Decapitation Zhang coughed up a mouthful of blood and said with his last strength, happy, happy. Those voices disappeared, thank you. You're welcome. Hei Tong naturally didn't understand what the other party was saying. She expressionlessly used Bai Fang to give the other party the final blow and transformed him into a corpse puppet of Bai Fang. Seeing Decapitation Zhang standing up again, but already a puppet controlled by 8 rooms, Akame felt a little complicated for a moment, but she still didn't say anything. Sister, the mission is accomplished, let's go back. Hei Tong said to Qi Tong with a happy face. She had just killed the sister in her hallucination, but it was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 96. When Akame and Kurom returned to the night raid base, it was naturally already very late. This is also the first time that Bai Ye and Hei Tong came to the night raid base. The night attack base is located in a mountain. It is blocked by a large mountain at the back, but is fully exposed at the front. However, up to now, the Empire has not discovered the location of the night raid base. It wouldn't be surprising if your base was suddenly discovered one day. Bai Ye couldn't help but complain. Leon laughed, don't worry about such details. But is it really okay for me to know the location of your base? Bai Ye questioned. He does not belong to the night raid nor the Revolutionary Army camp, but can only cooperate with the night raid temporarily. No problem. After today's cooperation, we both feel that you and Hei Tong are trustworthy companions, so it's okay to bring you to the base. Nayenda said. But don't forget that after the fall of the Ernest regime, our philosophies will conflict. Bai Ye reminded directly. It's okay, we can just move to a new base when the time comes. Nachi said calmly. Okay. Bai Ye didn't say anything more. There was no need for him to consider the other party too much. By the way, Akame and Kurom should be back by now. It's already so late. At this time, Hill spoke. It's almost done. I've told them that even if they haven't found the beheaded Zhang, they shouldn't stay in the imperial capital for too long after a certain time. Nayenda said, it is really late now, why don't Bai Ye and Hei Tong stay here with us tonight? We have quite a lot of bedrooms in our base. Yaehoki. Bai Ye did not refuse, he also could not leave alone and abandon Haitong who had not returned yet. At this time, Leon felt something was a little strange. After thinking about it, he found that it was because Maine didn't say a word. It was no wonder that he felt strange when he didn't hear Maine express her opinion at this time. Leonie immediately came over to Marin and whispered, "Marin, don't you hate Bai Ye? The boss asked him to stay overnight, but you don't seem to mind." Leon suddenly asked such a question, and Maine was a little flustered subconsciously. I'm not the kind of person who makes trouble for no reason. Besides, that guy's performance today was not bad. I have already recognized him a little bit." Hearing this, Leon smiled knowingly, as if he had understood something, but he did not expose Maine. After a while, Red Eye and Black Eye came back as expected. "How's the mission going?" Nyenda asked immediately. "The mission has been accomplished. Decapitation Zank was killed by Black Eyes." Akame reported the situation. "Kurat is indeed very capable. You two sisters are the best team together," Nyenda exclaimed. Before this, Kuronet was the most feared enemy among the Imperial assassination forces by the Revolutionary Army, but now he has almost become their companion. "Sir, Decapitation Zank has become a new member of the 8th House. He seems to have pretty good abilities, but unfortunately he has no effect on me." At this time, Haitong walked to Bai Ye, like a child waiting for praise from an adult. The fact is just as she said, almost all the abilities of 5 Visions Omnipotent are restrained by Black Eyes. The clairvoyance that can see through one's inner thoughts cannot see through the corpse puppet's thoughts, or it can be said that the corpse puppet has no thoughts at all. Not to mention that farsightedness and perspective are not suitable for combat. Although future vision is similar to Sharingan, Decapitation Zank's physical skills are not stronger than Kuroniko's, and future vision alone cannot defeat Kuroniko who possesses 8 chambers. As for vision, there is no need to mention it. If Haitong really wanted to kill Chi Tong, he would do it without hesitation. Well done. Bai Ye could see that Haitong wanted to praise him, and that was what he wished for. But Haitong didn't seem satisfied yet. She stood on tiptoe slightly, looking like she wanted to be patted on the head. Bai Ye was stunned for a while, and seeing Haitong's expectant look, he raised his hand and touched Haitong's head. "Hee hee." Haitong suddenly smiled with joy. Seeing this scene, Chi Tong's eyes suddenly widened. The relationship between Bai Ye and Haitong seems unusual no matter how you look at it. If it was just a simple relationship between a boss and a colleague, would they really do something like this? No, it doesn't seem impossible. Chi Tong suddenly remembered that although Haitong was usually indifferent to outsiders, he was actually just cold on the outside but warm on the inside. When she was in the Imperial Assassination Force, Haitong often acted like a spoiled child to her. Akagi, who is a bit naive, is also slow to react to this. As soon as she noticed that there was something wrong with Bai Ye and Haitong's behavior, she immediately eliminated her doubts. At the same time, of course, everyone else nearby was watching. Although no one said anything, some people's thoughts were very vivid, especially mine and Chelsea. Seeing Bai Ye and Haitong being so intimate, Ma Yin felt a little annoyed subconsciously. No. Why am I so upset here? Why should I care about that guy? Marin patted her face gently to dispel her inner restlessness. Compared to mine, Chelsea was very clear in her mind. In fact, Chelsea had already discovered that Bai Ye and Haitong had an unusual relationship when she transformed into a little black cat and sneaked into the assassination team base. After realizing the feelings he had for Bai Ye, he still felt a little jealous when he saw the intimate behavior between Bai Ye and Haitong. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had indeed committed a cardinal sin for a killer. I don't know when I will be sacrificed in a mission, but I actually fell in love with a boy. Although this kind of thing is very wrong, now that it has happened, she doesn't want to regret it. Chelsea thought that if she had the chance in the future, she would also like to ask Bai Ye to praise her. Then it's almost time to go to bed. Bai Ye, hey Tong, you can choose your own bedrooms. However, those bedrooms have not been used for a long time, and they are probably covered with dust. At this time, Nayenda said, if you need us to help clean up the bedroom, just call us. That. Akame was the first to speak, I want to sleep with Kurohime, so she can just come to my room. Of course, as long as you think it's okay. Nayenda nodded. No problem. Akame nodded slightly. I want to sleep with my sister, too. Hey Tong said happily. Well, let's help you clean up your bedroom. Nayenda suddenly looked at Bai Ye with a slightly sympathetic look. Don't worry about me so much. Bai Ye was speechless. Bai Ye's bedroom was cleaned up quickly. But when everyone else left, only Chelsea stayed here. Chelsea? Aren't you going back to bed? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. Chapter 97. Not only did Chelsea not show any intention of leaving, but she sat directly on Bai Ye's bed. Remember when we were at the Imperial Assassination Forces base, we slept together every day, and you still touched me. Chelsea said in a teasing tone, with her hands on the bed. That was, at that time I didn't know that the little black cat was you. Bai Ye suddenly said with a slight embarrassment. That's true. Chelsea smiled and said, Hey Tong has gone to sleep with Chi Tong, so do you want me to accompany you tonight? Don't make such jokes. Bai Ye thought that Chelsea was just teasing him, so he spoke calmly. I'm not kidding. Or is it because you were a little black cat before and it was okay, but now you're a beautiful girl so you're embarrassed? The smile on Chelsea's face suddenly turned a little naughty. It's up to you. If you really don't mind, then I don't mind either. Bai Ye didn't fall for Chelsea's teasing and directly gave the choice to Chelsea. If Chelsea really wasn't joking, then he wouldn't suffer any loss. But this is obviously impossible. I guess the other party will leave his bedroom in shame soon. That's what Bai Ye thought. The next moment, Chelsea was just as Bai Ye had imagined. It doesn't matter. That's what you said. Chelsea threw the lollipop she had just finished eating into the trash can next to her, then got up and left the bedroom. Really? Bai Ye thought to himself. He knew that this guy was here to tease him on purpose, but he didn't dare to do anything so exaggerated. But is this really the case? After Chelsea left, Bai Ye went to take a shower and get ready for bed. When he finished taking a shower and was about to lie down on the bed, he heard a gentle knock on the door. Who could it be at this late hour? Bai Ye suddenly felt confused. It can't be Chelsea again, right? He walked over, opened the door, and saw that it was really Chelsea. Moreover, Chelsea had changed into pajamas, showed signs of having bathed, and was even holding a pillow in her hands. You are? Bai Ye was a little confused. From the looks of it, does the other person really intend to sleep with him? Didn't you just say it's up to me? So I'm here to sleep with you. Chelsea said playfully. Then she helped Bai Ye close the door and locked it. Then she placed the pillow in her arms on Bai Ye's bed. Are you serious? Bai Ye suddenly felt like he was slapped in the face. He never expected that the other party was really not joking. What else? Chelsea sat on Bai Ye's bed again, without a trace of shyness on her face. I've already said that I'm not joking, and to be honest, I'm quite afraid of the dark when I'm alone. It's just right that I don't have to be afraid of the dark when I'm with you. In fact, the second half of Chelsea's sentence was a lie. What if you are a killer and you are afraid of the dark? This was just her way of hiding her shyness. No matter what, she is a girl of the same age as Bai Ye. Is that so? Bai Ye didn't care whether what Chelsea said was true or not. After all, what is happening right now is explosive enough. He did sleep in the same bed with Chelsea in the form of a little black cat for several days, but no matter what, it was still in the form of a little black cat, and he was not sure at the time whether the little black cat was a boy or a girl. Compared to sleeping with a cat, a real girl like Chelsea must be completely different. If the little black cat had turned back into Chelsea's appearance at that time, he would definitely not have done anything rash. The so-called messy movements actually meant that in order to save trouble, he put his hands on the little black cat, so that he could immediately wake up and react if the little black cat made any sudden moves. At this time, Bai Ye didn't say much and lay down on the bed normally. He didn't feel shy because the other party was a girl, so it would be inappropriate for him to be shy. But this bed isn't big enough, don't you think it's a bit crowded? Bai Ye suddenly discovered this problem. No, at worst we can just sleep closer to each other, right? Chelsea said casually. All right. Then, Bai Ye moved a little closer to the bed. This way I can keep some distance from Chelsea and it won't be too crowded. In this dark bedroom, Bai Ye and Chelsea were back to back, and neither could see each other's face. Therefore, Bai Ye did not notice that a faint blush had appeared on Chelsea's face at this moment, and the shyness that she had previously suppressed could no longer be controlled. After realizing her feelings for Bai Ye, although these feelings were still a little naive and not so infatuated, Chelsea still chose to believe her first feeling. Especially when she realized that Haitong was the most threatening existence, and there were two potential threats, Main and Selu, and she had so many competitors, she decided to take the initiative and make Bai Ye understand her feelings first. It just so happens that she herself has a generous and cheerful personality, not like Main who is arrogant and hypocritical. So, you will win. Chelsea was still thinking that if she took this step, Bai Ye might not be able to resist and take action against her tonight. After all, he is a boy, and he is at this age full of vigor and vitality. If the rice is cooked directly at that time, it would be quite exciting to think about it. But Chelsea immediately calmed down, thinking that it was not good to be too impatient. She had never done such a thing before and felt a little scared just thinking about it. Let's start slowly with holding hands, kissing, etc. However, while Chelsea was daydreaming, Bai Ye had already fallen asleep. After a long time, Chelsea didn't feel any movement from Bai Ye who was lying next to her. She couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Bai Ye, are you asleep already? Chelsea's words woke Bai Ye, who was in a light sleep, up immediately, but he chose not to reply and continued to sleep. There was no reply from Bai Ye, only the regular and light breathing sounds. He fell asleep. Chelsea was a little stunned for a moment, then smiled self-deprecatingly. I just thought about so many random things that I almost blushed, but this guy didn't do anything and just fell asleep. This seemed like she was just being sentimental, and she couldn't help feeling ashamed. At this time, Chelsea admitted that she was a little angry, so she wanted to play a little prank on Bai Ye to get revenge on Bai Ye. Chapter 98. At this time, Chelsea tiptoed out of bed and deliberately unlocked the door that had been locked. Bai Ye hadn't fallen asleep again yet when he heard the door lock being opened. He didn't know what Chelsea was trying to do. Judging by the sounds, Chelsea had not left the room either, but had quietly returned to bed. Not understanding what Chelsea's intention was, Bai Ye didn't think too much about it. But then, Chelsea, who had gotten into bed, suddenly hugged him from behind. Bai Ye's whole body stiffened slightly. Although he returned to normal immediately, he was still discovered by Chelsea. As a very professional killer, Chelsea's perception is still very sharp. She almost instantly noticed that Bai Ye's body stiffened slightly. So he's still awake. Chelsea thought to herself, and a sly smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. She purposely hugged him tighter, with her chin on Bai Ye's shoulder. She leaned close to Bai Ye's ear and said in a seductive voice, a certain guy is clearly awake, why is he ignoring me? After saying that, she blew gently into Bai Ye's ear. Normal people's ears are relatively sensitive, and Bai Ye is no exception. He immediately covered his ears with his hands and said helplessly, I just want to have a good sleep, but why do you have so many things to do? I can't sleep for a while. Chelsea explained casually. If you can't sleep, count sheep. Bai Ye said. Don't be so cold. I'll probably fall asleep right away if you coax me. Chelsea said in a friendly tone. Stop making trouble and have a good sleep. Bai Ye felt more and more helpless. How would he know how to coax a girl to sleep? With his personality, he couldn't do that kind of thing. Just thinking about it makes me feel so corny. And there was a high probability that Chelsea was teasing him. If he fell into the trap, he would be teased even more miserably. Okay, I won't make a fuss anymore, but you have to be my pillow. Chelsea immediately made a request. Whatever. Bai Ye responded casually. After that, Chelsea really stopped disturbing Bai Ye and also treated Bai Ye as a pillow. Although it is inevitable that it would be a little uncomfortable to sleep in this position, the girl's body is very soft, so there is no discomfort. At the same time, in Akame's room, Akagi and Haetong did not fall asleep for a long time. They lay together and talked about many things. By the way, sister, what was that sound that the beheaded Zhang made today? At this moment, Haetong suddenly remembered the inexplicable words that beheaded Zhang said before his death. Well, it's probably because he killed too many people before, no matter they were good people, bad people, or innocent people, so those people kept asking for their lives in his ears after they died. But I think that's probably just his psychological effect. Akame explained. She also killed many people, especially during her time as a member of the Imperial Assassination Force, killing many people who should not have been killed. But she was always very clear that what she was doing was killing, and she was mentally strong enough to never hear those voices. I see. I also think he is overthinking it. Haetong smiled faintly and didn't take the matter to heart at all. Early the next morning, Bai Ye's sleep quality is okay. But since he and Chelsea went to bed late, they naturally got up later than the other members of the night raid. Hill planned to wake up Chelsea first, but after knocking on the door for a long time, no one responded. After asking a few more times without any result, she tried to open the door and found that Chelsea's bedroom door was abnormally not locked. She went in and saw that there was nothing on Chelsea's bed. There was only a quilt and the pillows were gone. Hill immediately went out and explained the situation to everyone. Everyone, I don't know where Chelsea is. I thought she was still in bed, but it turns out she's already gone out. Main said immediately. No, probably not, because her pillow is missing too. Hill said, if he was going out, he shouldn't have brought a pillow with him. Could it be that he was sleeping somewhere else? Hill was still too naive and didn't think in any other direction. Instead, he thought that Chelsea took a pillow and went to sleep somewhere else. On the other hand, Mayan immediately realized that something was wrong. You said her pillow is missing. Yes. Hill nodded. There was no one in the room early in the morning, and the pillow was missing, so where could it have gone? Lubbock began to speculate, no way. Lubbock's eyes widened at the thought. Although it was just a sudden fantasy of his, it cannot be said to be something that is completely impossible. So is there a possibility that Chelsea ran to Bai Ye's room with a pillow, something unspeakable happened, and then she woke up in the morning with a blushing face and shouted, "Good morning, dear." Morning. Lubbock felt uneasy now. No, I have to confirm whether Chelsea is in Bai Ye's room. However, Main was faster than him and left without saying a word. Looking at Main and Lubbock's strange reactions, Hilton tilted his head with a puzzled look on his face. Nayenda would definitely not pay attention to such things and would continue to handle her own affairs as long as nothing happened to Chelsea. As for Akagi and Haetong, they were still sleeping in their room because they went to bed later than Bai Ye and Chelsea last night. Soon, Ma Yin arrived at Bai Ye's bedroom door first. I'm coming in. She was quite impatient. She knocked on the door and turned the doorknob without waiting for Bai Ye's response. It just so happened that Chelsea unlocked the door last night, so Maine just turned it and opened it. Then she took a look and saw that the bed was bulging in an obviously abnormal way. Although it was difficult to see Chelsea's head from her 1.55-meter perspective, the bulging shape of the bed clearly showed that there were two people on it. "Chelsea, you are really here." Marin had almost determined that the person lying on Bai Ye's bed was Chelsea, and a look of shame and anger suddenly appeared on her face. In fact, Bai Ye had already woken up at this time. To be precise, he heard it when Ma Yin knocked on the door just now. But he found himself being held by Chelsea like an octopus, making it difficult for him to sit up. Chelsea was actually awake, but she pretended not to be awake yet, deliberately trying to make Mine angry. Seeing no response from the bedside, Maine became even more anxious. "Although this feeling is a bit strange, I just feel uncomfortable." Maine walked over quickly and lifted up the quilt. "I saw Chelsea clinging to Bai Ye like an octopus, and it was visibly so. You guys." Seeing this, Maine's twin ponytails suddenly stood up. Chapter 99. At the same time, Lubbock and Leon stuck their heads out of the door and looked at the situation in the room. Soon Hill joined them and poked his head out. Seeing that Chelsea was actually lying on Bai Ye's bed, Lubbock was so envious that he gnashed his teeth and bit his sleeves to vent his dissatisfaction. "How abominable! Why don't I have such good fortune like him? Ha ha ha, this is so youthful," Leon said with a smile. Only Hill didn't quite understand what was going on. She couldn't help but wonder, Chelsea actually went to sleep on Bai Ye's bed. Is it more comfortable here than in her own room? Is this true? You actually think so? When Lubbock heard what Hill said, he was stunned. Looking at Hill's expression, it doesn't seem like he's pretending at all. Does he really not understand? Although he had known for a long time that Hill was an idiot, he didn't expect him to be this idiot. Hill is very simple, unlike you, who thinks about those messy things all day long. Leon lectured Lubbock. Lubbock was speechless for a moment. But his attention immediately returned to Bai Ye and Chelsea. Only then did Chelsea open her eyes drowsily, then rubbed her eyes, looking sleepy, as if she had just woken up. But she didn't let go of Bai Ye. Instead, she rubbed her face against Bai Ye's back like a kitten. It seemed as if he was ignoring Marn, who was already furious beside the bed. "Get up now." Maine suddenly became anxious. Chelsea then turned to look at Mine and said, "Good morning, Mine." Good morning." Ma Yin responded subconsciously, but she immediately realized something was wrong. How could this be the right time to say good morning? "Anyway, get up quickly," Ma Yin said in an anxious tone, "and Bai Ye too, it's already this late, why don't you get up?" "I want to remember that, but I can't move when Chelsea is like this," Bai Ye said helplessly. Hearing this, Mine immediately pulled Chelsea, as if trying to pull Chelsea off Bai Ye. But Chelsea was holding her too tightly, and Marn was not as strong as Chelsea, so she couldn't pull her body down no matter how hard she tried. "Okay, stop making trouble, it's time to get up." At this time, Bai Ye spoke. Hearing Bai Ye's serious tone, Chelsea gave up. Otherwise, she would have probably continued teasing Mine for a while. Then, Chelsea let go of Bai Ye and got out of bed holding her pillow. Marin stood there with her hands folded across her chest, looking angry, the blush on her face still not fading. Of course, the blush was not because she was shy, but because she couldn't help but do so when she saw Bai Ye and Chelsea sleeping in the same bed. Bai Ye also got out of bed and prepared to wash up. "So, Chelsea, you were sleeping well in your room, why did you come to Bai Ye?" At this time, Mine questioned Chelsea and seemed to be very concerned. "That's why I did it this way. Besides, didn't I sneak into the base of the Imperial Assassination Force before? At that time, I slept with Bai Ye every day, so I'm used to it." Chelsea held up a finger and explained with a smile. "This, You guys. Ma Yin didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Chelsea continued, by the way, Bai Ye also forced me to do some embarrassing things. As she spoke, Chelsea looked a little shy, and she didn't seem disgusted at all. As to whether this is Chelsea's acting or her true feelings, only Chelsea herself knows. What? The blush on Mine's face became even more intense. She stared at Bai Ye and said incoherently, You actually did such a shameless thing to Chelsea. Leibach outside the door was so envious that he was about to cry. It would be great if the girl he liked could sleep with him and do some embarrassing things with him. No. Even if they just slept together, he would die with no regrets. Oh my, so it seems that Chelsea and Bai Ye have a really good relationship. Leon stroked his chin with a meaningful smile on his face. Although it hasn't been seen that Chelsea really shows her love for Bai Ye, the current situation is more like teasing Mine. But if the relationship is not special, how could a girl be bold enough to take the initiative to get into the boy's bed? Well, it would be best if we could handle the relationship with Bai Ye well. Only Hill remains innocent. She sincerely felt that it was something to be happy about that Chelsea and Bai Ye had a good relationship. No, it's Chelsea who's deliberately saying things that could be misunderstood. At this time, Bai Ye explained calmly. I don't believe it. Although Marin said she didn't believe it, she was actually a little relieved in her heart. After all, Chelsea was indeed the kind of person who liked to play pranks. But then again, whether I sleep with Bai Ye or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with Ma Yin, right? Why do you seem to care so much? At this moment, Chelsea suddenly changed the subject to Mine. As she spoke, the corners of Chelsea's mouth couldn't help but slightly rise, and it was obvious that she was deliberately bringing up this topic. No. No. Mayan immediately retorted excitedly, Who said I care? I just can't stand your shameless behavior. We have only known each other for a few days. After saying that, she snorted and turned her face away. In fact, it was because she was embarrassed to meet Bai Ye's eyes. However, her excited tone, blushing face, and the fact that she said so many explanations at once gave her away. However, Chelsea's words also reminded Marin. Yes, why do I care so much? This kind of thing has nothing to do with me, but I just feel uncomfortable. Ma Yin, who couldn't figure out what she was thinking, blamed Bai Ye in her heart. He's just a guy who has gained some recognition from her, but he's so arrogant. It's all his fault. Hee hee. Chelsea hummed with pleasure. The true situation of Marin was exposed in her eyes. The more anxious she explained, the more obvious it became. She was almost certain that Marin had developed a crush on Bai Ye, but it seemed that even Marin herself had not noticed it yet. Sure enough, Mine is a potential threat. Fortunately, Marin is a little tsundere, so she doesn't have to worry too much. It was obvious that he was going to win. Chapter 100. To put it bluntly, Chelsea was actually taking this opportunity to find out what Marin really thought of Bai Ye. Now she has an idea. After the brief farce ended, Ma Yin left Bai Ye's room. It was only then that she noticed that Lubbock, Leon, and Hill were hiding outside the door, eavesdropping and peeking. In fact, they were already blatant enough, but Marin's attention was not at all outside the door. You. Main immediately realized that Leon and the others had seen what had just happened. It's nothing, but it just feels a bit weird. Come on, let's go and wake up Akame and Kurom. The two sisters finally got together and they must have chatted very late last night. At this moment, Leon walked towards the direction of Akame's room as if nothing had happened. Since Akahima never locks the door, Leon and the others entered Akahima's room casually. At this time, Akaji and Haitong were still sleeping on the bed, snuggling up to each other. Akame and Kurom both seemed very happy, with a faint smile on their faces when they slept. Seeing Akadu and Kurowi being so intimate and warm, when Leon and the others were still thinking about whether or not to disturb Akadu and Kurowi, Akadu had already woken up first. Sorry, I'm late. Akame rubbed her blurry eyes gently, and when she saw Main, Leon, and others beside the bed, she immediately realized what was going on. I was thinking I shouldn't disturb you, but you're already awake. Leon said with a smile. As the voices of Akame and Leon were heard, Kurohime slowly opened his eyes. Good morning, sister. From Haitong's delicate tone, outsiders who are not aware of the situation would never imagine that Haitong is a ruthless killer. Well, good morning Kuroyori. Chi Tong smiled slightly and rubbed his forehead against Haitong's. Looking at this scene, Main and the others found it hard to believe that when Minister Ernest was finally defeated, would Haitong really kill Chi Tong? At the same time, Bai Ye and Chelsea were washing up in the bathroom. This world also has basic toiletries, including dressing tables and so on. While Bai Ye was brushing his teeth, Chelsea suddenly stretched out a hand. When Bai Ye looked at Chelsea with a puzzled look, Chelsea indicated with her eyes that what she wanted was the cup. Since there was only one cup here, and Chelsea was too lazy to go back to her room, she simply shared a cup with Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked at the cup in his hand and asked, I've already used this cup. Are you sure you want to use it? What else? Are you embarrassed just because we share a water cup? Chelsea immediately started teasing as soon as she got the chance. Then it's all right. Bai Ye said nothing and handed the cup of water in his hand to Chelsea. He felt that he was gradually becoming desensitized. If something like this happened again next time, he would definitely hand the cup of water to Chelsea without saying a word. Chelsea didn't push her too far and just washed herself normally. At this moment, the two of them were like an old couple, sharing the sink and water cup calmly and naturally. Although Akagi got up a little late, it was actually not past breakfast time. Akame and Kurohime prepared breakfast for everyone together. In fact, the two sisters had already secretly eaten a lot while making breakfast in the kitchen. However, the breakfast they finally made was still very filling, because the portion they secretly ate could only be considered an appetizer at best. Even though it was just breakfast, Akame and Kurohime still prepared plenty of meat for themselves. The ingredients for other people would be much more balanced. Sir, I prepared this breakfast for you. Haitong personally handed one of the plates of breakfast to Bai Ye. Thanks. Bai Ye said immediately. At this time, Chelsea was eating breakfast very naturally. She didn't deliberately look at Haitong, but observed him with the corner of her eye. I thought that Haitong was a potential competitor and it was obvious that she was much more frank than Main. In Chelsea's eyes, the competitor Haitong should be the biggest threat. After finishing breakfast and resting for a while, Bai Ye said, then it's almost time for Haitong and I to go back. Well, thank you for yesterday's work. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to complete two tasks at the same time so efficiently. Nayenda said, if you need our help in the future, just call us. Okay. Bai Ye nodded slightly. Afterwards, he took Haitong and returned to their base on a dangerous flying vehicle. When the dangerous species set off, Haitong suddenly did not grab the corner of Bai Ye's clothes with one hand as usual, but sat directly on Bai Ye's thighs. Sir, please hold me. Haitong said to Bai Ye bluntly, this way I can free my hands to eat cookies. This sounds quite reasonable. If Bai Ye hugged Haitong directly from behind, Haitong would not have to free one hand to grab Bai Ye. All right. Faced with the somewhat willful Haitong, Bai Ye did not refuse. He then put one hand around Haitong's abdomen and said, that's it. It's not enough. I hope the commander can hold me with both hands, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Haitong felt slightly dissatisfied and became even more willful. Bai Ye then hugged Haitong with both hands, and Haitong sat on his lap and ate biscuits. When they arrived at the Saiga cave, the workers were still working on expanding the base. As for the daily issues of eating and sleeping, Bai Ye specially hired a special chef from the beginning. He made sure to provide enough food and water for the workers. They had to set up tents to sleep, and he also provided the temporary furniture. Although the conditions were not so good, he had already paid half of the wages to the workers, and the remaining half would be settled in full when the work was completed. With so much money in hand, the workers are more motivated. Moreover, they have all suffered many years, so sleeping in a tent is not a difficult condition for them at all. Not to mention that Bai Ye provides all kinds of furniture, they feel it is totally worth it even if they sleep directly on the ground. Master, where did you go yesterday? At this time, seeing Bai Ye and He Tong finally came back, Sai Lu immediately asked. We went to night raid. Bai Ye answered truthfully. Night attack? Aren't those rebels? Well, in fact, we, the Akatsuki, are also considered rebels in the eyes of the Empire, but that's not the point. The point is that our goals are currently the same as those of the night raid. Bai Ye said, we can cooperate occasionally. They have no hostility towards us. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I see. What the master said does make sense. Salo nodded thoughtfully and was easily convinced by Bai Ye. Bai Ye thought about it and felt that if Sai Lu became familiar with Akagi and the others, it would be easier to change Sai Lu's mind. Next time if there is a chance, I will let you get to know them. Chapter 101. The Imperial Capital, the Royal Palace, a certain palace. The little emperor had already attended court, and Minister Ernest was standing beside him. The current emperor is still a child, a little boy with light green hair. Following a soldier's report, the news that 2 generals had recently defected spread throughout the palace hall. Why do we say again? Because it is not the first or second time that a general has defected to the Revolutionary Army. Various officials in the palace were concerned about the growing strength of the Revolutionary Army. But at this time, the little emperor stood up and said in a very imposing tone, Ministers, there is no need to be afraid. After all, those rebels are just fools in the south. We can deal with them at any time. Wait until those rebels gather together so that we can catch them all in one fell swoop. This is the most efficient way. The little emperor finished his words with great momentum, then turned to Minister Ernest beside him and asked, Minister, is this okay? Very good, very good. As expected of your Majesty, you are so calm and wise. Minister Ernest openly took a piece of meat and started to eat it in the court, laughing and praising the little emperor. His behavior showed no disregard for the dignity of a place like the Imperial Palace, but no one in the court dared to express any opinion about it, otherwise they would be dragged away immediately and being torn into pieces by 5 horses would be considered the least of their punishment. Your Majesty is right. Rather than dealing with the rebels in the south, we should deal with the evil bandits right next to us. Minister Ernest said while chewing the meat in his hand, my relative Iokar was killed by them, and the beheaded Zank was also killed. Although it doesn't matter if this guy died, the point is that his imperial weapon was taken away by the evil thieves of the night raid. They are so rampant that they made me so sad that my appetite increased and my weight kept rising. Minister Ernest angrily tore at the large steak in his hand. He was saying some weird words, and the logic of sad and increased appetite clearly didn't match. After Iokal was assassinated, Minister Ernest, who was in the palace, was the first to receive the news. Although there is no definite evidence to prove that it was the night raid that assassinated Iokal, if you think about it casually, you will know that there is almost no other possibility except the night raid. Minister Ernest also concluded that it was definitely done by the night attack. He may not care about the life or death of his relatives, and may even have a big appetite, but that doesn't mean he won't think about revenge for the night attack. But the strength of that group of evil thieves is indeed extraordinary. For the sake of safety, let's recall General Asts who is suppressing the northern foreign races back to the imperial capital. Minister Ernest has made up his mind to eradicate the night raid first. But don't relax before General Asts returns. Let those incompetent imperial capital guards step up their vigilance. I don't want to keep a bunch of useless people around for nothing. By the way, what about the imperial assassination force? Can't we use their power as well? At this time, the little emperor remembered the imperial assassination force. In order to establish the imperial assassination force, a lot of money was spent from the national treasury. I don't know. I'll ask Caiju next time I have a chance. Minister Ernest answered casually. In fact, he was just trying to please the little emperor. In his eyes, the imperial assassination force was no longer useful. When the elite group died, escaped, or betrayed him, he no longer cared much about the imperial assassination force. Bai Ye, who he had high hopes for, had probably been executed by Caiju. The empire's assassination force was probably left with only a bunch of worthless trash. If there were any strong ones, they would be dug out and handed over to Aces to lead. In Minister Ernest's opinion, Aces alone can deal with the rebels. In addition, Aces will have some powerful subordinates, so it will not be a problem to defeat the rebels. Compared with the rebels, the Bud Admiral army and those conscientious people were no less threatening in his eyes. So, Minister Ernest has a sinister plan, which is to intensify the conflict between the Bud Admiral army, the Night Raid and the rebels to the point where there is no room for them to join forces. After Minister Ernest gave the order, the palace conveyed the order directly to Aces, who was far away on the northern border, in the fastest way. The so-called fastest way is of course to use flying dangerous species. Ace received the order that day. Although the northern ethnic minorities in the fortress city have been completely suppressed by her, there are still many remnants of northern ethnic minorities outside the empire. However, faced with this situation, Aces was not interested in exterminating the northern ethnic groups, but obeyed the orders of Minister Ernest. It's not because Minister Ernest's order is irresistible, but because returning to the imperial capital will allow him to enjoy the battle more fully. Compared to those northern ethnic minorities who were as weak as ants in her eyes, she was naturally more interested in the night attacks of the per capita imperial weapon users. The stronger the opponent she fights, the more excited she becomes. Of course, in addition to the night raid, there is another person that Aces is more interested in, that is Bai Ye. When thinking of Bai Ye, an infatuated smile suddenly appeared on Aces' face, with a faint blush on her cheeks. At this moment, Aces formed a strong contrast with her usual cold, arrogant and cruel self. Bai Ye, wait for me to come back. Chapter 102. There were only 4 people who returned to the imperial capital from the northern fortress city, Aces and her 3 beast warriors. The rest of the soldiers continued to stay in the fortress city to prevent the northern ethnic groups outside the empire from invading the empire again. Now the main force of the northern ethnic groups, that is, the 400,000 strong army led by the brave warrior Numa Sika of the north, has been crushed by Aces. The soldiers left in the fortress city are enough to deal with the northern ethnic groups outside the empire. It's really rare to see such an expression on Lord Aces' face. Even a powerful general like Aces has fallen in love after all. Noticing the blushing expression on Lord Aces' face, Riva, one of the 3 beast warriors, sighed. Yes, before this, I could never imagine that Master Aces would have such a side to him. Until now, Niu still finds it unbelievable. The 3 beast warriors were already relatively familiar with Aces. After all, most of the time they followed Aces in battles. They thought that a battle maniac like Lord Aces would not be interested in any man. Datas had no interest in talking about this kind of topic. His mind was full of how to gain more experience points. I really want to meet the man that Aces-sama likes. Niu's tone was somewhat expectant. But he was simply curious, what kind of boy did Lord Aces like? Don't worry, when Master Aces returns to the imperial capital this time, he should be our boss. Leva said calmly. Lord Aces had told them before that in the near future Bai Ye would not only be the deputy general in the army, but also the superior of the 3 beastmen. Although there was suddenly a new boss, the 3 beast warriors certainly would not have any objections, because this was the decision of Lord Aces, and they would obey Lord Aces absolutely. For example, if Riva himself had not been chosen by Asts as one of the 3 beast warriors, he would probably never be able to walk out of the dungeon until his death. He is well aware of the darkness of the Empire because he was once a victim, but now he chooses to serve Lord Asts instead of the Empire. He only needs to obey Lord Asts' orders. Asts had the final say in the Empire. If she was unwilling to do something, no one could force her, not even the Emperor or Minister Ernest. Minister Ernest basically did whatever Asts wanted to do, because he knew Asts' character well, so he was very relieved. Niu folded her hands behind her head. Yes, he will be our superior soon. I am looking forward to it more and more. Little did they know that it was basically impossible for Bai Ye to become Asts' deputy general. During the period before Asts' return, Bai Ye and others were certainly not idle. Bai Ye intends to establish initial contact between members of his Akatsuki organization and Night Raid. Although their ideas had some conflicts with those of the Revolutionary Army, Bai Ye felt that these people were not so unreasonable after having in-depth contact with Night Raid. For example, in his opinion, although Marin has a bad temper, she can listen to what he says, so there is room for negotiation. Also, Bai Ye plans to gradually expand the scale of the Akatsuki organization. What he planned was not the elite Akatsuki during Nagato's period, but the Akatsuki during Yahiko's period. At that time, the early Akatsuki had many members, although almost all of them died later. If you want to expand the Akatsuki organization, then naturally you have to do something. Bai Ye had already arranged for some members to go to the imperial capital to collect various intelligence. These killers originally belonged to the Imperial Assassination Force. No one in the imperial capital knew what they looked like, so there was no wanted warrant like the one for Akame. Even Caiju had never seen their appearance. It was true that he was in charge of the Imperial Assassination Force, but that didn't mean he would go to the Assassination Force base to pay attention to everyone's appearance. After all, in his eyes, they are all consumables and will be thrown away when they are used up. Only ace-level killers like Akame and Kurome will attract his attention, but cattle and horses are still cattle and horses after all, no matter how powerful they are. Therefore, it is most appropriate to let members other than Haitong go to the imperial capital to collect intelligence. Of course, to do something like this we certainly can't all just wander around the streets wearing fire cloud robes. If a group of people wearing the same attire appear on the street, wouldn't that clearly tell others that we are a mysterious organization? After these days of investigation, we have witnessed a lot of crimes. The current Imperial Capital Guard is almost indifferent to those things. Although patrols are more frequent and stricter than before, it seems that they are only carried out for night raids. Members who collected intelligence would come back regularly to report to Bai Ye, and this time was no exception. We will only take the opportunity to rescue the victims if we are sure that we will not be noticed by the Imperial Capital Guard. If there is no chance, we will be powerless. When reporting the situation, there was an obvious trace of self-blame on the girl's face. In order not to reveal their identities in the Imperial Capital, they had to play it safe, and they could only watch when there were risks. It's okay, you've tried very hard. Bai Ye immediately comforted him, leave the rest to me. Next, Bai Ye learned two important pieces of information. First, some merchants were secretly smuggling drugs, and they also used drugs to harm many women through deception. It was suspected that there were big shots protecting them behind the scenes. Second, Asts had successfully suppressed the northern ethnic minorities and buried hundreds of thousands of people alive, and was temporarily recalled to the imperial capital. This news had already spread in the imperial capital, and many people admired and respected General Asts even more when they heard it. Oh, there's something strange. We didn't see any wanted notices for Commander Haitong and Commander Sai Lu anywhere in the imperial capital. Logically, Caiju should have known what happened at the assassination unit base, but he didn't take any action at all. Really? I don't know what Caiju is up to, but not having a wanted warrant is always a good thing. This way, it will be more convenient for Bai Ye to move around in the imperial capital. Among all the information reported, what Bai Ye was most concerned about was that Asts was about to return. Just as Asts had threatened before he set out on the expedition, it didn't take long to suppress the northern ethnic groups. Bai Ye thought that he should try to solve some problems before Asts came back, especially the drug smuggler. After that, I will focus on dealing with the most dangerous Aste. Chapter 103. Bai Ye's original plan was to take Susanoo with him to assassinate the drug smugglers and announce the existence of the Akatsuki organization to the world. Bai Ye founded the Akatsuki organization not to hide in the Saiga cave every day. The philosophy of the Akatsuki organization must be made known to the world, otherwise there would be no point in founding such an organization. The only thing he would face was the threat from the Ernest regime, but he was not afraid of it. But there is a problem right now, that is, He Tong also wants to go to the imperial capital with them. That's fine. Bai Ye agreed immediately. After all, there was no harm in bringing He Tong along. The advantage was that he would have an extra reliable force. Afterwards, they traveled together in a dangerous flying vehicle. He Tong sat on Bai Ye's thighs again, just like last time. This skillful action seemed to have become second nature to him. Hold me. Even this request is much simpler than before. Okay, okay. Bai Ye was quite accommodating towards He Tong, and would agree to any request as long as it wasn't too excessive. Just like before, he gently hugged He Tong's abdomen with both hands. Seeing this situation, Susanoo suddenly had that strange feeling again. And it's not just the tightness in my chest, this time I suddenly also feel a little lonely. One hand gently pinched the collar of his clothes, and his expression was a little gloomy. She felt that she had become strange, so she didn't want to tell her master. Think about it, as an executor of justice, I was shaken by such a thing. If my master knew about it, he would definitely be disappointed, right? But Susanoo couldn't help but follow his instinct. She didn't want to sit alone. Lu stood up and walked behind Bai Ye, then slowly leaned against Bai Ye with their backs facing each other. Susanoo. Bai Ye suddenly felt a little confused. Lu was too embarrassed to reply and just stayed quietly because she didn't want her master to be disappointed in her after knowing the reason. Lu didn't respond, so Bai Ye didn't ask any further questions. He thought that maybe Susanoo didn't sleep well last night and was a little tired. Although He Tong did not look back intentionally, he knew what had happened. Although she was often willful and occasionally had selfish thoughts, she said nothing at this time. Moreover, Commander Susanoo was too naive, which made her feel sympathetic towards him. At this moment, Bai Ye had He Tong sitting on his thighs and Lu leaning behind him. To be honest, in this situation, a normal person would not feel comfortable for a long time, but his physical fitness has been strengthened high enough by the system points, so he personally would not feel any discomfort. Now Bai Ye is thinking about a question: is He Tong being a little too intimate with him? Susanoo is fine, except that he was a little weird just now. He Tong, I think that since I am a boy after all, it would be better for you to keep a little distance from me, right? At this time, Bai Ye said to He Tong seriously. Hearing this, He Tong's hand, which had just taken a biscuit out of the snack bag, suddenly stiffened and her face darkened slightly. He Tong seemed to be silent for a while because of Bai Ye's words, and then he said faintly, "Sir, are you stupid? Why do you say that?" Bai Ye was very puzzled. He was clearly giving good advice. A fool is a fool. He Tong seemed to be irritated, her little mouth puffed up slightly, she was sulking and didn't want to tell Bai Ye the reason. She thought that the superior should have noticed her feelings, but he actually said such words just now, which clearly showed that he knew nothing at all. The less the boss understood, the more embarrassed she felt to express her feelings directly. He Tong was unwilling to say anything, and Bai Ye could only be confused at this moment. If even Bai Ye doesn't understand, then Sai Lu will understand even less. The strange feeling she had just had gradually disappeared after she got close to her master. Now, listening to the conversation between her master and He Tong was like listening to a divine book. After a long time, the dangerous flying vehicle that Bai Ye and the other two were riding in landed not too far from the imperial capital. They certainly couldn't blatantly fly into the imperial capital on dangerous creatures, that would be too conspicuous. Next, they walked directly to the imperial capital. With their abilities, it was easy for them to climb over the city wall silently. Bai Ye, Sai Lu and He Tong all have inhuman physical qualities. After sneaking into the imperial capital, Bai Ye and the other two rushed to the target location as soon as possible. According to the known intelligence, the target of the assassination is located in the red light district of the imperial capital. The specific location is right there. At this time, Bai Ye, wearing a fire cloud robe, stood on a roof in the red light district, pointing his index finger in a certain direction. Sai Lu and He Tong stood beside him, also wearing the same fire cloud robes. This time, he is not only here to assassinate the drug dealer, but also to publicize the existence of Akatsuki, so he naturally has to wear the fire cloud robe. Below them is the most famous red light district in the imperial capital. To put it bluntly, this is the kind of place that can easily make people blush and their hearts beat faster. Subsequently, there was no need for a detailed battle plan, as the strength of those drug dealers was quite average. Bai Ye took Sai Lu and He Tong and sneaked directly into the secret base where the drug dealers were located. A large single-family house, with many security guards wearing sunglasses, suits, and carrying weapons patrolling around. If they find outsiders breaking in, they will definitely stop them or even attack them. But in front of Bai Ye and his men, this strict security force was useless, a group of guys who were not even servants. When Bai Ye and his team passed by behind them, the security guards only heard the sudden sound of wind. When they turned around, they couldn't even see the dark shadows, so they thought it was their own illusion. In a blink of an eye, Bai Ye brought Sai Lu and He Tong to the attic on the ceiling. From the sound, they could tell that the drug dealers were right under their feet. However, in this attic, Bai Ye happened to meet two acquaintances. It was Hill and Mine. At this moment, Hill and Mine also heard a faint strange noise. They immediately turned their heads and saw three people headed by Bai Ye. They also had a deep impression of He Tong among them, but it was the first time they met Sai Lu. Hill and Mane were both shocked at once. Hill remained calm, while Mane tried hard not to make any sound. Bai Ye and He Tong on the opposite side were also surprised. It was such a coincidence that they could meet Hill and Mine in such a place. But with a little thought, you can guess that Night Raid must have received a commission, so Hill and Mane came to assassinate these targets. But this is just too much of a coincidence. Since Sai Lu didn't know Hill and Mane, her first reaction was that they were enemies, so she drew her sword with murderous intent. Chapter 104. Feeling strong hostility from Siriu, Mane, and Hilton's eyes narrowed and their faces became serious. They immediately picked up their weapons and took defensive stances. Wait, they're not the enemy. Seeing this, Bai Ye immediately reminded Sai Lu in a low voice. With his volume, the drug dealers below couldn't hear him. Sai Lu then put the great sword in his hand back on his back. His originally ferocious expression instantly became very friendly. He showed an awkward smile and scratched his head. I'm so sorry, I thought you were the bad guys. Sai Lu immediately apologized in a low voice to Mane and Hill. Mane and Hilton breathed a sigh of relief. If they really fought with the other party, the assassination mission would probably be in vain. Fine. Ma Yun then looked at Bai Ye, why are you guys here too? We are also here to deal with those drug dealers. We'll talk about the details after we complete the mission. Bai Ye said. Mine nodded. She immediately and gently removed one of the wooden boards of the ceiling and placed it aside. The ceiling was made up of many wooden boards and was fixed with an iron frame as support, so it could be flexibly installed and disassembled. In this way, you can see directly what's happening below through this small opening. There were many gorgeously dressed women below, none of them could stand normally, and they were all smoking opium in strange postures. Obviously, those businessmen are indeed using drugs to harm these women. Seeing this, Mayon's face suddenly darkened, and Hill's expression also became more serious. Ha ha ha, they all look very happy. At this time, a man wearing an eye patch and a gold chain walked in. He was probably a drug smuggler. There were accomplices following behind him. Listen carefully, if you help me make money, I will let you smoke more. Merchants seem to use drugs as a condition to lure women into providing prostitution services in places like red light districts. Good. Those women had long been addicted to opium and could not resist the temptation at all. They could only sell their bodies to the drug dealers to make money in exchange for opium. At this moment, the merchant noticed a woman lying in the corner next to him, her face ashen and lifeless. This woman seems to be dying. She smells fishy all over. She must be useless. Just throw her away and find a new replacement. Just go to the slums and kidnap another stupid woman. Those useless bastards will do anything for a little money. The merchants mercilessly threw away this woman who was already close to death like garbage, and they were ready to harm other women. Obviously, those women who are smoking opium now were all abducted from the slums by the same means, and then became their money-making tools. At this time, Bai Ye, Hill and others on the ceiling witnessed the ugly faces of these businessmen. These merchants are indeed the same as described in the commission. Hill said calmly. It seemed that nothing could cause her much emotional fluctuation. What a damn scumbag! After seeing the miserable conditions of the women in the slums with her own eyes, Maine clenched her fists. No matter what, drug smuggling is an unforgivable crime. Salo's face was also extremely gloomy, and he could no longer hold back and wanted to go down and judge evil. Let's do it. Bai Ye said lightly. Apart from him, Celia, Kuroyan, Hill and mine are all imperial weapon users, and their strength is more than enough to deal with these merchants and bodyguards. So there is no need for any battle plan at all, just go for it. After getting permission from his master, Salo couldn't wait to kick the ceiling and make a big hole in it. The huge noise immediately scared all the merchants. Varied. Before the merchant in front could react to what was happening, a huge sword had already landed on his crown. This is Salo descending from the sky with a big sword in his hand, and with one sword he cut the merchant's body in half vertically. The horrific death shocked the merchants behind. Salo's terrifying and ferocious expression was also scary to look at. The noise just now also alarmed the bodyguards outside. They all came in to check the situation, and saw several strange figures who were suspected to be killers. Go! Kill those invaders! The bodyguards immediately rushed forward, they had the advantage of numbers. However, in an instant, they were all killed. Hei Tong was too lazy to use the corpse puppet of Bei Fang and could kill a bodyguard with just a single knife. Main's pumpkin cannon can also kill one person with one shot. Although her melee ability is relatively weak, she has Hill by her side to protect her. This is why she often partners with Hill. Even though the merchants and bodyguards were equipped with pistols, Hill could easily block those bullets with his scissor-shaped imperial weapon. Wait! When only the last merchant was left, Bai Ye called out to Silo. The sword that Salo had raised high suddenly stopped, otherwise the merchant's head would have exploded in the next second. The merchant was so scared that his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground, tears and snot mixed on his face, looking very embarrassed. Someone is protecting me, right? Who is that person? At this time, Bai Ye walked up to the man and looked down at him with cold eyes. That's Bulletin, Lord Bull. The merchant was already frightened, but Bai Ye made him confess with just a cold look. Bai Ye nodded slightly, turned around and left after getting the answer. Even if Bai Ye didn't say anything, Sai Lu knew that he could continue. Bai Ye had no reason to forgive such a heinous drug dealer. Drug smuggling itself was an absolute capital crime, not to mention that he had deceived and harmed so many women, which was an even greater crime. Xiaobi, just eat him. Salo suddenly changed his mind and wanted Xiaobi to eat this evil man alive, thinking that killing him with one sword would be too easy for him. Hill. I saw Xiaobi walking towards the drug dealer happily and almost fell down halfway. Looking at the cute but unusual-looking puppy in front of him, the drug dealer was a little confused. Did the other party want such a small dog to eat him? Not only the drug dealers, but also Main and Hill, who didn't know Xiaobi, couldn't help but look at Xiaobi with puzzled eyes. As a result, the next moment, Xiaobi's head suddenly became extremely huge. The rest of the body remained the same, but the head suddenly became countless times larger. This feeling was more shocking to the naked eye than the whole body being multiplied, and it was extremely frightening. The bloody mouth was wide open enough to swallow several people. Seeing this, the drug dealer's pupils trembled and he screamed in fear and despair. No! Don't do that! Chapter 105. After eating the drug dealer, Xiaobi returned to his usual cute self. The scene just now has left a deep impression on Main and Hill. This shouldn't be an ordinary dangerous species, right? Main couldn't help but ask Salo. That's right, but Xiaobi is not a dangerous species, but a biological type of imperial weapon. Sayu said with a smile. Main suddenly felt that the girl in front of her and the biological imperial weapon were truly terrifying. Their behaviors during battle and in normal times were completely different. However, she had heard of biological imperial weapons before, but this was the first time she saw one with her own eyes. Our mission is complete, you guys are going back too, right? At this time, Hill asked Bai Ye. There's no rush to go back yet. I think it's necessary to deal with the bull that guy just mentioned. Bai Ye said. In fact, he had already learned the relevant information from members of the Akatsuki organization, and he just asked the drug dealer just to confirm it. The bull mentioned by the drug dealer just now was consistent with the information he had learned. He was a civil servant lackey under Minister Ernest. He abused his personal power to protect drug dealers and held a high official position. He planned to use this guy to announce the existence of the Akatsuki organization to the world. Afterwards, Bai Ye took out some flyers from his body and threw them on the ground. Each black flyer had a red fire cloud logo with the word Xiao in the middle. What is this? Is this the symbol of your organization? Marin picked up a flyer with some curiosity and looked at it. Akatsuki? So the name of your organization is Akatsuki? That's right. Bai Ye nodded. I see. I think our name Night Raid sounds better. Marin said. Bai Ye was too lazy to respond to this topic. Are you going to assassinate that bull now? At this time, Hill spoke. Well, if we don't deal with him, the problem of drug smuggling can't be eradicated. Bai Ye responded. Then, if I can, I would also like to help you. Hill floated the idea of joining. Bai Ye and He Tong had helped them with the night attack before, but she also wanted to return the favor. Not only that, she is happy to do anything to help others. Apart from fighting, I really have no use anymore. Of course, you're most welcome. Bai Ye said immediately. Hill smiled happily. Hill, wait, what about me? Hill suddenly wanted to act with Bai Ye and the others, and Ma Yin was a little at a loss for a moment. Main, come with us, or you can go back first. Hill said to Mine. I'll just help them reluctantly. As soon as the voice fell, Ma Yin's eyes met Bai Ye's. She immediately shifted her gaze and snorted, but don't get me wrong. I just don't want to leave Xier alone. I don't want to help you. Bai Ye said with a little doubt, I know. Without wasting time on this, Bai Ye immediately got to the point, before the news of what happened here spreads, let's take action now. Sai Lu and He Tong nodded and immediately followed Bai Ye. Mane and Hill followed closely behind. As for where Bull was, Bai Ye had already learned about it from the intelligence. They soon arrived at Bull's mansion. Bull seemed to be discussing business with someone in the hall. Among the bodyguards responsible for protecting this guy, there should be a minister and a master from the Royal Fist Temple. Pay attention. I will capture this guy alive later. Bai Ye gave a general explanation to the girls around him. After they nodded one after another, Bai Ye immediately took action. Bai Ye used the Dual Kamui technique again and instantly transferred himself behind Bull, who was within his sight. Bull can be heard talking to the drug dealer about a drug smuggling operation, such as asking for a certain percentage of the commission as protection money. Lord Bull, when did someone appear behind you? At this moment, the drug dealer sitting opposite Bull suddenly noticed that there was a strangely dressed man behind Bull, with an orange tiger skin mask on his face. What? Bull didn't react to what the other person was saying for a moment. When he wanted to turn his head and look behind him, Bai Ye took action directly. The person wearing the tiger skin mask was naturally him, and he also had the long sword called Red Night Blade hanging around his waist. At night like this, the Red Night Blade suit can greatly enhance his abilities, with only great benefits and no disadvantages. Bai Ye grabbed the back of Bull's neck with one hand and pressed his face onto the table with sudden force. Bang! His huge force caused Bull's face to be dented into the table. Although Bull's face could not be seen inside the table at this time, it was conceivable that it must have been completely disfigured. Bai Ye planned to capture Bull alive and did not want to kill him so quickly. So he didn't strike too hard, but instead directly shifted the target. Ah! The drug dealer on the opposite side saw this sudden attack, was stunned for a moment and then immediately started shouting. However, just as he uttered a sound, Bai Ye, who was as fast as a ghost, grabbed his head and pressed him to the ground. He also stopped helping the drug dealer because he was still useful. But reducing the force does not mean that there is no force. When the drug dealer was pressed to the ground by Bai Ye, the back of his head hit the floor violently and he fainted instantly. Looking at the drug dealer who had fainted, Bai Ye sighed and said, "It seems that I used too much force. I hope this guy has a tougher life and doesn't die so soon." After Bull was attacked, the bodyguards outside reacted quickly. After all, there were not only strange collision sounds but also screams in the hall. However, most of the guards' attention was attracted by the four black-eyed girls who took action at the same time as Bai Ye. Only some of the guards closest to the hall rushed in. "Who are you? Let Lord Bull go." The head of the guards immediately warned the mysterious masked man who attacked Lord Bull. Compared to the white mask, the tiger skin mask is obviously more sinister and oppressive in the dark. Just standing there made many guards afraid to act rashly, and cold sweat broke out on their faces. The head of the guard flew into a rage when he saw that they were actually showing signs of cowardice. "What are you guys still doing standing there? Attack! If anything happens to Lord Bull, you will all be dead." Under the angry rebuke of the guard leader, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and kill the mysterious masked man. Chapter 106. Faced with the siege of these guards, Bai Ye drew out the Red Night Blade from his waist. It looks like an ordinary katana, but the blade is covered with a layer of light blood mist, making it look even more weird and creepy. The chief of the guards was the first to rush to Bai Ye. He had to rescue Lord Bull as soon as possible, otherwise his life would be in danger. As a minister's envoy, he is naturally more confident than other guards. At this moment, Bai Ye swung his knife forward, so fast that the opponent couldn't see it with the naked eye. The chief guard could only see a flash of knife before his eyes. By the time he realized what was happening, Bai Ye had already stabbed him in the throat. Ah! The chief guard fell back with a look of disbelief in his eyes. The invader is so powerful. Could it be a night raid? This was his last thought before he died. Bai Ye will not show mercy to these guards. Ding! Host killed a minister envoy and received a reward, 10 system points. Seeing the boss being killed instantly, the other guards immediately became scared. Now they were in a dilemma. If they ran away, they would die, and if they went ahead, they would probably die too. If I have to say, I can probably survive by hiding after escaping. However, while they were struggling, Bai Ye had already come to kill them. In a short while, almost all the guards present were killed by Bai Ye. When Bai Ye was about to kill the last guard who had fallen to the ground seriously injured, the man was still threatening him. Lord Bull is someone close to the minister. Do you know what the consequences will be if you touch him? What a coincidence! The person I want to kill is the lackey around Minister Ernest. Bai Ye said lightly, then swung the hilt of the knife under the guard's desperate gaze. After Bai Ye killed the guards, He Tong and the others had basically dealt with the guards outside. After a while, they met Bai Ye in the hall. As soon as they came in, they saw corpses all over the floor, and two men in suits who were not fully dead. Then, there was the man wearing the tiger skin mask. Although she knew it was Bai Ye just by looking at his figure and the fire cloud robe, Ma Yin couldn't help but complain, "You're wearing this weird mask again, and it's different from the last time. Although it's normal for a killer to wear a mask, you really have too many masks." Bai Ye took off the mask on his face with his backhand and said casually, "I just put it on casually. It seems that you have dealt with the guards here. Are you not going to deal with these two guys? Then Bull should be one of them, right?" Marin looked at the two men in suits who were not completely dead. As soon as you see the suits these two are wearing, you can tell that they are people of relatively high status. Yes, that's the guy. Only then did Bai Ye grab Bull, whose face was buried in the table, by the back of his collar and start him up. "I still have some use for this guy, so I didn't kill him for now." Then you can see Bull's horrible face. Not only is it covered in blood and his facial features blurred, but he has also lost several teeth. I don't know if he was pretending to be dead or was really unconscious, but it doesn't matter. "Why keep him?" Mine asked with a little curiosity. "You'll know in a moment," Bai Ye said. Then he said to Bull in a cold voice, "If you continue to pretend to be dead, I will send you to death first." He just noticed that Bull's eyelashes trembled unnaturally a few times, and it was obvious that this guy was pretending to be dead. This guy is really patient. Even in such a miserable state, he still manages not to scream out. Only the other drug dealer was actually unconscious. Hearing Bai Ye's threat, Bull hurriedly opened his eyes. "Tell me, where is your money?" Bai Ye said. "I am in the vault." Now that his life was about to be lost, Bull dared not to be stubborn and just confessed everything. When he arrived at the vault door, he used Bull's key to open the heavily locked door. As soon as he entered, he saw countless gold coins on the ground. For a civil servant who is not in a very high position to have such a rich fortune, it can be seen how much this guy has embezzled, and it is estimated that a considerable part of it was obtained by sheltering drug traffickers. How much did this damn BD take? Mayan suddenly felt a chill in her heart. "Send someone to put it in a sack and haul it away on a trailer," Bai Ye said lightly. "There must be more than one survivor in Bull's mansion. There are still many innocent servants who can be asked to help. Just give them some gold coins as a reward, and you can free them at the same time." Many servants immediately offered to help. Bag after bag of heavy gold coins were loaded into the trailer. Afterwards, Bai Ye picked up Bull and the drug dealer like two dead dogs and threw them on one of the trailers. He was not worried about the two guys escaping. It was impossible for them to escape under his nose. Ma Yin and the others followed behind Bai Ye. Not to mention Mayan and Hill, even Selu and He Tong were not clear about Bai Ye's intentions for a moment. What is the purpose of doing these things? By the way, let me remind you that if you have a mask, you should wear it, or don't get too close to me, unless you want to reveal your identity. I don't mind it myself. At this time, Bai Ye reminded Mayan and Hill. Then let's watch from a distance. As he spoke, Hill put on the hood of his cloak. All right. Main did the same as Hill. Afterwards, Bai Ye went directly to the nearby night market. At this time, the flow of people in the night market was naturally very large. There was a stage in front with some dancers playing music. "Excuse me, can you lend me this place?" Bai Ye directly threw a bag of gold coins to the stage manager wearing a top hat and temporarily booked the stage. The stage manager was a little confused for a moment, but when he opened the bag, his eyes widened instantly. Although it was a small bag, it contained a lot of gold coins, not copper or silver coins. "No problem. No problem. Please do as you like," the stage manager immediately said with great respect. At the same time, he winked at the dancers on the stage, signaling them to come down quickly and make room for this adult. At this moment, the audience below was completely confused. They had no idea what had suddenly happened. Was it an impromptu show effect? Chapter 107. The trailer was also towed onto the stage. Bai Ye then pulled Bull and the drug dealer off one of the trailers. The drug dealer seemed to have woken up and was groaning faintly. Bai Ye placed his left and right hands on the shoulders of Bull and the drug dealer respectively, and made them kneel down towards the civilians below. Although this behavior was very humiliating in Bull's eyes, forcing him, a high-ranking official, to kneel in front of a group of untouchables, he had no choice now. If he dared not to kneel, Bai Ye would make him die on the spot. At the same time, Main and Hill were in the crowd, paying attention to what was happening on the stage. Sai Lu and He Tong stood behind Bai Ye. They probably already understood what Bai Ye wanted to do. Since Bai Ye hadn't said anything yet, the crowd below the stage was stunned for a moment. "What's going on? We're here to watch the dance. Even if we really want to put on a show, it shouldn't be like this, right? Why do I feel that the man with blood all over his face looks a bit like Lord Bull?" Lord Bull? I've heard of this name, but I've never seen a great man of this level in person. Could it really be him? And the three people on the stage are dressed like killers. I'm afraid this is not a show effect. Some people already suspected that the man in a suit with blood all over his face was Lord Bull. Now the situation has become complicated. At this time, Bai Ye directly grabbed Bull's hair, allowing Bull's facial features to be more clearly displayed in front of the people below the stage. Many of you should know this guy. His name is Bull. He has deep connections with drug traffickers and has done many evil things. I'm sure you all dare not speak out. Bai Ye said bluntly to everyone. The man next to him is the drug dealer who colluded with him. He smuggled a large amount of drugs and destroyed countless families. The crowd below suddenly became quieter because they were all shocked. The man who looked so miserable was actually Lord Bull, and he was kneeling in front of them. Everyone looked at each other, becoming more and more confused. The person in charge of the stage gradually realized that something was wrong. Could it be that the other party was going to use his stage to do something extremely horrible? Tell me yourself, are you colluding with drug dealers, and there are more than one group of drug dealers? Bai Ye asked Bull coldly. Yes, yes. At this moment, Bull was like a stray dog, and he admitted it without any temper. Okay, I'll take the blame for you guys. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ye put on the tiger skin mask with a thought, and the red night blade appeared in his hand, and he beheaded Bull and the drug dealer in public. When the head rolled to the ground, there was no significant reaction in Bull's eyes, because he had already known that he was doomed to die from Bai Ye's actions just now. As for the drug dealer, he was still in a semi-conscious state until his death, and he probably didn't even know he was dead. At this moment, the audience was dead silent. The sound of two bloody heads rolling down the stage seemed so harsh. Some of them couldn't believe their eyes. Lord Bull, is he dead now? On those trailers behind me is all of Bull's property. I'll give it to you to divide equally, but don't be too greedy. When saying the last sentence, don't be too greedy, Bai Ye deliberately emphasized the tone. Only then did the audience begin to cheer. They had indeed been very upset with Lord Bull for a long time. Bah! What kind of lord is he calling now? He might as well be calling him a dead person. But they didn't dare to resist, for if they were not careful they would lose their heads. Now the hero on the stage helped them vent their anger. And they have to be given money. Even if they only get 1 gold coin, it will be enough for them to squander for a while. Bai Ye then asked the servants who came out of Bull's mansion to be responsible for distributing the gold coins. You just need to distribute this pile of gold coins into small bags, with 10 gold coins in each bag, and remember to put these flyers in them, and then distribute them to them. Bai Ye instructed the servants, then you can take 2 or 3 bags as a reward for helping me. The servants immediately nodded vigorously with gratitude. As bags of gold coins were distributed, word of the matter spread at a crazy speed. Everyone in the night market soon heard the news and immediately rushed over to get it. Even those who were preparing to go to bed or had already fallen asleep ran out of their homes to grab the gold coins. With Bull's property, he could give out at least tens of thousands of gold coins, so it would take a while for them to be snatched away. Bai Ye gave the servants a reassurance in advance and asked them to wear masks bought casually from a nearby stall to avoid retaliation later, and he would also protect them at this time. As the gold coins mixed with the leaflets spread, the existence of the Akatsuki organization would also spread quickly. Moreover, the philosophy of the Akatsuki organization is also on the back of the leaflet. Having achieved this step, Bai Ye felt that it was almost enough. When the imperial guards learned of the situation and came to drive them away, Bai Ye, who had observed the guards from afar with the Mangekyō Sharingan, promptly notified the servants and asked them to leave with the crowd. The gold coins have been almost completely snatched away, and there are not many left. Bai Ye doesn't bother to care about it anymore, because someone will naturally snatch all the gold coins away anyway. When the imperial capital guard arrived, all that was left at the scene was a chaotic crowd and a few remaining gold coins. What are you doing here? Get out of here! The leading guard shouted at the chaotic crowd. When the crowd dispersed, the guards shamelessly snatched away the few bags of gold coins that were left. As for the killer who killed Lord Bull, he had already run away and they were too lazy to chase him. After all the gold coins were stolen, they pretended to deal with Lord Bull's body. At the same time, Bai Ye and his team had already left the imperial capital. I heard your base is far from here, how about you stay over there tonight? As they just stepped out of the imperial capital, Hill invited Bai Ye, Sai Lu and He Tong. It's quite late indeed. Marin looked up at the dark sky, with only a faint moonlight shining on the earth. Yay hooky! Bai Ye nodded slightly. He also wanted to let Salo get to know all the members of Night Raid. Salo and He Tong didn't have any objections. Sai Lu still remembers what her master told her before, that she should look at the night attack objectively. The 2 girls named Hill and Mine that I just met are indeed not bad people. I wonder what the other members of Night Raid are like? Chapter 108. Bai Ye then found a dangerous mount not far away, and took Hill and Mine to fly to the Night Raid base. It was nothing at first, until He Tong sat on Bai Ye's lap as if it was normal. Seeing this, Mayin's pupils trembled. What are you doing? Ma Yin asked involuntarily. What's wrong? He Tong sat on Bai Ye's lap as if nothing had happened, leisurely eating biscuits, with an expressionless face, as if he thought what he was doing was a very normal thing. Nothing. Nothing. Seeing He Tong's look, Main immediately wilted. At this time, Sai Lu was sitting behind Bai Ye, close to Bai Ye, just like before. It seems like they have a good relationship. The innocent Hill sighed in a normal way. Yes. Marin pursed her lips slightly, seeming a little unhappy. Soon, Bai Ye and his companions returned to the Night Raid base in a dangerous flying vehicle. Hill gave the rest of the Night Raid a rough outline of what had happened. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. It happens to be the same as the target of the commission we accepted. Nyenda couldn't help but be surprised. Unlike the Night Raid, Bai Ye did not accept commissions or rewards, but spontaneously assassinated Bull and the drug smugglers. Of course, it wasn't all in vain. The benefit of this action was that it effectively announced the existence of Akatsuki, elder sister. Even though they had just met not long ago, Haitong was still as happy to meet Akame again as last time. The two sisters immediately hugged each other. As for Selu, it was her first time meeting these people from Night Raid, but she did not seem shy, and introduced herself naturally. I am Selu from the Akatsuki organization. It's our first meeting, please give me your guidance. Hello, Selu, we welcome you to visit our Night Raid. Nayenda said in a friendly manner. The members of the Akatsuki organization that she knows, including Bai Ye, are all very friendly towards their Night Raid, and their goals are the same. Little Selu, do you still remember me? At this time, Chelsea also greeted Celia. Selu looked at the strange girl in front of him with a puzzled look. Have we met somewhere before? But I have no recollection of it. In her memory, she had no impression of Chelsea in front of her. Wait. After saying that, Chelsea directly used the power of the Imperial Weapon Gaia Foundation and turned into the little black cat again. She just meowed, as if to say to Selu, is this how we get to know each other? Xiao He. Selu suddenly remembered. When Xiao He suddenly disappeared, she was concerned about it for 2 days. I never expected that Xiao He was transformed from the girl just now. Chelsea jumped directly onto Selu's shoulder and licked Selu's face with her cat tongue. Haha, that's itchy. After a while, Chelsea changed back to human form. Seeing that Celia and Chelsea got along well from the start, Bai Ye felt there was nothing to worry about. It is estimated that Selu will get along well with other members of Night Raid. After all, this child's nature is not bad, but he can be easily led astray. As long as Siriuhu doesn't stubbornly believe that Night Raid is evil, there will generally be no problem. Another lovely girl has arrived. Is this your pet? Looking at Xiaobi standing at Siriu's feet, Lubbock couldn't help but ask. When he wanted to squat down and tease the puppy, Mine warned him, I advise you not to provoke it casually. It is not an ordinary pet but a biological imperial weapon. Be careful or it will eat you directly. Hey! Lubbock was so frightened that he took a step back. Such a small creature could actually be a biological imperial weapon? It's okay. Xiaobi is no threat to good people. Xiao said with a smile. Good man, I can't take responsibility for what you said. Lubbock said somewhat awkwardly. To be honest, we are really not that good. Leon said with a carefree smile. Among all the members of Night Raid, no one would consider himself a good person. That should be the legendary magic beast transformation, 100-armed giant, right? At this time, Nayenda guessed. As a former general of the Empire, she naturally knew that the imperial weapon was still in the hands of the Empire. She had never seen it with her own eyes, but she knew the relevant descriptions and could make inferences based on the descriptions. Yes, but Xiaobi is so friendly to you, I believe you are all righteous. Selu said confidently. Bai Ye immediately tapped Liu's forehead lightly, didn't I tell you a long time ago? Stop talking about justice and evil every day. I understand, master. Xiao nodded obediently. By the way, Bai Ye, you should have heard about Ace's return, right? At this time, Nayenda suddenly brought up this topic. This is also the thing she cares about most today. Ace suppressed the northern aliens much faster than they expected. It took only half a month to suppress the northern aliens, which also included the time of marching. The actual time on the battlefield was estimated to be no more than 3 days. The speed was so fast that the Revolutionary Army was caught off guard. They had thought that they could do a lot of things while Ace was not in the imperial capital, but now their plan was ruined. Should we say that he is worthy of being the strongest in the empire? No. Bai Ye nodded slightly. It is said that Minister Ernest suddenly called Ace back. He should be targeting us. Nayenda said in a heavy tone, although you said before that you can deal with aces by yourself, it's not that I don't believe you, but for the sake of safety, I hope we can work together and deal with aces carefully, because so far no one knows where the limit of her strength is. When she led the Imperial Army under her command to defect, Ace's ambush left a deep impression on her, and it could even be said to be a psychological trauma. In this serious atmosphere, Maine, who always liked to challenge Bai Ye, did not say anything. The most sensible thing to do was definitely to fight against Ace together. I understand. Cooperation is easy to discuss. Bai Ye responded calmly. However, if he wants to handle something himself, he will still handle it himself. For example, he always felt that he owed Ace a favor, thinking about how many times Ace had taken care of him since he came to the imperial capital. Without Ace, I definitely wouldn't be able to do so smoothly. So after Ace comes back, Bai Ye plans to resolve the favor issue with Ace alone. Chapter 109. Okay, that's no problem. Nayenda said, let's wait and see what Minister Ernest and Ace will do next, and then make corresponding countermeasures. Facing Ace, she didn't dare to be careless at all, and her plan was very conservative and cautious. However, Bai Ye obviously didn't want to sit back and watch like Nayenda. However, when he faces Ace, he will definitely not be so arrogant as to ignore Ace. By the way, I remember that you had a pretty good relationship with Ace. She even wanted you to be her deputy general. At this moment, Chelsea suddenly spoke. So you have such a good relationship with that woman? Nayenda was a little surprised. But it's normal to think about it. In her understanding, the woman is very good at appreciating talents and is very generous to her subordinates, except during training when the difficulty is as hard as that of a devil. That's true, but I can't promise her now. Bai Ye expressed his attitude. Now that he has founded the Akatsuki organization, it is impossible for him to join the enemy camp. At present, Ace is undoubtedly in Minister Ernest's camp, unless he really defeats Ace and Ace is really willing to obey him, but that is something for the future. Or I can become like you and find a chance to get close to Ace, then. At this point, Chelsea made a gesture of scratching her neck. It's best not to be so reckless. Ace is not that easy to assassinate. Once the assassination fails, it will be almost impossible for you to escape. Nayenda said in a heavy tone. That's true. Chelsea chuckled. Of course, she wouldn't be so casual. Even if she really took action, she would withdraw in time as long as she realized there was no suitable opportunity to act. It's the same in the original book. Chelsea will only take action when she is absolutely sure, so the success rate of assassination is very high, and even if she fails, she can get away with it. The only exception was the assassination attempt on He Tong. He Tong had been enhanced by drugs and was no longer the same as a normal person. If it had been someone else, they would have been dead. And then Chelsea. It was already late, so everyone chatted for a while, especially Selu, who got acquainted with all the members of Night Raid, and then everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. Just like last time, He Tong still wanted to sleep with her sister. Everyone first cleaned up an unused bedroom for Selu, and Bai Ye naturally slept in the same bedroom as last time. Even Chelsea did the same thing as before, as if she was used to it, and walked into Bai Ye's bedroom with the pillow very naturally. You're here again. If you don't know, you might think I stole your room. Bai Ye couldn't help but complain. Is it not possible? Chelsea asked back, sticking out her tongue playfully. But seriously, even if you want to tease me, this is a bit too much. There's no need to go to this extent. Bai Ye said in a serious tone. He always felt that Chelsea did this just to tease him. After all, Chelsea's dark character was deeply rooted in his eyes. Although he had some doubts that Chelsea might have any feelings for him, considering that this guy was so sinister, it would be even more embarrassing if he was just being self-indulgent, and he would definitely be laughed at by Chelsea. He would rather not have any illusions than be self-indulgent and end up being laughed at. Hearing Bai Ye say this so seriously, the smile on Chelsea's face froze for a moment, and then she asked, "Do you really think that I did this just to tease you?" "Yeah, what else?" Bai Ye spoke his true thoughts. Seeing Chelsea's slightly complicated expression, he immediately wondered if Chelsea was really. However, the next moment, a sly smile appeared on Chelsea's face. "What a pity, you still saw through it. I thought that a little boy like you would be blushing in a few seconds after I teased you." After saying that, Chelsea fell back onto the bed. "Good night, I'm a little sleepy." Chelsea crawled into bed and said good night to Bai Ye in a very energetic tone, without showing any weird expression. In fact, she was a little sulky. She had done so much, but this guy still thought she was just teasing him. However, she thought that she would sometimes be subconsciously evil, which resulted in Bai Ye looking at her in this way. Should I say it's his own fault, or is this guy just too slow? Chelsea didn't want to think too much about it. She could tell from her intuition that as long as she dared to express her feelings directly, this guy would probably not be able to defend himself. But she was not in the mood at the moment, so she decided to wait until next time. There was no rush now. Anyway, she doesn't need to worry about Marin, but Hei Tong needs to pay attention. Today, Aces and the three beast warriors have returned to the imperial capital from the northern border. The streets were full of cheering fans of General Aces. Aces nodded to the civilians and walked straight to the palace. Arrived at the court, in the hall of the palace. Only Aces walked in alone, and the three beast warriors were waiting outside. Aces knelt on one knee in front of the little emperor. She still paid attention to etiquette and did not think it was a shameful thing. "General Aces, you have done a great job in suppressing the northern tribes. I have prepared 10,000 taels of gold as a reward for your heroic feat." The little emperor sitting on the throne said to Aces. "Thank you for your reward, your majesty. I will distribute the reward to the soldiers guarding the northern border. They will definitely be very grateful to your majesty." Aces had no interest in bounties, and all the rewards she received had always been distributed in full to her subordinates. This will enable the soldiers to fight harder, making the army she leads more capable. "Although you have just returned from the front line, I have a very important task for you." The little emperor said, "Recently, a vicious organization called Night Raid has emerged and is wreaking havoc in the imperial capital. I hope General Aces will suppress them with force and wipe them out completely. I obey your command, but I have two requests. You can ask for anything you want. I would like to try to have a relationship." Ace's eyes were serious and sharp, and his aura seemed like a declaration of war. Chapter 110. As long as the request is not too excessive, the little emperor and Minister Ernest will basically try their best to satisfy General Aces. But what they never expected was that General Aces' request was actually for a romantic relationship. This is not someone else. But he is Aces, a warmonger who has no interest in anything other than fighting and ravaging his opponents. Minister Ernest was shocked when he heard the word love from Aces' mouth. The little emperor was not too shocked, mainly because he was very ignorant about such things. Think about it, how old was he? Original. The young emperor thought for a while before he realized what this meant. He immediately slapped his palm and said, "So that's it. The general is already in his prime but still single. Doesn't the general have countless suitors around him?" Minister Ernest asked. "Those are just pets," Aces said casually. It was obvious that he had no interest in those guys at all and didn't even consider them as human beings. All right. Minister Ernest thought about it and realized that there was no way General Aces would look down upon those guys. "Then let me recommend someone to the general. For example, how about the minister? He is a good man." The young emperor directly recommended Minister Ernest beside him to Aces. Your Majesty." Minister Ernest's face suddenly changed with shock. He was very self-aware and knew that his appearance was definitely not what Asts would be interested in. And he has no interest in that kind of thing. He is only interested in power, eating, drinking and having fun. When he was young, he deliberately spent many years training in the Royal Fist Temple in order to maintain a healthy body so that he could enjoy the rest of his life. I appreciate it, but you have high blood pressure and I'm afraid you might die someday. Asts said very tactfully. Although she didn't show disgust on her face, her words were disgust enough, she just didn't say it so directly. How rude. I'm still very healthy. Minister Ernest immediately retorted. So, does General Asts already have someone in mind? Minister Ernest asked Asts while stuffing food into his mouth. Have. Asts nodded. Oh? Who is it? Minister Ernest was immediately very curious, what kind of man could make a woman like Asts interested in love? It's the Bai Ye I introduced to you before. I hope he can become my deputy general and have a romantic relationship with him. Asts said bluntly. Bai Ye. Minister Ernest didn't react at first, and when he came to his senses, he was shocked. What? Are you talking about Bai Ye? Yes. Asts was a little confused, wondering why Minister Ernest was so panicked. This. Minister Ernest immediately felt that he was doomed. Because if nothing unexpected happened, Bai Ye would have been dealt with by Caiju's men long ago. He never expected that Bai Ye would be Asts' type. Before, he had promised Caiju that everything would be fine, but now. Minister Ernest felt that if Asts learned that Bai Ye was dead, he would probably be furious. If all else fails, he can only sell Caiju out. If he really has to make a choice, Asts is definitely more important to him than Caiju. If Asts is lost, the Empire will only be left with the Bud Admiral Army, which is more inclined towards the Conscience faction, and his rule will inevitably be shaken. I have a very unfortunate thing to tell the general, Bai Ye has already. Minister Ernest deliberately emphasized, I heard that it was because Bai Ye had been doing things that violated Caiju's orders, and Caiju was resentful of this and privately executed Bai Ye. He directly distanced himself from Caiju. In this way, if Asts wants to avenge Bai Ye, Caiju will be the one to die. Ace's face suddenly changed slightly, but he still remained calm. Minister means. Bai Ye is dead. Yes. General Asts can have as many men as he wants, but Bai Ye is indeed already. Minister Ernest sounded somewhat guilty. I understand. Can you let me handle this matter? On the surface, Asts didn't seem to have any obvious emotional fluctuations. Of course. You can do whatever you want, General. Minister Ernest said immediately. Hearing Asts' words, he felt that something big was going to happen, so he tried to please Asts decisively. Then I will have to look into this matter thoroughly. Asts said lightly. She was a little bit unconvinced that Bai Ye would really die so easily. After all, she had witnessed Bai Ye's miraculous abilities and powerful life-saving methods with her own eyes. As for whether Bai Ye is alive or dead, the most effective way is to ask Caiju directly, or to be more precise, torture him. No matter what, Bai Ye belongs to her Asts. Even if Bai Ye really made a mistake, only she, Asts, was qualified to punish him. She will make Caiju realize this deeply. Besides love, I have another request. Your Majesty wants me to use force to deal with those thieves who attacked at night. At this point, Asts was still able to calmly return to business. It is rumored that almost all of the people involved in the night raid are Imperial equipment users. I think it is most effective to use Imperial equipment users to deal with Imperial equipment users. So I hope Your Majesty can gather 6 Imperial equipment users and form a law and order maintenance force composed purely of Imperial equipment users. Facing General Asts' request, the little Emperor immediately asked, I remember that the 3 beast warriors around the general are all Imperial weapon users, right? Do we need to find 6 more Imperial weapon users? After all, Imperial instruments are not toys, and every remaining Imperial instrument user in the Empire is a very important force. Asking for 6 Imperial instrument users as subordinates at once is not something that can be agreed to lightly. Your Majesty. At this time, Minister Ernest immediately said, "You can rest assured to hand over the power to General Aestes. General Aestes will be absolutely no problem." Well, since the ministers have said so, I am relieved. But can we gather so many Imperial weapon users? The young emperor had almost absolute trust in Minister Ernest. He believed whatever the minister said, so he was called a puppet emperor by the outside world. Of course. Aestes plans to personally select the Imperial weapon user, just like he selected the 3 beast warriors back then. But the first thing she had to deal with right now was Bai Ye's matter. Until then, Aestes lowered his head, and his cold eyes flashed with chilling murderous intent. Chapter 111. With General Aestes here, the Imperial capital will be as stable as a mountain, and I feel at ease. The little emperor immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The naive little emperor always believed that as long as he followed the advice of Minister Ernest, he could keep the kingdom conquered by previous emperors. He always wanted to manage the empire well, but he never thought that this would only make the empire darker, until the building completely collapsed. General Aestes is truly a loyal subject. Minister Ernest echoed this. He is relieved now, but what he is relieved about is the matter of Bai Ye. He has already put all the blame on Caiju, so there shouldn't be any problems. It's nothing more than sacrificing Caiju, and the Imperial weapon encyclopedia of the world can be passed on to the next person to use, which can be said to be harmless. But Aestes is different. Someone like Aestes, who has extremely strong strength but has no interest in politics and power, is definitely an excellent partner for him. Even the emperor's wish to reward him with titles and fiefdoms was rejected by Aestes. Although the Bud Admiral Army also follows the ancestral teachings and does not participate in politics, what he fears most is the Bud Admiral Army. He feels that sooner or later the Bud Admiral Army will completely turn against him, and Aestes is his trump card to deal with the Bud Admiral Army. Moreover, Aestes' strength is irreplaceable. Apart from Aestes, no one else can control a whole pot of devil's essence. Those people before couldn't stand even a small sip. In short, Caiju has become a pawn abandoned by him. After leaving the palace, Aestes talked with Minister Ernest for a while. Regarding Bai Ye's matter, I'm sorry that I couldn't stop Caiju in time. Minister Ernest is still emphasizing this matter. He simply wanted to completely cut off his relationship with Caiju. He was not worried about what Caiju would say to Aestes. As long as he refused to admit it, Aestes would not easily believe what Caiju said. Minister Ernest is still frightened until now. He could never have imagined that Aestes' attitude towards Bai Ye had reached the point where he wanted to become a lover. If he could have thought of this, he would definitely not allow Caiju to touch Bai Ye. Although Aestes didn't seem angry at all, based on his understanding of Aestes, he could imagine how miserable Caiju would be next. No problem, I will investigate this matter thoroughly myself. Aestes said calmly. Yeah, whatever you want. Minister Ernest said, but it's a bit unbelievable that you would be interested in things other than fighting and killing. I was really shocked when I heard you say those words just now. Yes. Aestes sighed, even I don't quite understand why I suddenly have the idea of falling in love. From a biological perspective, it's normal to desire the opposite s*x. I guess you just realized it late. Minister Ernest said. However, he still felt that Aestes was not related to the word love. I see. Should I say this is the instinct of a beast? Aestes nodded slightly. Her ability to understand is a bit too direct and rough. Also, although it is within the realm of possibility to request 6 Imperial weapon users at once, it is not easy to find them for you. Minister Ernest suddenly showed a sinister smile, as a condition. I hope that some people can completely disappear from the world. You are still doing whatever you want, Minister, do you want to use evil tactics? Ace snorted coldly, and it was obvious that she agreed to Minister Ernest's conditions. I will let the three beastmen carry it out. As for herself, she naturally had to deal with other things. Outside the palace, the three beast warriors had been waiting for a long time. They all knelt on one knee towards Lord Ace in front of them. I have a new mission for you, but it's different from the previous missions. Ace said coldly. She then gave the three beastmen the detailed mission details. Not long after Ace's return to the imperial capital, Bai Ye learned the news. Because the imperial capital has spies planted by their Akatsuki organization, they have been keeping a close eye on Ace's return to the imperial capital in recent days. After discovering Ace and the three beast warriors appeared on the streets of the imperial capital, the spy immediately went back to inform Bai Ye. Upon learning that Ace had returned, Bai Ye immediately went to the imperial capital alone. This time, Bai Ye did not tell Haitong and Sai Lu to avoid them from worrying unnecessarily. He was in his room and directly transferred to the imperial capital through the Kamui space. However, Bai Ye didn't know where Ace was now. He only knew that Ace went to the palace as soon as he returned to the imperial capital. He decided to go to the vicinity of the palace first, which would give him a better chance of finding Ace. Today, Bai Ye neither wore a mask nor the fire cloud robe of Xiao, but wore casual clothes. However, when he just arrived near the palace, he felt that someone was following him again. The first person he thought of was Caiju's men. It was very likely that Caiju had been looking for him all over the city since he took away all the imperial assassination troops last time. It is obviously easier to be discovered in such a highly guarded place near the imperial palace. There was no other way. Bai Ye could only pretend that he didn't see it and wait until he found Ace. Unless some of the guys following him couldn't help but hit him, then he would have to retaliate. However, Bai Ye still overestimated the composure of these people. Not long after they discovered him, they surrounded him from all sides, preparing to kill him. At this time, Bai Ye stopped and said lightly, "Since you are so impatient, come out quickly." He could only make a quick decision and then continue looking for Ace. Only then did a series of black shadows emerge from the inconspicuous darkness, and they were obviously a group of killers. You have offended Lord Caiju, yet you still dare to hang around near the palace. It's obvious that you don't take us seriously. A man in black said coldly to Bai Ye. Stop talking nonsense, come on all at once, I'm in a hurry. Bai Ye's tone was very flat. Court death. This sentence successfully angered the men in black, and they immediately rushed towards Bai Ye with fierce momentum. There were very few pedestrians near the palace, and there were not many people on the entire street. Seeing this, they all hid far away, fearing that they would be affected. However, just when Bai Ye was about to get rid of these killers in one go, suddenly a sharp icicle swept past his ear and directly pierced the body of the man in black closest to him. Bai Ye's pupils were slightly startled, and he immediately turned his head and saw that Ace had appeared behind him at some point. Chapter 112. The tall and proud figure stood there, exuding a strong aura and sense of oppression. When meeting Bai Ye's eyes, Ace's originally cold and beautiful face suddenly seemed like the frost of 10,000 years melted, revealing a moving expression, and the faint blush on his cheeks looked extremely attractive. Bai Ye was immediately surprised that Ace suddenly appeared at this time. Suddenly, one of their accomplices was killed in an instant, and the rest of the men in black were so frightened that they stopped. When they saw Ace behind Bai Ye, their faces changed drastically. General Ace! They immediately shouted in shock, and what they couldn't understand the most was that General Ace was going to attack them. Their voices brought Ace back to his senses, but instead accelerated their deaths. Ace didn't say a word, but stomped the ground with his high boots. Suddenly, spikes made of ice appeared out of thin air and attacked the men in black at an alarming speed. Some of the men in black reacted slowly and were pierced through the body by the ice spikes from bottom to top. The rest of the men in black who reacted in time certainly could not just stand there and wait to die, and they all dodged quickly with feelings of anger and confusion. But before they could even catch their breath, Ace was in front of them. The two men in black who were closest to him were frozen into ice cubes by Ace's hand, and he summoned a huge rock-like ice ball in the air and smashed the other man in black into a pulp. At this time, only one man in black was left alive. He knelt on the ground with a look of despair and daze. The gap in strength between them and General Ace was too great. But he still couldn't understand why General Ace wanted to kill them. Why? Because he's mine. There was a hint of haki in Ace's cold tone. Finally, the man in black was stunned for a moment, and then he was relieved. At least he knew why he was killed. The next moment, Ace mercilessly kicked the man in black's head off. Without even glancing at the bodies of the men in black, Ace immediately turned and walked towards Bai Ye. He didn't even ask for Bai Ye's opinion and just hugged Bai Ye. Since Ace was not much shorter than Bai Ye, with an initial height of 170 centimeters, and with the high boots he was even closer to Bai Ye, he did not need to stand on tiptoe when hugging Bai Ye. Bai Ye was immediately surprised that Ace hugged him right away. I knew it wouldn't be that easy for you to die in the hands of others. Bai Ye could hear the worry in Ace's tone. Where did you hear that I was dead? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask. The minister said that Caiju had you executed. Ace said. I see. Bai Ye suddenly felt very strange. Logically speaking, Caiju should have known long ago that he had killed the imperial envoys, ministerial envoys, and the soldiers who were with them, but Minister Ernest still didn't know? Only then did Ace let go of Bai Ye. At this time, Bai Ye also found that the expression on Ace's face was becoming more and more strange. He had never seen Ace's face so red, and his smile was also. How to say it, he found it difficult to describe it in words for a moment. Let's go. Before Bai Ye could ask, Ace grabbed his hand and wanted to take him away. Where are you taking me? Bai Ye asked immediately. Do you even need to ask? Of course, go to my house. Ace said in a matter-of-fact tone. She didn't even ask Bai Ye's opinion and just treated Bai Ye as a love partner. Etc. Bai Ye immediately stopped and said seriously, I came to see you for something. Ace thought Bai Ye was going to say something very important, so he listened patiently to what Bai Ye wanted to say. There is one thing I must make clear to you. Regarding your previous plan to make me your deputy general, my clear answer is that I cannot serve you. Bai Ye decided to make things clear with Ace all at once. Besides, you have helped me a lot. Although I cannot work for you, I can repay you to the best of my ability. Hearing this, Ace smiled immediately. I thought it was something else. It's not impossible if you don't want to work for me, but there is only one thing. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to repay the favor? That's right. Bai Ye nodded. As long as the request is not too excessive, he can accept it. Ace Day said, then I want you to be my lover from now on. Although in her eyes, she didn't think Bai Ye owed her a favor. After all, it was Bai Ye who saved her first, and then she gave him those rewards. But since Bai Ye said so, she also took the opportunity to put forward her own love request. Ace's tone of voice was commanding, rather than asking whether Bai Ye was willing. Because even if Bai Ye doesn't want to, she will force Bai Ye to agree, so there is no need to do this. Good. Bai Ye responded subconsciously, and then immediately realized, no, you said lover. Yes. Ace nodded in affirmation. Ace's sudden confession made Bai Ye confused for a moment. Because this was really too sudden. The last time we met, Ace was completely different. Wait a minute, let me think about it. Bai Ye thought deeply for a while and tried to ask, do you mean pretending to be lovers? He felt that this was more likely to happen, and that something might have happened to Ace so he needed to pretend. No. Ace immediately denied it, because I like you, I want to be your lover, not something childish like pretending to be lovers. There was no shyness in her expression or tone as she spoke, and she even had a confident smile on her face as she confessed to Bai Ye so directly. Bai Ye's brain suddenly stopped working for a moment. After a moment of coming to his senses, he immediately asked Ace for a mid-game timeout. I understand, but please wait, I need to calm down. Ace waited with a patient smile. Only when facing Bai Ye will she show her patience. If anyone else had dared to hesitate in following her orders, they would have been thrown into the torture room and tortured. At this moment, Bai Ye felt very incredible that Ace's confession was so direct, violent, and sudden. And there was no sign of joking at all. The blush on her face and the happy smile were all very real, and the confession just now reached its peak. But there is a problem, he and Ace are in the enemy camp. Chapter 113. Their Akatsuki organization and Night Raid are both committed to overthrowing the Onist regime, and Ace is the strongest pillar of the Onist regime. Although Bai Ye had thought about it before, as long as he defeated Ace personally, he should be able to turn Ace from an enemy into a friend. But one thing is for another, what he has to do now is to repay the favor first. Bai Ye quickly calmed himself down. I understand your feelings, but I still have some difficulties. I guess I can only be your short-term lover. Bai Ye spoke to Ace quite frankly. Short-term? That's no problem. Ace gladly accepted. Because she thought that Bai Ye would have no say in the matter by then, and she would keep Bai Ye firmly in her hands. That's fine. Bai Ye didn't expect that Ace was so easy to talk to. So. Ace was about to say something when she suddenly remembered something. Her expression suddenly changed, from a little woman's to a cold one. I suddenly remembered that there is something that has not been resolved. Bai Ye, why don't you come with me? What she was thinking about was Caiju's matter. Even if Bai Ye was still alive and well, she could not tolerate Caiju's wanton attack on her man. What is it? Bai Ye asked doubtfully. Didn't Caiju want to kill you? I want to find out what's going on. When talking to Bai Ye, Ace's expression became much gentler. At this point, Bai Ye was still unable to determine Ace's specific thoughts. Will she stand on Caiju's side? Or will she stand on his side? Even though Ace confessed to him directly, it didn't mean that Ace would definitely support him. Besides, Ace's behavior was becoming more and more unpredictable to him. But no matter what, it's a good opportunity for him to settle the score with Caiju. Even if Ace wanted to stop him, he would make Caiju pay a heavy price. Ace brought Bai Ye directly to Caiju's mansion. As soon as the guard saw that it was General Ace coming, he quickly let General Ace pass. They didn't notice Bai Ye next to General Ace. Bai Ye and Ace entered the mansion so easily. Why did General Ace suddenly come today? I remember that General Ace just returned from the northern border today, right? Yes, it is said that General Ace easily suppressed the 400,000 northern alien army and killed hundreds of thousands of aliens. Speaking of which, why did I feel like I've seen the young man next to General Ace somewhere before? Did you pay attention to him? There's nothing to be concerned about. Since we can walk side by side with General Ace, there must be no problem. The security guard was still chatting there, not knowing that he had let in the two people who should not have been allowed in. Ace did not bother anyone else, but went straight to where Caiju was. At this time, Caiju was studying the map on the Imperial Artifact World Encyclopedia in his study. He didn't take it seriously when he heard two footsteps coming from outside. Until the door of the study was blasted open by Ace using the ice he had just condensed. Who is it? The huge noise startled Caiju, who was concentrating on studying the map. Come and tell me what happened between you and Bai Ye. Ace asked in a frosty voice. Such a sudden event made it difficult for Caiju to react for a while. Seeing Ace and Bai Ye appear in front of him together, he was stunned for a moment before realizing what was going on. I guess Bai Ye learned that General Ace had returned, so he went to General Ace to complain, which is why the current situation happened. Caiju felt that this was the most likely scenario. Caiju, who thought he had figured out the whole story, immediately accused Bai Ye of all his crimes to General Ace. General Ace. Bai Ye. Caiju only talked about a lot of crimes committed by Bai Ye, but in fact, they were all because of violating his anti-human orders. Ace was already getting a little impatient when he heard half of it, and interrupted Caiju in a cold tone, "All right, I've basically understood it." Caiju immediately shut up obediently, smiling sinisterly in his heart. Bai Ye's crimes are all proven beyond doubt, and this kid still wants to rely on General Ace to turn the tables on him. I can only say that he is too naive. However, what Caiju never expected was that the next moment Ace directly used the tip of his sword to point at Caiju's head. Caiju's face was covered with sweat, and he said very carefully, "General Ace? What I just said was the truth." The cold sweat on his face continued to increase, and he dared not move at all. "I know you're telling the truth, that's why I think you're trash," Ace said with a cold face. In her opinion, the systems that Caiju implemented for the Imperial Assassination Force were very childish, so she didn't think that what Bai Ye did was wrong. "Besides, you dare to lay hands on my man just because of these ridiculous things." As soon as he finished speaking, Ace pushed forward, pierced Caiju's forehead with the sword in his hand, and then froze Caiju's entire body. Caiju, who was frozen in the ice, still maintained the terrified expression he had before his death. "Okay, it's settled." At this time, Ace turned around and took Bai Ye's arm, with a little bird-like gesture, "Let's continue our date." When she asked the word date, she asked Leva, one of the three beastmen. Otherwise she wouldn't know what date meant. But there was a problem, she had no idea what to do on a date, so she just planned to do whatever she wanted. Afterwards, Ace took Bai Ye's arm and left Caiju's residence with a happy face. The guards still didn't know that Lord Caiju was in trouble. When they saw General Ace treating the young man so tenderly, they were stunned. At the same time, it was at this time that they noticed the appearance of the young man. Although they felt that he looked familiar, the low-ranking guards did not know that Lord Caiju had been sending people to secretly hunt down Bai Ye. And most of their attention was attracted by the appearance of General Ace. They simply couldn't believe that the strongest General Ace in the Empire would actually become like a little woman in front of a man. Chapter 114. Ace simply walked on the streets of the imperial capital with Bai Ye's arm around his, not shying away from being seen by passers-by on the street. Bai Ye wanted to repay a favor, and he had already promised Ace something, so he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. However, he has not yet officially responded to Ace's confession to him. He agreed to be a short-term lover with Ace in order to repay a favor. Bai Ye has complicated feelings towards this queen with a unique personality. Ultimate's law of the jungle, but he also deeply felt Ace's enthusiasm. Especially after she confessed to him, she crushed Caiju for him like an ant. I guess only a woman like Ace could do such a thing. In short, Bai Ye could indeed feel that Ace cared about him very much, and this was beyond doubt. But he cannot officially respond to Ace's confession now because he and Ace belong to enemy camps. His plan was to accompany Ace as a short-term lover, and after repaying the favor, he would make things clear with Ace. If Ace is willing to stand on his side, everyone will be happy. On the contrary, he will defeat Ace himself, and given Ace's mentality of the survival of the fittest, he will probably stand on his side willingly. Many members of the Akatsuki organization spend a long time gathering intelligence in the imperial capital, and they pay special attention to a certain important person. General Ace, the strongest person in the empire, is naturally included in the category of important people. As soon as Ace appears on the street, several of them will go to monitor Ace at the first time. Just disguise yourself as a fan of General Ace and don't show any murderous intent, and you will look no different from ordinary people. When they arrived at the scene, they were shocked by what they saw. They saw that their commander Bai Ye was actually holding the arm of Ace, and Ace had a sweet expression on his face. This is obviously something only couples would do. When did Commander Bai Ye and General Ace become a couple? Shocked, they immediately hid in an inconspicuous corner and talked in a low voice. You all should have seen it just now, right? The commander was so close to that General Ace. Since when did the commander become so close to General Ace? Could it be that they are already true lovers? But General Ace is Minister Ernest's most powerful general. I feel that the commander must have been blackmailed by that evil woman. How despicable! No matter what the situation is, let's wait and see what happens. The commander should also notice us. If necessary, we will take action. After a brief discussion, the members of Akatsuki organization returned to the crowd. They quietly observed Commander Bai Ye and Ace, with some worry in their eyes. Even this slightly worried look was keenly sensed by Ace. If it were an ordinary person, he would not notice it at all. She was already used to this kind of thing, as rebel killers had often followed her in the past. And she was immersed in her date with Bai Ye and didn't care much, as long as some guys in the crowd didn't come to disturb her and Bai Ye. Of course, Bai Ye has already discovered the members of the organization in the crowd. He just hopes that they will not be too impulsive. What surprised Bai Ye was that Ace had done nothing with him along the way. It's called a date, but in the end you're just wandering around the streets? Bai Ye originally thought that Ace would take him around to eat, drink and have fun. At this moment, Ace suddenly slowed down. Noticing the change in Ace's footsteps, Bai Ye immediately paid attention and found a tall luxurious villa in front of him. We're here, let's go in. At this time, Ace directly pulled Bai Ye towards the gate. Obviously, this is Ace's home, a mansion bestowed upon her by the little emperor. This should be your home, right? Bai Ye asked immediately. Yes. Ace said, didn't we say we were dating? I see. Bai Ye was a little confused. Is it possible to date at home? At the same time, members of the Akatsuki organization in the rear followed all the way to the vicinity. When they found out that this was where Ace lived, they stopped. They definitely wouldn't dare to follow in directly, as that would be too risky. I can only observe the situation nearby. In the yard, Bai Ye saw a lot of flowers and plants, especially those in pots, which were obviously well taken care of. Seeing this, Bai Ye exclaimed, it turns out that you are also interested in growing flowers. Yes, but those are not for people to admire, but to intensify the pain when torturing the prisoners. Ace said bluntly. Well, that's certainly in keeping with your style. Bai Ye complained. Coming to the living room, Ace poured Bai Ye a cup of tea. She didn't know how to say date specifically, but she suddenly thought it would be nice to sit with Bai Ye and drink tea and chat. So, besides fighting and killing, do you really have no other hobbies? Bai Ye asked with a slightly curious tone. Yes, I'm not good at painting, and I don't appreciate music or other arts, but it may be a little different now. As he spoke, a meaningful smile appeared on Ace's face. Bai Ye thought that Ace had suddenly discovered other interests and hobbies. Right now, besides fighting and killing, the thing I like most is you. Ace's cheeks immediately flushed slightly, and there was a hint of charm in his tone. Cough. Cough cough. Bai Ye was drinking tea at the time, and he almost choked when he heard Ace's words, and he coughed a few times. I have to say that Ace is really very attractive and very straightforward, he dares to say whatever he wants. This is also in line with Ace's personality. Although there is a faint blush on her face, it is not a manifestation of shyness but a manifestation of infatuation. Bai Ye's face turned slightly red, but he said calmly, to be honest, this is not a hobby. Ace crossed her legs and propped up her white chin with one hand. Really? Then put it another way. What I like most is fighting, killing and you. Chapter 115. Okay, I already know. Bai Ye was almost unable to withstand Ace's fierce attack and directly requested a timeout. But if you have any hobbies you can recommend, I'd also like to try to learn about them. Ace returned to the topic. She thinks long-term and thinks it is better to have common interests and hobbies with her lover. As for the short-term lover that Bai Ye mentioned before, she had long ignored it. She believed that she could definitely conquer Bai Ye with her own abilities. If you can't conquer by charm, conquer by force. Anyway, no matter what, Bai Ye is hers and can never run away. My hobbies. Bai Ye was surprised and fell into a brief contemplation. What surprised him was that Ace was willing to change for him and get involved in things that he was not originally interested in. This is really thinking about dating him. As for what I was thinking about, it seemed that I had no interests or hobbies since I came to this world. Because before he traveled through time, he was just an ordinary college student with above-average academic performance, who played games and watched anime on weekdays, and he didn't have any other special hobbies. But in the world of Akame ga Kill, there are neither games nor anime, so he naturally can't do anything. Maybe I just like small animals more. At this time, Bai Ye barely thought of one. It's a little bit, but I will try to touch it. Ace said. In her eyes, those small animals that are not even as dangerous as the fourth-level species are the most typical weaklings. So she had no interest in it, but for Bai Ye, she wanted to give it a try. Actually, there's no need to do that. You don't have to force yourself to get involved in things you don't like. Bai Ye couldn't help but say. It's okay. I can try it first when I have the chance. If I really can't accept it, it's not too late to give up. Ace said with a smile. Bai Ye was speechless for a while before continuing, to be honest, I'm a little flattered. Why do you like me? He remembered that he had never shown particularly strong strength in front of Ace, and the time and frequency of his contact with Ace were not many. Is it just because of his appearance? Although he thinks that his appearance is not bad, it can't be such a simple reason, right? His appearance is not bad, but Ace's appearance is top-notch. Not to mention his proud figure, his strength is also recognized as the strongest in the empire. Even from the perspective of a lover, not to mention Ace's brutal and bloodthirsty character, he is almost impeccable. Considerate, clingy, and willing to make changes for him. Bai Ye really couldn't understand why Ace liked him, and it wasn't just ordinary liking, it was completely, how to put it, it gave people a feeling of love brain. Why do you like it? It's probably love at first sight. I don't think there's any need for a reason for this kind of thing. Ace said. Love at first sight? There's really no reason for that. Bai Ye can understand that love at first sight is so magical. So, what would you like to eat tonight? I've been to some really nice restaurants and I could take you with me. Ace said. It's almost evening now and it will soon be time for dinner. All is fine. See if there is anything you recommend. Bai Ye replied. When it was time for dinner, Ace took Bai Ye to a nearby restaurant for dinner. From the interior decoration and the appearance of the guests, it can be seen that this is a place only for high-spending people. Ace seems to be a frequent visitor here as well. This was because she only knew how to cook from those methods of living outdoors for a long time, such as barbecue and big pot soup, and the taste was definitely not as good as the various delicious dishes served in the restaurants in the imperial capital. Lord Ace has come again today. The waiter treated Ace warmly and respectfully. However, they soon recognized the young man next to Lord Ace. Isn't this Lord Bai Ye? Because when Bai Ye was the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, he had also visited here. But he didn't come to eat, but to deal with a fight. The waiters were immediately surprised that Lord Bai Ye and Lord Ace appeared here together. But they remembered that Lord Bai Ye seemed to have long ceased to be the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard. Could it be that he was now a big shot of the same level as General Ace? Bai Ye and Ace found an empty seat and sat down, then took the menu to order food. Ace intentionally sat next to Bai Ye instead of opposite to Bai Ye. And they are so close that they are almost squeezed together. Just order whatever you like. It's my treat. Ace said in Bai Ye's ear. Then I'll be welcome. Although he said this, Bai Ye actually just ordered 2 dishes that looked more to his taste. With the appearance of General Ace, the attention of other guests around was immediately attracted. Who is that person? He can sit with General Ace. And am I seeing right? They seem to be very close. That seems to be the former captain of the Imperial Capital Guard. I remember his name was Bai Ye. I don't know whether to envy him or not. General Ace has a super S-like personality, which most people can't handle. Ace and Bai Ye's words and actions were full of ambiguity, causing many people around them to secretly discuss it. After a while, the waiters began to serve the dishes. The dinner was exactly as Ace had described, and it tasted delicious. After a hearty meal, Bai Ye and Ace took a walk on the street. Although they didn't hold each other's arms as intimately as they did during the day, they still held hands. This is Ace's instinctive behavior, and he feels that doing so will make him happy. The people from the Akatsuki organization have also been observing in secret until now. The more they observe, the weirder it seems to them. Why do I feel that the commander and General Ace are just a couple in the honeymoon period? They did not notice anything out of place, and the commander showed no signs of torture or abuse by Ace. Could it be that the commander has really become a lover with General Ace? The boys and girls of the Akatsuki organization were a little confused for a moment. This incident happened too suddenly and made them feel overwhelmed. What if Commander Bai Ye was kidnapped by General Ace? What would they and the Akatsuki organization do? Chapter 116. Although it was not a good idea to think so, they were really worried that Commander Bai Ye would be abducted by General Ace. After all, even a hero can be tempted by a beautiful woman. This possibility cannot be completely ruled out. Don't panic, we still trust the commander. At this time, someone stood up to stabilize the morale of the troops. That's right, the commander will definitely not be seduced by that bad woman. What a sinister honey trap. I didn't expect that General Ace is not only extremely powerful, but also capable of such a treacherous scheme. It seemed that they all thought that Ace deliberately used the beauty trap to seduce Chief Bai Ye. After all, not many people could have imagined that a battle maniac like Ace really liked Bai Ye and even fell in love with her at first sight. Not to mention others, even Bai Ye himself couldn't have imagined it. After calming down, they continued to observe in secret. In fact, they also knew that they might have been noticed by Ace a long time ago, so they did not dare to act rashly, but kept a certain distance. Unless Commander Bai Ye encounters a sudden crisis, they will help him even at the risk of their lives. This is a really good feeling. I never understood the meaning of this before. This is completely different from the joy of killing. Halfway through the walk with Bai Ye, Ace suddenly sighed. That's definitely different. Love and killing are two completely opposite things. Bai Ye smiled awkwardly. Bai Ye, do you feel the same as I do? At this time, Ace turned his head and looked at Bai Ye. Bai Ye hesitated for a moment, realizing that he had to answer this question properly. How should I put it? I don't really like killing, and I don't feel joy when I kill, so I may not be able to empathize with you. Bai Ye said seriously, when I'm with you, this feeling is not unpleasant. It should be said that it is a very special feeling. That's right, but this is enough. Ace held Bai Ye's hand and tightened it a little. At this moment, Bai Ye was filled with emotion. Although he and Ace were currently in a hostile position, Ace did bring him an unprecedented experience as he had never been in love before. However, Ace probably doesn't know that he has founded the Akatsuki organization, which means he doesn't know that he is an enemy. Otherwise, I should have made my position clear to Ace earlier. Otherwise it would seem like he was deceiving and playing with Ace's feelings. Thinking of this, Bai Ye suddenly realized that it was completely dark, so he said, "Well, I think it's almost time, I should go home." "Well, let's go home then," Ace responded. However, she still held Bai Ye's hand and did not let go at all. Ace was reluctant to let go, and Bai Ye couldn't help but say, "If you don't let go, I can't go back." "Why do you say that? Can't we go back together?" Ace asked back. "I want to confirm first, do you mean going back home when you say go back?" Bai Ye felt something was wrong and immediately asked tentatively. "Yes, why be so formal, my home is your home now too," Ace corrected. "But what I just said is that I'm going back to my own place." Bai Ye made his meaning more clear. "Okay, I just want to go visit you, too." No matter what Bai Ye said, Ace would not let go of Bai Ye's hand. Bai Ye was silent for a moment. How could he possibly bring Ace back to his base? He himself was not afraid, but the other members of the Akatsuki organization would be in danger. And it was obvious that Ace was not going to let him go alone. "I'm afraid that's not very convenient. My house only has one room, and the bed is very small." Bai Ye immediately found an excuse to reject Ace. "Then come to my house." Ace didn't care about the doubts in Bai Ye's words at all, but took Bai Ye home with a smile on his face. Ace's villa is very big, so there are naturally many rooms. But Ace obviously didn't intend to let Bai Ye sleep in another room. She took Bai Ye directly to her room. Or should I say, this is Ace's boudoir. Bai Ye, who had anticipated this, walked in with a relatively calm expression. Although it is a girl's boudoir, it also depends on who the girl is. The decoration of Ace's boudoir is very simple, with the color mostly being cool white. The soft big bed, pillows, and quilt are all white. "Will you wash first? Or should I?" At this time, Ace asked Bai Ye directly. "You go first," Bai Ye said casually. The next moment after he finished speaking, Ace started to untie his clothes in front of him. Without any hesitation or shyness on his face, he quickly took off his military uniform, leaving only his underwear. Ace seems to have a special liking for the color white, and his underwear is also this color. Ahem, at least I'm here. Bai Ye was confused for a moment and reminded Ace. "What does it matter? If you want, you can just come in and take a shower with me," Ace said nonchalantly. As if I hadn't said anything. Although what Ace said made people feel a little itchy, Bai Ye didn't want to do it. Because he is currently unable to officially respond to Ace's feelings, it would be a bit too much to do such a thing now. Ace didn't say much and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Bai Ye sat on a chair near the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night outside the window, thinking about something in his mind. He was thinking about whether to make his position clear tonight with Ace, and some other things. Before I knew it, Ace had come out of the bathroom after taking a shower. She was wearing nothing but a white nightgown, and her fair and tender skin looked extremely seductive. Bai Ye came to his senses immediately after hearing the noise, and when he turned around, he saw Ace in such an explosive look. His pupils suddenly contracted. This was too astringent. And Ace didn't seem to care at all about being seen by him, and walked towards him without any embarrassment. "I'm done, you go ahead and wash up." Bai Ye deliberately diverted his attention and did not keep staring at Ace. He went in and took a shower, then took out a set of identical clean clothes from the Kamui space and put them on, then threw the dirty clothes back into the Kamui space. When Bai Ye walked out of the bathroom, he saw Ace still sitting on the bed instead of lying down directly, as if he was waiting for him. Chapter 117. Seeing that the blush on Ace's face was a little more intense than before, and his eyes were obviously a little blurred and charming, Bai Ye suddenly had a bad premonition. Ace Day, is this what you want? Why are you still standing there? Come to bed after you've washed yourself. At this time, Ace said to Bai Ye. Bai Ye sat down on the bed at the other end and lay down slowly. Fortunately, it seemed like he was just overthinking it. Ace did nothing but just lay down next to him. But after a while, Ace started to act dishonestly. She first turned sideways and put one hand on Bai Ye's body, then pressed her whole body against him. It was a bit difficult to deal with only one pillow on the bed, but now it was no problem. Both of them lay on the same pillow, and even Ace's ice blue hair floated on Bai Ye's face. Ace. At this time, Bai Ye asked softly. But Ace didn't respond for a long time. Bai Ye could feel Ace's slight and even breathing in his ears, and he realized that Ace had fallen asleep. So, his behavior just now was probably due to his sleeping posture. He had originally planned to take this opportunity to clarify his position with Ace, but he didn't expect Ace to fall asleep so quickly. That would have to wait until tomorrow. He didn't want to wake up Ace who had just fallen asleep. A night passed, but nothing happened. But Bai Ye didn't sleep very well. The reason is that Acidus would move from time to time. In other words, the ball would squeeze him. How could he sleep well? And to be honest, he had only been with Ace as a lover for less than a day, and his opinion of Ace had changed a lot. Ace is cruel and ruthless to others, but he is very considerate and clingy to his lover. If it weren't for the hostile attitude, Bai Ye sincerely felt that Ace was a perfect lover. Then a very crucial question arises: once his true position is exposed, what will happen to Ace's attitude? Maybe they will change from sweet lovers to hostile enemies? Ace woke up very early, and Bai Ye was still a little groggy because he didn't sleep well last night. However, Ace did not rush to open his eyes. Instead, he lay on his side beside Bai Ye, looking at Bai Ye's sleeping face with tender eyes. This is probably what is called beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. The more Ace looked at her, the more pleasing she found her to the eye. So when Bai Ye woke up, he opened his eyes and found Ace staring at him. Good morning, Bai Ye. At BH at 2, plus. Ace said with a smile. Good morning. Bai Ye sat up, completely awake. Although his sleep quality was not very good last night, his physical fitness has been strong to a certain extent, and his overall condition will not be affected by the quality of sleep. Only then did Ace get out of bed, take off his pajamas in the bedroom and put on his underwear and military uniform. What's the point? Ace was in neutral when he was wearing pajamas, so. Although Bai Ye intentionally looked away, he still saw it out of the corner of his eye. Plus, his Mangekyō Sharingan already gave him extremely strong vision, so he could see clearly even in the blink of an eye. Ace put on his military uniform neatly, with a nonchalant expression on his face. She did not deliberately seduce Bai Ye or anything, but she simply did not care about such things in front of Bai Ye. Of course, this was only limited to Bai Ye. What do you want for breakfast? There are quite a few good restaurants around here. Wearing the same white military uniform as always, Ace asked Bai Ye. As for breakfast, why don't I make it myself? Do you have the ingredients at home? Bai Ye felt that there was no need to eat out just for breakfast, as it was more hygienic and delicious to cook at home. Ace thought for a moment, it seems that there is no food left. I was fighting against foreign tribes at the northern border some time ago. I just came back from the border and didn't have time to buy food. Then let's go to the street to buy ingredients. Bai Ye said. Okay. Ace nodded happily. I feel happy doing anything with Bai Ye. At this moment, Bai Ye and Ace were purchasing ingredients at a market that looked like a vegetable market. Bai Ye plans to purchase ingredients such as eggs, bread, butter, meat patties, vegetables, milk, etc., and the market, where everything is available, is undoubtedly the most suitable place. While purchasing fresh vegetables, Bai Ye and Ace came to a stall. Since Asts was more familiar with the stalls in the market than Bai Ye, he was held hand by Asts all the way. Next to the owner of this stall was a young girl with pigtails, who seemed to be the owner's daughter. As soon as she saw Bai Ye and Asts walking hand in hand, her eyes lit up. "Dad, look, they are a couple." The boss was so frightened that he quickly covered his daughter's mouth. This person was General Asts. If he accidentally offended General Asts, he would lose his head. "General Asts, my daughter is still young and ignorant. I hope the general will forgive her." The boss immediately pleaded to Asts cautiously. "It doesn't matter. Your daughter hasn't committed any crime, and she's telling the truth." Asts grabbed his hand that was interlocked with Bai Ye's, and said with a happy and sweet expression, "He is exactly the one I love." Seeing the expression on General Asts' face, the little girl felt as if she had opened the door to a new world and suddenly felt very yearning for it. Is it true that love is such a happy and magical thing? Even General Asts will become like this. The little girl's father, who was also the stall owner, was stunned. He was originally scared to death because of his daughter's outspokenness, but General Asts directly admitted the relationship. Everyone around was also shocked. General Asts is the most famous person in the imperial capital and even the entire empire. Every move he makes will attract the attention of thousands of people, let alone such a earth-shattering event as love. As Asts made his relationship public, Bai Ye could suddenly feel countless eyes around him looking at him at the same time. Some were shocked, some were confused, some were envious. At that moment, all kinds of gazes came from all directions, and without exception, they were all focused on Bai Ye. Bai Ye suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he was not a gigolo with no real ability who only knew how to live off women. Otherwise, this situation would be difficult to deal with. Chapter 118. When Asts announced his relationship with Bai Ye, this extremely explosive news spread very quickly from the small market. Moreover, Bai Ye, the person involved, did not deny it, and this was said by General Asts himself, so outsiders believed it even more. Bai Ye couldn't emphasize at this time that he and Asts were just short-term lovers, which was a bit inappropriate. At this time, Bai Ye and Asts had already purchased the necessary ingredients. As soon as he got home, Bai Ye started preparing breakfast. In fact, what he had to make was very simple, just a sandwich, poached eggs and hot milk. This doesn't require any cooking skills, you can do it as long as you understand the process. Bai Ye, who owns the Mangekyō Sharingan, is like a god when frying fried eggs. After all, Mangekyō Sharingan has a strong insight and his control over details such as the heat is much better than before. The fried eggs look perfect just by looking at them. Of course, food can't just look good. You have to eat it to know its taste, but Bai Ye is still very confident about this. In addition to fried eggs, another staple food is sandwiches, and most of the ingredients he buys are for making sandwiches. When making sandwiches, Bai Ye is also very careful and makes them very delicately. At this time, Asts was watching beside her, and she found that Bai Ye's serious cooking made her more and more fascinated. "I think I've seen this kind of food before, but it's not as exquisite as what you make." At this time, Asts suddenly commented. This world also seems to have food similar to sandwiches, but it is obviously not as sophisticated as the modern world in Bai Ye's previous life, not to mention that Bai Ye is a detail fanatic. Yet, maybe it's because I pay more attention to details. Bai Ye explained casually. There was no way he would reveal anything about the time travel. Once the milk is heated, the two breakfasts are ready. Bai Ye tried the poached eggs first and found that the appearance and deliciousness were indeed proportional. Asts took a bite of the sandwich and immediately felt it was delicious. "It's delicious, what is this called?" Asts couldn't help but ask. "Sandwich." Bai Ye replied. "Sandwich? I've never heard of it. Did you invent it?" Asts had no impression of the name at all. "No, it's not something I created. It's a local specialty of my hometown. Bai Ye didn't want to put something on his face that didn't belong to him. I see. It's a good thing you know how to make it, otherwise such a delicious delicacy would have been lost. Ace still remembers that Bai Ye was like her, and everyone in her hometown had already. After breakfast, Ace suddenly thought of a very important question. She originally wanted to conquer Bai Ye with her charm, but before she could show any charm, Bai Ye used his superb cooking skills to make her fall even deeper in love with him. Although there is nothing wrong with this, Ace feels that he has to do something. Soon, Ace came up with a solution. She thought about what she was best at. How about this, take Bai Ye with you to hunt dangerous species, and you will be impressed by my heroic spirit in battle. Ace thought so with confidence in his heart. She thinks there aren't many things she's good at, but her best thing is definitely fighting. And she remembered that Bai Ye also came from the border area where he made a living by hunting dangerous species. Bai Ye, I don't have any other plans this afternoon, how about we go outside and hunt dangerous species together? At this time, Ace invited Bai Ye. However, just as Bai Ye was about to respond, there was a knock on the door outside, followed by a voice. Master Ace. I heard a sound outside the door. Ace said to Bai Ye, the three beast warriors are back, so it's a good opportunity for you to get to know them. Come in. With Ace's permission, the three beastmen entered the mansion. As soon as they came in, they knelt on one knee in front of Ace. Master Ace, the first target has been solved, and. Halfway through his speech, Leva, one of the three beast warriors, glanced at Bai Ye, seemingly hesitating whether to continue. Ace noticed Leva's concerns and said, It's okay, go on. He is the Bai Ye I told you about. Oh. Leva immediately apologized to Bai Ye, Master Bai Ye, I'm very sorry, I offended you. It's okay, don't worry about me. Bai Ye said in a friendly tone. At this time, Niu, who was also kneeling on one knee next to Leva, kept looking up and down at Bai Ye. If he wasn't about to report the situation to Lord Ace, he would have wanted to start a conversation with Bai Ye. Only the last one, Data's, had the most unique thoughts in his mind. His intuition told him that Lord Bai Ye was very powerful, and if he could defeat Lord Bai Ye, he would definitely gain a lot of experience points. But he just thought about it briefly. This Lord Bai Ye was the one that Lord Ace loved. To offend Lord Bai Ye was equivalent to offending Lord Ace. He would never dare to do such a thing. At this time, Leva continued to report the situation to Ace. We also left a lot of night raid leaflets at the scene, and made sure that no outsiders saw the whole process. Ace praised, very good, you can take a break first, as long as you can complete all the goals within 7 days. Thank you, Master Ace. Leva said respectfully. After hearing what Leva had just said, Bai Ye seemed to be in control very well on the surface, with almost no emotional fluctuations, but he was thinking quickly in his heart. What were the three beastmen doing? They had to leave night raid leaflets at the scene and make sure they were not seen by outsiders? Bai Ye's first feeling was that it was definitely not a good thing. This is obviously an attempt to put the blame on night raid, so the question is, who is the target that was eliminated by the three beast warriors and is also a target worthy of being used to frame night raid? And according to Ace's words, there seem to be many targets. Bai Ye thought about it and thought that it might be an official with a conscience. The officials of the Conscience faction were the foundation for the revival of the Earnest regime after its overthrow. If the few remaining Conscience factions in the Empire were killed by the three beast warriors, the Empire would fall into a difficult situation of emptiness and no one to use. Although this is just speculation, Bai Ye also realized that he could not drag it on any longer and must make it clear to Ace as soon as possible. Chapter 119. Afterwards, the three beast warriors temporarily rested in Ace's mansion. This was the right time, and Niu immediately came to Bai Ye's side. Master Bai Ye, is it okay for me to call you this? Actually, it's fine if you just call me Bai Ye. No need to add a suffix. Bai Ye said. That won't do. If I disrespect Lord Bai Ye, Lord Astes will definitely not let me off easily. Niu immediately shook her head. In this regard, Bai Ye had nothing to say. Okay, then it's up to you. Although I don't quite understand why Master Astes is so obsessed with Master Bai Ye, but if you look closely, Master Bai Ye is indeed very handsome. Maybe this is the reason. At this time, Niu was very close, almost sticking to Bai Ye's face. However, Bai Ye didn't know that Niu, who looked and dressed like a girl, was actually a boy. He subconsciously shrank his neck back a little. Speaking of which, Lord Bai Ye is in Lord Astes' house. Does this mean he is already living with Lord Astes? Niu asked curiously. He was surprised at the rapid progress of Lord Bai Ye and Lord Astes. He remembered that Lord Astes suddenly realized his feelings when he was fighting against the northern foreign tribes, and Lord Astes had just returned to the imperial capital yesterday. They actually started living together today, maybe even last night. At this time, Leva coughed lightly and reminded Niu, don't be rude to Lord Bai Ye. Yes. Only then did Niu distance herself from Bai Ye with a playful smile. Luckily you're not a real girl, otherwise you would have been severely tortured by Lord Astes for your behavior just now. Leva said calmly. Hearing this, Bai Ye immediately realized that something was wrong. You just said she's not a woman. Yes, Lord Bai Ye, Niu is actually a boy, but he dresses like a girl. Leva nodded respectfully. Don't be fooled by this guy's cute appearance, his fetish is quite serious. He likes to peel off the skin of beautiful women and keep it. Data said with a smile. You're no better than me. All you think about is killing people. Niu rolled her eyes at Data's. Those are all experience points. Only with experience points can I level up. Data's emphasizes the importance of experience points. Bai Ye remained silent. He couldn't join in the conversation between these two weirdos. After resting for a while, the three beast warriors continued to tackle the next target. Master Bai Ye, we have to go on another mission. See you later. Niu said goodbye to Bai Ye in a lively tone. Well, has Minister Ernest been doing anything recently? You seem to be very busy. Bai Ye asked tentatively. Yes, there are some people in the court who are thorns in the minister's eyes. The minister hopes that those political enemies will disappear from the face of the earth. Leva told Bai Ye almost everything. Because of Lord Astes, he had no guard against Bai Ye. It is impossible that Lord Bai Ye, who is already living with Lord Astes, could be a traitor. Moreover, in the eyes of the three beastmen, Bai Ye's status is higher than theirs. In their eyes, he is second only to Lord Astes, so Lord Bai Ye's orders are almost absolute. I see. Now, Bai Ye confirmed his guess. It turned out that those killed by the three beast warriors were officials of the conscientious faction, so why was the blame put on the night raid afterwards? Maybe it has something to do with the Bud Admiral Army? Because it was the Bud Admiral Army that sheltered those conscientious officials. Minister Ernest did not want to tear his face with the Bud Admiral Army openly, so he played a shady trick and asked the three beastmen to secretly assassinate the conscientious officials, and then put the blame on the night raid, so that the Bud Admiral Army would fight the night raid first. This situation is indeed in the best interests of Minister Ernest, because from Minister Ernest's perspective, both the Bud Admiral Army and the night raid are strong enemies, and killing each other between strong enemies is undoubtedly the most beneficial to him. Bai Ye had basically guessed the whole story. After the three beastmen left, Bai Ye could no longer sit still. Bai Ye, about what happened in the afternoon. At this time, Astes mentioned the matter of hunting dangerous species again. But Bai Ye said solemnly, Astes, I think there are some things I need to explain to you first. Why are you taking things so seriously? Aren't we lovers? Just say whatever you want to say. Astes said with a smile. Bai Ye nodded slightly and said directly, I have incorporated the Imperial Assassination Force and established a new organization. Isn't this a good thing? I believe you can manage it better than Caiju. Ace said. No. What I mean is that the new organization I am establishing aims to change the empire from within. Bai Ye said bluntly, although it is different from the revolutionary army that intends to directly overthrow the empire, from the perspective of the Oneist regime, I and the organization I founded are undoubtedly hostile to you. Ace was only briefly surprised, and then there was no further reaction. Is that so? But this is just a small problem. You just need to disband that organization and have them all submit to me. Bai Ye was a little surprised by Ace's indifferent reaction. Facing the solution proposed by Ace, Bai Ye shook his head and refused, No, my philosophy will not change, and I will not disband the organization. Instead, I hope you can join my organization. Hearing this, Ace smiled softly, I am a general of the empire, and you actually said such a thing to me. At the same time, a cold light flashed in her cold eyes, as if Bai Ye said a little more, she would teach Bai Ye a lesson. I know you won't agree so easily. It would be perfect if we weren't enemies. Bai Ye sighed. It's okay. I'll let you accept it slowly. It's not appropriate to ask you to disband the organization suddenly. Ace understood this. Even though Bai Ye made her position clear, Ace was still very tolerant of Bai Ye. The only reason was that Bai Ye was her lover. I have said everything I wanted to say, so I have to leave for a while. Of course, I will come back. Bai Ye said. When Ace heard Bai Ye say that he was leaving, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Don't go. Ace reached out to Bai Ye, wanting to grab Bai Ye's hand. She subconsciously worried that Bai Ye would never come back. After all, combined with the conversation just now, this scene was very much like two people with different ideas who were going their separate ways. Chapter 120. Even after learning that Bai Ye was hostile to him, Ace did not waver or get angry. In her opinion, this does not affect her love for Bai Ye. But the prerequisite is that Bai Ye stays with her forever, she doesn't want Bai Ye to leave. However, the space transfer speed of Dual Kamui was faster. Before Ace caught Bai Ye had already transferred into the Kamui space. The next moment, Ace missed his grasp and Bai Ye completely disappeared before his eyes. Although Bai Ye has used this ability in front of others more than once or twice, this is the first time that Ace has witnessed this ability with his own eyes. However, she did not pay much attention to this ability, thinking it was just teleportation. Although teleportation was rare in this world, it did exist. Bai Ye. Ace looked a little gloomy and sad. But after just a moment, she calmed down. She has always been the kind of person who likes to face challenges head-on. Since Bai Ye has the ability to teleport, if she can develop the ability to freeze time and space, wouldn't she be able to keep Bai Ye by her side? She believed that she could develop this ability. If she didn't have this confidence, she would not be Ace. At this time, Ace clenched the hand that he had just failed to grasp Bai Ye, and immediately studied how to develop his blood imperial weapon to the ultimate level. After transferring into the Kamui space, Bai Ye transferred himself to the base of the Akatsuki organization. Commander Bai Ye is back. I thought he wouldn't be back for a while. As expected of Commander Bai Ye, he was able to escape unscathed even after being threatened by that Ace. By the way, I heard that Ace announced yesterday that he and Chief Bai Ye were in a relationship. Is this true or false? I'm not sure if it's true or not, but the news has spread all over the capital, making it hard to doubt it. Seeing that Commander Bai Ye had returned, everyone was very concerned about the affairs of the commander and Ace. The one who cared the most about this was undoubtedly He Tong. When she heard that her superior and Ace were acting together like a couple, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although she had noticed before that the relationship between Ace and the commander was not simple, that was when Ace claimed that he wanted to make the commander the deputy general. But this incident happened too suddenly. Ace had just returned from the northern border, and it seemed like this happened in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Bai Ye naturally heard everyone's discussions. However, he didn't have the energy to explain what happened between him and Ace, and instead got straight to business. Has anything special happened in or near the imperial capital in the past 2 days? For example, a certain official was assassinated, and there were night raid leaflets left at the scene. As soon as Bai Ye said this, someone responded immediately. It is true. I was planning to report it to the commander when he came back. And it happened more than once. So far, we know that 2 incidents have occurred. And each time, we could see a large number of leaflets with the Night Raid logo printed on them at the scene. After investigation, we found that the 2 officials who were killed were both rare people of conscience in the imperial capital. Didn't the commander say that Night Raid's goal is the same as ours, to overthrow the Ernest regime? So we feel that Night Raid shouldn't do this kind of thing, and we suspect that there might be someone else behind it. The boy who reported the situation told all the information including his own guesses in one breath. Yes, there is someone else, from Minister Ernest's faction. Bai Ye immediately said, next, I need you to secretly protect those conscience officials, but I hope you will prioritize your own safety and form a group of at least 5 people, with only the Emperor and Minister as combatants. Because the enemy is the 3 beast warriors under Ace, each of them is an imperial weapon user. Your priority is to protect yourselves, and then protect those conscientious officials. It doesn't matter whether the mission is successful or not. I just hope you can come back safely. Remember what I said. Bai Ye emphasized the word safety to them. What he was most worried about was that these people were used to being in the Imperial Assassination Force and would become obsessed with the mission and complete it at all costs. In his eyes, their own safety must be the most important. We understand. Everyone nodded seriously. They felt much more relaxed and did not feel any psychological pressure when carrying out their missions, unlike when they were in the Imperial Assassination Forces before, when the orders they received were to complete the mission at all costs. By the way, have you been paying attention to the actions of former Minister Jolly these past 2 days? At this time, Bai Ye suddenly asked. When he got the list of conscientious people from Night Raid before, he paid attention to the former minister and asked the members of the organization to investigate the former Minister Jolly. During the tenure of the previous minister, the empire was still prosperous. So after Minister Ernest fell, Bai Ye felt that Jiao Li was the most suitable candidate for the next minister. Because of this, Bai Ye suspected that this time Minister Ernest would most likely want to eliminate the previous minister and resolve this considerable hidden danger. Yes, the former minister has been living in seclusion outside the imperial capital, but he seems to be preparing something recently. I guess he wants to return to the imperial capital. One of the people in charge of investigating the former minister spoke up. The former minister wants to come out, then he must be in danger. Bai Ye said in a deep voice. He seriously suspected that Minister Jolly would soon be the target of the 3 beast warriors. I will go to the former minister now. You can assign some personnel. Some of them will monitor the 3 beast warriors, but they must not alert them. If their whereabouts are exposed, they must retreat immediately. The other combatants will secretly protect the officials who are most likely to be attacked by the 3 beast warriors. Bai Ye made a simple arrangement of the task plan. At this time, He Tong suddenly said, Sir, I want to go with you too. I'm the only one here, they need you more. After all, they don't have enough manpower right now. Bai Ye refused solemnly. Being rejected by Bai Ye, He Tong became even more unhappy. She muttered in a resentful tone, since we don't have enough manpower, let's go ask Night Raid for help. Moreover, this was a rare time that Bai Ye did not follow He Tong's willful request. He Tong, who was already brooding over Ace's affairs, magnified this point in his mind. In fact, Bai Ye was simply considering that if the organization members lacked black pupils, the risk of facing the three beast warriors would be greatly increased. He was not clear about the plot of the original work, so how could he know the specific strength of the three beast warriors? The title of 3 imperial tool users alone was enough to make people treat it with caution. At this time, He Tong was very anxious, afraid that Bai Ye would be deceived by that woman Aces. Chapter 121. We can indeed consider asking for help from Night Raid. They may not know that the 3 beast warriors are impersonating them and slaughtering officials of the Conscience faction everywhere. Bai Ye nodded thoughtfully, I'm going to go to Night Raid and will be back soon. Then, he transferred himself to the outside of Night Raid space through Kamui space. Night Raid everyone soon realized that there was an outsider intruder, and found out that the person was Bai Ye. Bai Ye wasted no time in explaining his purpose and informing everyone in the Night Raid of Minister Ernest's evil plan. Is this actually happening? The 3 beastmen pretended to be us and attacked the officials of the Conscience faction. Nayenda's expression suddenly became serious, realizing the seriousness of the matter. That's right. Although I don't know what your relationship with the Bud Admiral army was like before, if you don't stop the 3 beast warriors this time, the Bud Admiral army's attitude towards you will definitely reach the lowest freezing point. Bai Ye said. Well, although our relationship with the Bud Admiral army was not very good before, and in the eyes of that old stubborn man, he would definitely not allow the Revolutionary Army, but he would not take the initiative to target us. Nayenda nodded and said, if Minister Ernest succeeds this time, we will be completely at odds with the Bud Admiral Army. It's already difficult enough to deal with Aces, the strongest in the Empire, and now there's another Bud Admiral Army that's as famous as Aces. Nayenda pondered for a while, you want to protect those conscientious officials, right? In fact, we don't want the conscientious officials to be persecuted by the ministers, so we will definitely assist you. Although the ultimate goal of their revolutionary army is to overthrow the empire, they will not persecute officials with conscience. On the contrary, they will need these officials when they rebuild a new country. Maybe 2 or 3 helping hands will be enough. Bai Ye made his own request. If there are 2 or 3, let's see if there are any volunteers first. Nayenda looked at Akame and the others. Hearing this, Mayan hesitated. Although she wanted to help Bai Ye, if she volunteered to do so, wouldn't it seem a bit deliberate? Me. But when mine was still hesitating, Chelsea raised her hand first. Then, Akame also spoke up, then me too. The red pupils must be more because of the black pupils. At this point, Main finally reacted and became anxious. If she doesn't make a decision now, it will be too late to regret it later. Since Bai Ye only needs 3 helpers, if there are enough people later, it will be even more impossible for her to squeeze in. Wouldn't that make her seem even more deliberate? And me, I want to help, too. Marin stopped hesitating and spoke generously. Okay, then it's you 3. Nayenda nodded. Bai Ye naturally had no objection. In fact, the most suitable person to deal with the 3 beast warriors in the Night Raid is Brand. In the original book, it was Brand who fought the 3 beast warriors alone. He first killed one in seconds, and then killed the second one, but finally died of the poison. Brand was so powerful that his hand-to-hand combat level was close to that of Aces without using his imperial weapon, but he died too early, which was a bit of a plot kill. But this time Brand has nothing to do, as he was overtaken by Chelsea, Akito, and mine. Thank you. Bai Ye thanked Chelsea, Chi Tong, and mine. Why are you so reserved? Chelsea said with a smile. You're welcome. Akagi also smiled slightly. After all, she was doing this mainly for He Tong. Nothing. It's rare that Marin isn't being arrogant this time. By the way, you didn't bring He Tong with you this time. At this time, Chi Tong suddenly asked Bai Ye. Well, because it happened suddenly, I came here alone. Bai Ye said, but if you want to see He Tong, you can see him when you come to my place later. Well, there is one more thing I want to tell you about Haitong's body. Chi Tong said seriously, you must be aware of Haitong's physical condition. She has been severely damaged by drugs. I have heard that there is a place with a secret spring that can heal the body. If the situation allows, I hope you can let her go there for recuperation. Well, of course, no problem. Bai Ye would naturally not refuse such a request. He must hope that Haitong and the others can recover and live longer, otherwise he would not have deliberately controlled their medication dosage. Regardless of whether the mysterious hot spring that Akatome described really has such miraculous effects, it is worth a try. Then let's go now, time waits for no one. Afterwards, Bai Ye took Chi Tong and the others away from the night raid base. However, not long after he walked out of the night raid base, he stopped. Facing the puzzled looks of the three Chi Tong people, Bai Ye said, "Close your eyes first." "Why do you want to close your eyes?" Main couldn't help but ask. "You'll know in a moment." Bai Ye didn't intend to explain clearly. Because he wanted to use space transfer to bring Haitong and the others to his side, it would only take a blink of an eye. But if you explain to them that it is a way to travel quickly, you can't say whether they will squint and peek out of curiosity. Compared to mine, Chelsea and Akito didn't ask anything and closed their eyes cooperatively. Seeing Bai Ye being so mysterious, Mayan suddenly started to have some wild thoughts. He suddenly asked her to close her eyes and refused to tell her what to do. Could this guy be thinking? Thinking of that kind of thing, Marin's face turned slightly red. This guy actually wanted to do that kind of thing at this time. Although Mayan resisted in her heart, her body was relatively obedient. She closed her eyes as Bai Ye said, and even made a slight gesture of compliance. Stand on tiptoe and raise your chin slightly. However, at this time Bai Ye had already taken Akito, Chelsea, and mine to teleport together. It only took a blink of an eye to teleport from the night raid base to Kamui space and then to their own base. Having arrived at the Sagega cave, Main still didn't realize what had happened and remained in the same posture as before. You can open your eyes now. At this time, Bai Ye reminded them. Chelsea opened her eyes first, and immediately saw Mine's intriguing posture. Considering that she had already discovered Mayan's little feelings for Bai Ye, she immediately realized something. Chelsea suddenly smiled evilly and whispered in Mine's ear, "Little Mine is very nasty." Chapter 122. Hearing Chelsea's voice, especially the word obscene, Marn opened her eyes immediately. Realizing what Chelsea meant by obscene, her face suddenly turned red. You. Mayan was unable to speak normally for a moment. Me? What's wrong with me? Chelsea said with a smirk. But Chelsea still knew her limits. She didn't say it out loud, nor did she expose Marn's true thoughts in front of others, especially Bai Ye. She had already considered Main as her companion, so she certainly would not do such an extreme thing. Normally, because of her dark personality, she inexplicably likes to tease little tsunderies like Main. Because Chelsea just spoke very quietly in Mine's ear, no one else heard it. Bai Ye thought that Chelsea was teasing Mine as usual, and there were more important things to do at the moment, so he didn't take it to heart. Elder sister. Originally, Haitong was still worrying about Aces, when suddenly he found his sister Chi Tong appearing in front of him. Chi Tong was also originally surprised that Bai Ye brought them here in the blink of an eye. Although I don't know how far this place is from their base, this completely unfamiliar environment is definitely not nearby. When she heard Haitong's voice, she immediately came back to her senses. She walked towards Haitong. "Haitong, we are here to help you." At the same time, she also saw everyone who had been in the Imperial Assassination Force. After all, the people in the current Akatsuki organization were her former companions when she was in the assassination unit. "Akagi. I never thought we would meet again as non-enemies. It feels like I haven't seen you for so long. Akame has become even more beautiful." It hasn't been that long actually, but Akame has definitely changed a lot. I am filled with emotion. Akame is standing in front of us again, and we don't have to fight with her. Guy Li and others were immediately moved. Akame walked to Kurohim's side, and then looked at her former companions. Everyone, long time no see. Long time no see, Akagi, we have been missing you so much, and hope you can come back one day. But Akame seemed to be in good spirits during the night raid, so we are relieved. Akagi just said that she was here to help us. We can carry out missions with Akagi again. It feels like a dream. Guy Li and others were talking to Akagi with a smile on their faces. The atmosphere was still very harmonious, as if the previous hatred had never existed. Next, Bai Ye informed Chi Tong and the other two of the general battle plan that he had previously told the others. His idea is still the same as before, he can act alone, or at most with one or two partners. Then I will partner with Bai Ye. It was still Chelsea who spoke first. Hei Tong also wanted to say something, but immediately heard Chi Tong say to her, Hei Tong, we will be responsible for secretly protecting those officials. Sister, Hei Tong hesitated immediately, with his sister on one side and Commander Bai Ye on the other. She thought about it and decided to act with Commander Bai Ye. After all, the Aces incident had already made her anxious enough, and now there were other girls who took the initiative to ask to act with the leader. She couldn't just sit there and wait for death. After making the decision, Hei Tong said to Akame, although I really want to go on a mission with my sister again, I still have something I have to do. I'm sorry, sister. What? Akagi's face suddenly looked shocked, as if the sky had fallen. Ma Yin had never seen such a big reaction on Akagi's face. It seemed that Hei Tong's rejection was a big blow to Akagi. At this moment, Marin was still concerned about what had just happened. She felt so embarrassed and ashamed that she was so inexplicably sentimental. The most important thing is that I was discovered by Chelsea, the most annoying girl. Now, let alone acting with Bai Ye, she was even too embarrassed to talk to Bai Ye. It's really surprising that Kurohim-chan would reject her favorite sister. Because it concerns Commander Bai Ye, and it seems that a new enemy has appeared. That beautiful girl came from the night raid with Akame, right? Haha, Akame is a little hurt, but there's nothing we can do. I guess the incident with Aces has shaken Kurom a lot. The rest of the Akatsuki organization began to discuss in private. At this moment, Hei Tong walked towards Bai Ye and said, Sir, I want to partner with you too. Okay. Bai Ye originally wanted to act alone, but in an instant he became a team of 3. But now with the addition of Night Raid, there is no shortage of manpower, and he doesn't want to care about so many things. At this time, Mayan said to Selu next to her, Selu, let's work hard together. Selu nodded with full of fighting spirit. I was right. You are all good people. Selu said to Mayan with a smile. Since Main and the others were willing to come to support, Selu once again labeled Main and the others as good people. It's all right. Main felt a little embarrassed by Siryu's praise. Then we must work harder, for the sake of our dead companions. We must change the dark status quo of the empire. At this time, Guy Li also encouraged everyone. When everyone was in an excited state, Chelsea suddenly said, although it is a pity that your former companions died, it must be said that they are all losers from the perspective of killers. It is better to face this cruel reality. After Chelsea said this, Guy Li and the others fell silent. These words undoubtedly sounded unpleasant to them, but because the other party was the reinforcements invited by Commander Bai Ye from the night raid, they didn't know how to express their dissatisfaction. What are you talking about? Only Hei Tong couldn't help but question Chelsea. Bai Ye was a little surprised, because he rarely saw such a serious expression on Chelsea's face, and if he looked closely he could even discover a hint of subtle sadness. At this time, in order to avoid the intensification of the conflict, Bai Ye immediately stepped forward to dissuade them. Okay, okay, we are about to start the mission, don't make things unpleasant at this critical moment. You guys get ready first, we'll start the action right away. After speaking to He Tong and the others, Bai Ye looked at Chelsea and said, come with me if you want to. Afterwards, Chelsea followed Bai Ye to an empty corner. You probably already think I'm a bad guy. It was Chelsea who spoke first, she said with a sigh. She didn't want to be so annoying in front of Bai Ye, but she couldn't help it just now. Never mind. I am such a bad guy anyway. Chapter 123. No, I don't think so. Bai Ye denied. Oh. Chelsea was immediately surprised, so what do you think? I think you're doing this because you care about them, but the way you express it is a bit. You don't care even if you're hated. Bai Ye expressed his opinion. Chelsea was stunned for a moment, you actually think so? Chelsea's reaction exposed her intentions. It was obvious that Bai Ye had hit the nail on the head. That's right, Chelsea thinks those people care too much about their dead companions, which is definitely not a good thing from a killer's perspective. At this time, Chelsea sighed slightly and said frankly, yes, I hope they will give up those naive ideas and avoid following the footsteps of Oberg. Do you want me to explain it to them? Bai Ye question. No need. I'll just be hated if I want to. This way, even if I die someday, they won't be sad because of me. Chelsea said with a smile. Although the smile was a little sad. What nonsense are you talking about? You all should just live well. Bai Ye said immediately. Chelsea smiled slightly, this is a bit difficult for me. Given the high mortality rate of the killer profession, being able to live well is really a luxury. As a killer, she had already prepared herself mentally for the day when her mission would fail and she would be killed by the enemy. But I'm still very happy that you told me this. Chelsea smiled happily, if possible, I would like to live well, after all, I still have something to say to you. Oops. When she came to her senses, she suddenly realized that she had accidentally let the cat out of the bag. I just blurted it out subconsciously. But there's no way to regret it now. I might as well say it out loud. I guess this guy who's as slow as a log still didn't understand anything. Chelsea, you. Although Chelsea's words were not clear, Bai Ye still noticed something. His experience with Aces had made him a little more sensitive to this kind of thing, but only a little. But at this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from behind. What are you doing here? This is He Tong's voice. I saw He Tong appear behind them at some point. In fact, He Tong followed here as soon as possible and just eavesdropped on the conversation between Bai Ye and Chelsea. Because she cares a lot about what Bai Ye and Chelsea are going to do in private. Just now, the atmosphere between Bai Ye and Chelsea was becoming increasingly strange, so she couldn't help but stand up. Nothing, just telling her about the unpleasant thing that happened just now. Bai Ye explained calmly. Chelsea suddenly felt a little regretful. The atmosphere was quite good just now, but it was interrupted by He Tong. Then, everyone officially started to act. Bai Ye, He Tong and Chelsea acted together. They took a flying dangerous vehicle to the secluded place of former Minister Jolly. Since Bai Ye had never been there, he couldn't teleport there directly through Kamui space. However, at this time, Chelsea, who had always been somewhat concerned about Bai Ye's ability, asked Bai Ye, can't you teleport? Why don't you use it this time? Because there is a cooldown period and it cannot be used continuously in a short period of time. Bai Ye found a random excuse to fool him. This explanation is quite reasonable, because there are so many imperial tools that cannot be used continuously. I see, that's true. Chelsea had no doubts and immediately thought it made sense. After a long time, Bai Ye and his companions arrived at Minister Qiao Li's secluded residence. This place is located in a small village in a mountain forest outside the imperial capital. It is estimated that there are only a dozen or 20 households in the entire village. Although Jolly's secluded residence does not look shabby, it is probably not as good as that of a noble in the imperial capital. From this point, it can be seen that Minister Jolly is definitely different from the current Minister Ernest. But he is a former minister after all, so it is certainly not the case that he is poor. The mansion is surrounded by guards, and the defense is quite effective. After tying up the dangerous mount nearby, Bai Ye and his companions arrived at the gate of Minister Qiao Li's mansion. "Are you adventurers from the village too? We are in urgent need of 3 more guards, so you guys are the ones." The guard in front of the mansion gate did not stop Bai Ye and his party, but took the initiative to invite them into the mansion. Judging from what the guard said, he probably wants them to escort Minister Jolly's convoy. In response, Bai Ye just nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Hei Tong and Chelsea also followed Bai Ye silently. Next, Bai Ye and his team smoothly mixed into Minister Qiao Li's convoy. From the gossip of other guards nearby, we learned that although Qiao Li was a former minister, he had long lost all power, and even the guards of this convoy were temporarily gathered in the village. Although he has lost his power, he still has some financial resources, so it is not a problem to hire a group of guards like this. The real strongest force in the convoy is actually Minister Jolly's daughter, named Sibi Ya, also translated as Chang Mao. She is a master of the Imperial Fist Temple and is considered a master in the Empire. Bai Ye's doubts were immediately answered. They couldn't even gather all the guards, so it was no wonder they could easily blend into the convoy. Just then, Minister Jolly appeared. He was a bald old man with a cane. His grey beard and eyebrows showed that he was very old. He was wearing a plain flannel coat and looked like an ordinary old man. It was hard to imagine that he was actually a former minister. Next to Minister Jolly was a girl with a delicate face, a slender figure and long golden hair. Sibi Ya. He held a spear. The shape of the spearhead was different from that of ordinary spears, it looked bigger and heavier. Being a master from the Royal Fist Temple at such a young age, he can be considered a genius. "Everyone is here, right? Let's go. There may be many bandits and dangerous creatures on the road. I'm sorry to bother you this trip," Jolly said to the heavily armed guards. The main purpose of hiring these guards is to deal with crises that may be encountered at any time along the way. It is not safe to travel from here to the imperial capital. Compared to those fully armed guards, Bai Ye, Hei Tong and Chelsea, who were dressed more casually, stood out. "Father, are those 3 also guards traveling with us?" Sibi Ya immediately noticed Bai Ye and the other 2. Although armor is bulky, it is still very useful for ordinary people. Those who do not have any protective gear except weapons are often either noobs or strong people. So Sibi Ya is a little concerned about these 3 people. Chapter 124. That's probably right. I guess young people nowadays don't like that kind of heavy armor, Jolly said. All right. Sibi Ya also felt that it would be difficult for such a small village to have any powerful people, at least she had never seen any before. Thinking of this, Sibi Ya no longer paid special attention to those 3 people. Then Jolly and Sibi Ya got into the carriage and the convoy started off. Along the way, Bai Ye and his team were almost always trying to fish in troubled waters. After all, you can't easily expose your strength when facing some average strength bandits or dangerous creatures. At most, they can help a little and not show too much strength. The bandits and dangerous creatures we encountered along the way were all easily dealt with. We encountered quite a few evil thieves on this trip. This place is already very close to the imperial capital. The security in the imperial capital is worrying right now. Having just experienced another robbery by bandits, Qiao Li couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, his daughter was traveling with him, otherwise he would not have been able to withstand so many vicious bandits. Father returned to the dark and corrupt imperial capital for the sake of the people of the empire. I truly believe that father is a great man, Sibi Ya said immediately. Seeing that the empire that has prospered for 1,000 years is about to be destroyed by that guy, I can no longer hide and live in disgrace. Now that I have decided to come out, I must stop that evil minister. Jolly said firmly. Since the death of the former emperor and queen, his position as minister was also taken away by the current minister Ernest. He always suspected that Ernest had killed the late emperor, but he had no solid evidence. Moreover, Ernest tried many times to completely eliminate him, and in order to save his life he lived in seclusion in the mountains far away from the imperial capital. He was always angry when he heard about the various things happening in the imperial capital, but this time he could no longer tolerate it. I am responsible for protecting my father's safety. Sibiya said. Sibiya has grown up too. Xiao Li sighed, but I'm afraid I'll be too strong to get married. Hearing this, Sibiya's pretty face suddenly blushed. Why did you suddenly mention that kind of thing? However, at this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped, causing Jolly and Sibiya to shake violently. What's going on? Has another villain appeared? Jolly said with a serious expression. Sibiya immediately lifted the curtain of the car and saw three figures not far ahead. It was obvious that the other party had bad intentions, so Sibiya got off the carriage directly and prepared to fight. The other guards also tightened their grip on their weapons. Only Bai Ye recognized that the three people in front of him were the three beast warriors under Ace's command. At the same time, the three beast warriors didn't take Jolly and his gang seriously at all, because there wasn't even a royal tool user among them, so they could basically just be slaughtered by them. Therefore, they did not notice Bai Ye at the back of the crowd at first. Data's, do it. At this time, Leva spoke. Data's mouth suddenly widened into a grin. However, just as he was about to start a killing spree, someone who surprised him the most suddenly appeared. Bai Ye walked out of the crowd and stood in the front. Seeing the young man with bloodshot eyes suddenly walking in front of her, Sibiya immediately reminded him, those three people give me a very strange feeling. You should hide behind me first. Hearing this kind reminder, Bai Ye responded, it's okay, leave it to me. Bai Ye's confident profile immediately surprised Sibiya, and it was also the first time she experienced the feeling of being protected by a man. Master Bai Ye? Why are you here? At this time, Datas asked in astonishment. Not only him, but Leva and Niu were also a little confused. They would never have thought that Lord Bai Ye would be in the motorcade of former Minister Xiao Li. Bai Ye adult. Hearing this title, Sibiya couldn't help but ask Bai Ye, do you know them? So they are not actually our enemies. Bai Ye didn't have time to respond to Sibiya for the time being, but said to the three beastmen in front of him, you go back, these people can't die yet. That won't do. This is the order of that master. Datas rejected Bai Ye's request. That adult he was referring to was naturally Lord Ace. Now Lord Bai Ye was standing with Xiao Li for some reason, and even he, who usually only thought about experience points, became a little cautious. Although we have great respect for Lord Bai Ye, this is a mission we have to complete. Leva also said. In their minds, Lord Bai Ye's status is second only to Lord Ace's, but that means Lord Ace's orders are absolute. No matter whether the other party is Bai Ye or someone else, they will never disobey the orders of Lord Ace's. We can only take offense, and hope that Lord Bai Ye will not stop us. As soon as Niu finished speaking, Datas was the first to rush forward. However, he deliberately avoided Lord Bai Ye and only wanted to get rid of Xiao Li and his men. His speed was so fast that Sibiya, Jolly and many guards were completely unable to react. However, Datas failed to successfully bypass Bai Ye. Bai Ye suddenly put on a white mask on his face, and an Uchiha fan appeared in his hand. He used his Uchiha fan to directly block Datas who was trying to get around him, but Datas' speed was no match for his Mangekyō Sharingan. The powerful impact force generated by Datas' rush was immediately absorbed by the Uchiha fan, converted into wind attribute energy and bounced back. But the damage was not high, it just blew Datas away. So fast. It was only then that Sibiya realized what had happened. She suddenly felt a sense of fear. If Bai Ye had not protected them just now, they would definitely not be able to react, including her. The enemy was much stronger than she had imagined, and she felt that she was no match for him. But even such an enemy still respects Bai Ye. Who is this mysterious young man? Looking at Bai Ye's back, Sibiya's eyes were full of surprise. Data's was blown more than 10 meters away, and only then did he get up from the ground, looking embarrassed. Seeing this, Leva and Niu's expressions became more serious. Lord Bai Ye was so determined to stop them. I'll give you one last chance. I won't show mercy next time. Bai Ye immediately warned in a cold voice. Now, Leva and Niu had to hesitate. If they were facing someone else, they could still carry out Lord Aste's orders to the end. But the other party is Lord Bai Ye, especially Lord Aste's lover. This is a fatal problem. Chapter 125. Moreover, Lord Bai Ye can make Lord Aste so infatuated with him. Just think about it and you will know that his strength must be very strong. With Lord Aste's personality, it is impossible for him to be interested in the weak. Just now they also saw with their own eyes that Data's was obviously suppressed by Lord Bai Ye. Not to mention that they would surely die if they were defeated. Even if they won, they estimated that they would not have a good ending. After all, they would most likely have to endure the wrath of Lord Aste. After much hesitation, they decided to give up this action. Lord Bai Ye really makes things very difficult for us. Leva said helplessly, but there is no other way. Data's, Niu, let's retreat. He planned to go back and report the situation to Lord Aste first, and then see what to do. Data's did not show any sign of unconvinced on his face, and he obediently followed Riva in retreating. However, before leaving, Niu walked up to Sibiya. Seeing that Niu didn't show any hostility, Bai Ye didn't stop her. It's a pity that such a beautiful face of yours was lost. If Lord Bai Ye wasn't here, I would definitely peel off your face alive and keep it well. Niu had a cute and harmless smile on her face, but she said such shocking words. Especially after hearing this, Sibiya's pretty face turned pale. Bai Ye felt that this was indeed something that Niu could do. In fact, in the original book, Niu really did this. After Jolly and all the guards were killed instantly by Data's, the seriously injured Sibiya was peeled off her entire face by Niu. Halfway through being peeled alive, she died of shock due to excessive fear. He said calmly, "You should change your strange habit. Come on, Master Bai Ye, don't be so strict." Then Niu trotted to catch up with Leva and Data's. This crisis was successfully resolved. The guards immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If the young man had not stopped the three enemies just now, they would have definitely died miserably. They couldn't even see the other person's movements, let alone anything else. At this time, Chelsea walked up to Bai Ye and said, "Is it going to end so easily? Why not just get rid of the three beast warriors? I have other considerations." Bai Ye explained. After all, the three beast warriors were Aste's subordinates, and he gave the three beast warriors a chance just for Aste's sake. And by the time he defeats Aste's, he will probably be able to bring Aste's and the three beast warriors under his command. Bai Ye certainly didn't spare their lives for no reason. "Lord Bai Ye, my father wants to invite you to get in the car and talk." At this time, Sibiya said to Bai Ye. "Okay, but you don't have to call me sir, just call me by my normal name." Bai Ye said. "Then it's Mr. Bai Ye." Sibiya's tone was still respectful and she smiled. Afterwards, at Sibiya's invitation, Bai Ye got on the carriage. Hei Tong and Chelsea also sat up. "It turns out that these two girls are also your companions," Jolly said. At this time, Bai Ye, Hei Tong and Chelsea were sitting opposite Jolly and Sibiya, and the space in the carriage was barely enough for them. "Those three people and you are all imperial weapon users, right?" At this time, Xiao Li asked Bai Ye. Bai Ye nodded slightly and did not deny it. As expected, it seems that the minister is really determined to get rid of me, even sending out 3 imperial weapon users. Jolly suddenly exclaimed. Thank you very much, but those 3 people just now seemed to call you Master Bai Ye? Are you their boss? I guess so, but I no longer have any real official position or power in the imperial capital. Bai Ye said, but you, former Minister Qiao Li, definitely didn't go to the imperial capital just for fun, right? Well, I want to fight that evil minister to the end. Jolly said truthfully, although now it seems that few people in the imperial army are willing to follow me. This is indeed a very cruel reality. Except for the Admiral Army of Bud and the Royal Guards led by him, the rest of the army has basically been controlled by Minister Ernest. Bai Ye said expressionlessly, I suggest you return the same way you came. Although the Revolutionary Army intends to protect you conscientious people, if you are in the imperial capital, Minister Ernest will definitely not let you go, and may even use the power of Astes. To be precise, Minister Ernest has already mobilized the power of Astes. It's just that Astes is letting the 3 beast warriors carry out the task first. Revolutionary Army. You should be a member of the Revolutionary Army, right? When Bai Ye mentioned the Revolutionary Army, Qiao Li immediately wondered if this young man was also a member of the Revolutionary Army. No, but I am in a cooperative relationship with the Revolutionary Army. Bai Ye said, in short, we are here to protect you, but we can't protect you forever, so the safest thing to do is to return the way you came, continue to live in seclusion, and come out when the time is right. I understand that, but if possible, I still hope to help you in some way. Jolly said with a worried look on his face, if I can survive and see the Bud Admiral Army, I should be able to provide you with some help. After that, I will return to my original place and continue to live in seclusion. Bud Admiral Army? That's fine too. Bai Ye nodded slightly, we will protect you all the way to the imperial capital until we meet the Bud Admiral Army. At present, the Bud Admiral Army is an uncertain factor, and we will have to find a way to deal with it sooner or later. As the most important figure in the Conscience faction, former Minister Jolie should be able to play an outstanding role in this. Thank you very much. Jolly bowed his head sincerely in gratitude. If it weren't for the other party, he would have been dead by now. I am still too weak to protect my father, and I have troubled Mr. Bai Ye. At this time, Sibiya said with a look of self-blame. It's nothing, and you've done your best, so don't blame yourself. Bai Ye comforted. Sibiya smiled and nodded, and she felt better immediately. Mr. Bai Ye's gentleness and strong strength gave her a wonderful feeling. After all, she is the daughter of a minister and has lived in a very different environment since childhood. When her father was still in office, the people around her were all hypocritical and scheming. Especially after her father was taken away from his position as minister by Ernest, she experienced all kinds of darkness. But then, Sibiya suddenly found that the girl in the black dress sitting next to Bai Ye was looking at her, and she was eating a bag of biscuits in her hand. He stared at her with a silly look on his face, which made her feel more concerned. Sibiya couldn't help but look at He Tong with some confusion. Before Sibiya could ask, He Tong said, I won't share any with you, and the same goes for the cookies. Chapter 126. He Tong's words made Sibiya a little confused. Only Chelsea understood what He Tong wanted to express immediately. She also felt that the atmosphere between Bai Ye and Sibiya was indeed a bit subtle. Suddenly, there was one more potential enemy, which made Chelsea sigh in her heart. After the attack of the 3 beast warriors failed, the convoy did not encounter any threats until it arrived at the imperial capital. Of course, they were already not far from the capital. When the carriage drove into the gate of the imperial capital, the guards at the gate immediately let it pass upon learning that it was the former Minister Jolly. Although Minister Ernest and Jolly were sworn enemies, he did not dare to openly target Jolly in public. After all, Jolly is protected by the Bud Admiral Army, and he doesn't want to fall out with the Bud Admiral army so quickly. Therefore, the most Minister Ernest could do was to send assassins to kill Jolly. This time, he also played a shady trick to completely deteriorate the relationship between the Bud Admiral army and the night raid. As Jolly's carriage slowly drove into the imperial capital, Leva, Niu, and Datas had also arrived at Aste's side. Lord Aste, we encountered Lord Bai Ye when we were assassinating Jolly. Leva immediately knelt on one knee. Lord Bai Ye insisted on stopping us. After weighing the pros and cons, we decided to retreat temporarily. Niu and Datas also knelt on one knee, not daring to breathe. After all, the mission failed, and normally there would be severe punishment. Even if there are extenuating circumstances this time, it is hard to say whether Lord Aste will forgive them. Bai Ye showed up. It's okay, I don't blame you for this failure. Aste forgave the three beastmen for their failure. Hearing this, Niu and Data both breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, Bai Ye should also follow Jiao Li's convoy to the imperial capital, right? Aste is particularly concerned about Bai Ye's affairs. It is very likely, but it is not ruled out that Jolly has retreated to a secluded place to save his life. Leva said. Aste nodded slightly. In addition, the plan is aborted. Now that the minister's evil plot has been exposed, there is no point in continuing it. Instead, it will only anger the Bud Admiral army. Although she had always wanted to fight with the Bud Admiral army, at this critical juncture, she was more concerned about Bai Ye's affairs and did not want the Bud Admiral army to disturb her. Yes. The three beast warriors responded at the same time. Soon after, Jiao Li, Bai Ye and others arrived at the palace. Jolly asked to see Admiral Bud directly. He had no intention or ability to confront Minister Ernest head-on for the time being, so he did not go to the palace where Minister Ernest was. Only Bai Ye, Jiao Li, He Tong, Chelsea and Sibiya entered the palace, and the rest of the guards were waiting outside. At this time they had already seen the Bud Admiral army. The tall, blonde, and imposing man in front of him was none other than Admiral Bud. He is wearing a set of heavy armor, which is actually the armor-type Imperial weapon Thunder God's Wrath Adramelech, which belongs to the Imperial weapon of Thunder. It seems that these elemental Imperial weapons have relatively high upper limits, such as Aste's Size Imperial weapon. Admiral Army of Bud. The Bud Admiral Army is guarding the palace almost every day, so you can find him at any time when you come to the palace, but whether you are qualified to see him is another matter. Jolly was the former minister and the minister who had served the longest with the Bud Admiral Army. They had a special relationship. It's been a long time since we last met, Admiral Bud. Jolly exclaimed. Minister Jiao Li, why did you suddenly return to the imperial capital? The Bud Admiral Army was somewhat surprised. I don't want to live in disgrace forever. I can't watch that minister destroy the empire completely. Jolly said, besides, I am no longer a minister. You may as well call me Jolly. Although I know about the dirty things that Minister Ernest did, our family's ancestral precept is that generals cannot interfere in internal affairs. This has been the case for generations of admirals, and I don't want to disobey this ancestral precept. But Admiral Bud said. It was for this reason that he never interfered with the corruption of those in the Ernest regime. I know your character and situation, so I won't force it. Just as Jolly was thinking about how to convince the Bud Admiral Army to help them. Admiral Bud suddenly asked, besides Sibiya, who are these three? The people that the Bud Admiral Army asked were naturally Bai Ye, He Tong and Chelsea. He stared at Bai Ye and the other two sharply. Although these three came with Jiao Li and there should be no problem, his intuition made him feel something was strange. Ah, speaking of which, something happened on the way. The minister sent 3 Imperial weapon users to intercept us halfway. If it weren't for Mr. Bai Ye, Sibiya and I would probably have died there. Jolly immediately brought up the matter. 3 Imperial tools users? He actually did such a thing. Admiral Bud's expression suddenly turned serious. Recently, I heard that some officials were assassinated, but they were all done by the rebels in the night raid. No, that's not the truth. The 3 imperial weapons users ordered by Minister Ernest are called the 3 Beast Warriors. They have killed several officials who had grudges against Ernest before me, and they also pretended to be night raids. Xiao Li said in a deep voice, if I was killed by them at that time, I guess it would be said that it was done by the night raid afterwards. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Bud Admiral army suddenly widened. Their already frighteningly majestic faces now looked more like angry King Kong. Minister Ernest's actions obviously made him angry. In order to follow his ancestral teachings, he had always tolerated Minister Ernest's evil deeds, but this time he could no longer tolerate it. Such a reckless minister was not only challenging his authority as the admiral, but those officials were all his designated protection targets. It will also cause the entire empire to fall into an endless abyss, and by then the only treacherous ministers left in the court will be those who collude with Minister Ernest. The Bud Admiral army still believed what Jolly said. I understand. I will personally eradicate the roots that have plunged the country into darkness, but in addition to that, it is also necessary to annihilate the rebels. The deep voice of the Bud Admiral army contained murderous intent. First, we should deal with Minister Ernest, and then we can deal with the rebels. Otherwise, the Admiral army will be attacked from both sides. At least we can be sure that the rebels will not cooperate with the minister, but the minister will use the rebels to play dirty tricks. At this time, Bai Ye spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 127. You're right. We should be wary of that minister. Admiral Bud nodded slightly. Due to a series of changes, the ideas of the Bud Admiral army are very different from those in the original work. For example, in the original novel, the Bud Admiral army did not know that the night raid that assassinated Jolly and others was faked by the 3 Beast Warriors, so they hated the night raid even more. So much so that when Admiral Bud's army finally could no longer tolerate Minister Ernest, they still wanted to annihilate the rebels first, and then eliminate the ministers and other internal troubles with their own hands. As a result, before that time came, they fell into the hands of the night attack. Also, I think I've heard your name somewhere before. At this time, Admiral Bud suddenly asked. He had some impression of the name Bai Ye, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Maybe it's because I've held some obscure but somewhat prestigious positions before. Bai Ye explained casually. He did not mention Dawn or Night Raid. Given the stubborn character of the Bud Admiral army, mentioning those things would only have a counterproductive effect. In the eyes of the Bud Admiral army, cooperating with the rebels, or the Revolutionary Army, is absolutely impossible. As the Admiral, we cannot tolerate those who intend to overthrow the Empire under our noses. Chelsea was probably aware of this, so she did not introduce herself to the Bud Admiral army. Out of trust in Jolly, the Bud Admiral army no longer doubted the identities of Bai Ye and the other two. After a brief exchange, Bai Ye reached some cooperation with the Bud Admiral army. But regarding the matter of Astes, I hope to solve it myself. At this time, Bai Ye put forward a condition. No problem, as long as you can handle her. Admiral Bud nodded. Hearing this, He Tong's mouth suddenly puffed up slightly. The commander is so concerned about Ace Day. Next, Jolly and Sibia will stay in the general's mansion temporarily and be protected by the Bud Admiral army. Their safety is not a big problem for the time being. Minister Ernest would not dare to let anyone directly attack the general's mansion of the Bud Admiral army. On the other hand, since the actions of the 3 Beast Warriors were suspended, Akame and his group had a lot of free time. Of course, having some free time is not a bad thing. At least they won't be in danger. The 3 Beast Warriors seemed to have no movement after that, and Akame and the others were not attacked. Chelsea said. It could be the calm before the storm. Bai Ye said in a deep voice. It is normal that the 3 Beast Warriors have not made any moves recently. After all, Jolly survived, and in Minister Ernest's view, the Bud Admiral army is also an unstable factor, so naturally they dare not act rashly. Aren't the three beast warriors Ace's subordinates? Some members of your organization have been secretly monitoring Ace's mansion and found that Ace has hardly gone out these days. At this time, Chelsea mentioned the matter of Ace. This is indeed suspicious. I plan to go look for her. You guys stay in the general's mansion for now. Bai Ye said. You're going to go find her by yourself? By the way, why do I feel like you care a lot about General Ace? The perceptive Chelsea noticed something strange. Really? Maybe it's because I still owe her a favor. Bai Ye explained. I haven't repaid the favor I owed her yet, so I agreed to be Ace's short-term lover, but he ran away in less than a day. When he left, he said he would come back, so he would definitely not break his promise. By the way, let's make a clean break with Ace. Oh. Chelsea just stared into Bai Ye's eyes without saying a word, as if she wanted to see through Bai Ye's secrets. Okay, I'll wait for you here, but you have to be careful too. Although Chelsea had made some guesses, she didn't dwell on it too much. At this time, Hei Tong wanted to say something but didn't say it. Bai Ye responded and left. This trip is to Ace's villa. After Bai Ye left, Chelsea suddenly felt a little bored and immediately thought of Hei Tong beside her. Hei Tong, do you have someone you like? Chelsea's tone made it seem like she was asking this casually, but in fact, she did it on purpose. Have. Hei Tong admitted it calmly and readily. Who is it? Could it be Bai Ye? Chelsea asked. Yes, I like you, sir. What's wrong? Hei Tong was still very direct, without a trace of shyness on her face. This surprised Chelsea. She thought Hei Tong would at least be a little embarrassed, but she didn't expect him to be so calm. So, you actually like it too, right? At this time, it was Hei Tong's turn to ask Chelsea. Chelsea was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief. You have taken the initiative. Yes, I am also very interested in him, so we are now rivals in love. Because of the Ace incident, Hei Tong didn't care much about it. She just shook her head slightly. There is a bigger problem right now. You probably don't know that the news that Ace and the commander are lovers has spread throughout the capital. Just as Hei Tong said, Chelsea really didn't know about this. After all, Night Raid did not place any spies in the imperial capital. Except for Leon, who liked to play in the imperial capital from time to time, the others generally did not stay in the imperial capital. It just so happened that Leon did not go to the imperial capital that day, so no one knew about the Night Raid. He and Ace are lovers? No wonder he is more concerned about Ace's affairs. Chelsea was a little stunned for a moment. Originally she felt that she had a sure win, but before she knew it, Bai Ye and Ace suddenly became lovers. This happened so suddenly that Chelsea was totally surprised. So, you didn't know until just now? Hei Tong said. In this case, I can't sit here quietly. Chelsea couldn't sit still any longer. Come on, let's go for a walk on the street together. We might end up near Ace's house accidentally. Yes, by accident. The imperial capital, Ace's mansion. This ability has finally been developed and perfected. All we need is a test subject. Who should we find? It would be great if we could find Bai Ye directly. Ace could already feel that he had successfully mastered his new ability, and he muttered to himself. She has been staying at home and hardly going out these days because she is concentrating on developing new abilities. She named it Mo. She had thought of some other names, but she ruled them out and finally chose this one. At this moment, as soon as Cao was called, Bai Ye arrived at the door of Ace's villa. Chapter 128. I didn't expect you to come back. Ace was immediately surprised to see Bai Ye suddenly appear in front of him. She originally thought that Bai Ye would never come back, especially after what happened with Xiao Li. Didn't I tell you last time? I'm just leaving temporarily. I won't break my promise. Bai Ye said in a calm tone. So you did all those good things and ruined our plans. Although he questioned Bai Ye like this, Ace did not show any anger or blame. There's nothing I can do about it. Besides, as I said before, we are now in a hostile position. Bai Ye said helplessly. Even though some unpleasant things happened in the middle, the atmosphere when Bai Ye and Ace met again was still very harmonious. So, come to my side, including your subordinates and friends. As long as you are willing to come to my side, everything in the past can be written off. Ace used the three beast warriors as an example. Leva, Niu, and Datas have all committed crimes to varying degrees, but now those things are as if they never existed. Bai Ye shook his head slightly. I should be the one saying this to you. Ace was not surprised by Bai Ye's answer. If all else fails, then we can only solve the problem through fighting. At this time, Bai Ye got straight to the point. Didn't you say before that if I was stronger than you, you would obey me, right? Right. So you want to fight me? Ace was a little surprised. Surprised that Bai Ye would take the initiative to bring this up. Is this looking down on her? Or do you really have the confidence to defeat her? Yes, if I win, you will obey my wishes. Bai Ye said calmly, on the contrary, if I lose. But before he could finish his words, Ace suddenly interrupted him. Okay, if you lose, you must stay by my side forever and not disobey my orders. Of course, I will also try my best to take care of your feelings and not give you orders that are too excessive. Well, let's find a suitable venue now. We can't just mess around in a place like the imperial capital. Bai Ye said seriously. That doesn't bother me. Ace said casually. After all, she is the kind of woman who can bring devastating natural disasters to the entire empire without blinking an eye. As long as we stay away from the imperial capital. Bai Ye randomly found a place far away from the imperial capital and uninhabited in his memory. There are quite a lot of such places, most of which are habitats of dangerous species. Let's go now. Ace walked over and grabbed Bai Ye's hand, then pulled Bai Ye out of the mansion. She couldn't wait to defeat Bai Ye and then completely control Bai Ye. Although she has a hobby of torturing her enemies, she would definitely not do that to Bai Ye. She couldn't bear it. Ace was seen walking down the street with Bai Ye, smiling. Outsiders who didn't know the situation couldn't tell that they were actually going to a duel. Hei Tong and Chelsea, who were monitoring secretly, immediately discovered Bai Ye and Ace coming out of the villa. After all, they are all top-level killers. They deliberately choose to be in Bai Ye's blind spot and conceal their breath, so that even Bai Ye and Ace cannot easily find them hiding in the dark. I thought he was going to see Ace for something. Turns out it was a date. Seeing that, Chelsea immediately muttered in a low voice, really? He left us at the general's mansion and came here to have a private date with Ace. Yeah, that's a bad guy, sir. Hei Tong also spoke in a gloomy tone. But seriously, Bai Ye should be worried that we will conflict with Ace. After all, I have heard about Ace's character. If we meet her and let her know our identity, she will probably attack us directly. Chelsea could understand Bai Ye's behavior. Next, Hei Tong and Chelsea followed Bai Ye and Ace all the way. When they were in the imperial capital, there were many buildings and shelters, and the flow of people and noise were high, so Hei Tong and Chelsea were less likely to be discovered. But it's different outside the imperial capital. The slightest disturbance can easily arouse suspicion. However, Hei Tong and Chelsea decided to go out and take a look. Sure enough, not long after leaving the imperial capital, Ace had already noticed something. It seems like someone is following us. Is it your companion? Ace said to Bai Ye in a calm tone. She just realized that someone was following her and Bai Ye, but she didn't know the exact location or who the other person was. Probably. I'll tell them not to interfere with our duel later. Bai Ye has also realized that there must be two people following him. If nothing unexpected happens, they are Haitong and Chelsea. They. Ace seemed to notice Bai Ye's pronunciation. After all, they and they are pronounced differently. The smile on Ace's face suddenly became a little ferocious, but it seemed to add another kind of weird beauty. It's okay. If they want to come together, that's fine. I'll let them know who you belong to. Bai Ye was ashamed for a moment. From his expression and tone, you can roughly guess what Ace is trying to do. He must remind Haitong and Chelsea not to mess around later. About a few kilometers away from the imperial capital, there is a vast forest, and Bai Ye chose to stop here. Since dangerous species appear very frequently here, there are no humans living nearby. This is it. After keeping some distance from Ace, Bai Ye glanced around. It was not easy to capture the positions of Haitong and Chelsea with the naked eye. His Mangekyō Sharingan's insight is strong, but it does not yet have the ability to see through things, so if Kuroneki and Chelsea are intentionally hiding behind cover, it will be difficult to find them. Bai Ye then said loudly, I know you have followed me all the way here. I am going to duel with Ace next. I hope you will not interfere. Absolutely not. He even emphasized it at the end. After all, he has not witnessed Ace's full strength with his own eyes. If Ace goes crazy, he is not absolutely sure that he can protect Haitong and Chelsea at the same time. For the sake of prudence, he certainly didn't want Haitong and Chelsea to interfere. Haitong and Chelsea in the dark did not respond, but they agreed to Bai Ye in their hearts. But if Bai Ye's life is in danger later, they won't care about that anymore. This is so boring, why don't you let them come out and get to know me? Ace said with a smile. There was a hint of danger in the calm tone. Of course it's for fairness. This is our one-on-one duel. Bai Ye said casually. Ace snorted lightly, with a proud and confident smile on his face, then you go first. Bai Ye did not respond, but entered combat mode. He immediately distributed his existing system points. Ding! Host redeemed Physique 165, deducted system points 165. Ding! Host exchanged I Power 80, deducted system points 100. Ding! Host exchanged Energy 50, deducted system points 80. Ding! Host redeemed Agility 50, deducted system points 80. It has been many days since the last distribution of system points. During this period, Bai Ye has not added any points, but he has not neglected the acquisition of system points. After accumulating these days, he already has several hundred system points that have not been distributed yet, because there was no need to distribute them before today. Until today, facing the strongest Aces in the Empire, Bai Ye decided to spare no effort. Not only that, he also put on a white mask on his face through his mind so that he could use the Uchiha fan, and the 10-point all-attribute bonus that came with the white mask was better than nothing. Strength, 150, plus 10. Agility, 150, plus 10. Physique, 350, plus 10. Eye power, plus 130. Now, Bai Ye's overall attributes have almost doubled compared to before, which is enough to show that he does not underestimate Ace. Another new imperial weapon. Ace immediately noticed the huge flaming fan in Bai Ye's hand. Are you using two imperial tools at the same time? As she spoke, her eyes flickered with worry. After all, she was well aware of the dangers of using two imperial tools at the same time. Although this would make Bai Ye's strength temporarily stronger and allow her to fight more happily, she did not want Bai Ye to damage her body. Bai Ye did not answer, but instantly used the power of space teleportation to come in front of Ace, and used the power of Kamui again at such a close distance, intending to suck Ace into the Kamui space. The speed of double I Kamui opening the space portal is much faster than that of single I Kamui, and Bai Ye has never used this ability on Ace, so he can kill him by surprise. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be sucked into the Kamui space before he could react. However, Ace is not an ordinary person. Although she doesn't know what this ability is, when she sees Bai Ye can suddenly teleport in front of her, her expression suddenly becomes extremely solemn, and her cold eyes are full of caution. She could also feel the distortion of space. Even though it was only for a brief moment, she felt a huge sense of crisis. Ace suddenly retreated, and she was even worried that her dodge speed was not fast enough, so she fired ice bombs at Bai Ye to push her back. Uchiha bounces back. Bai Ye used the Uchiha fan to absorb the ice bomb and immediately transformed it into wind energy and bounced it back to Ace. A sudden strong wind blew, and Ace had difficulty keeping his balance. Bai Ye took the opportunity to teleport behind Ace. When she noticed that Bai Ye in front of her suddenly disappeared, Ace immediately realized that Bai Ye was either above her or behind her. She prioritized eliminating the air above, which posed the least threat. She turned around without thinking and reached out to grab him. If she could catch Bai Ye, she could use her Imperial Weapon ability to freeze Bai Ye into an ice cube in an instant. Unfortunately, under the Mangekyō Sharingan, this action is too obvious. Bai Ye immediately activated Hollow, leaving Ace empty-handed. There was no feeling of touching Bai Ye, but Ace already knew that Bai Ye had this ability, so she was not panicked, but calmly kept a distance from Bai Ye. It's really exciting. It's been a long time since I had such an exciting battle like today. Even though he was clearly at a disadvantage, Ace looked excited and surprised. After just one move, she completely changed her perception of Bai Ye's strength. It was even more powerful than she had originally imagined, which actually surprised her. Since she obtained the Imperial Weapon, she has never experienced such an evenly matched battle. The stronger the opponent, the more excited she will be, especially when the opponent is her man. Bai Ye doesn't like to speak during battle. Ace's strength was in line with his imagination. The strongest in the Empire was indeed not so easy to defeat. Although the space transmission speed of the Dual Kamui is fast, it is difficult to exert the best effect when facing a strong man like Ace who has top-notch reaction and speed. So Bai Ye planned to change his combat strategy. He felt that relying solely on basic space teleportation capabilities was not enough, at least he would not be able to defeat Ace quickly. Then, it's time to use the power of Susanoo. This is the ultimate eye technique of Mangekyō Sharingan, which can crush Ace with absolute power. After adding points to the attributes before the battle, Bai Ye felt that he should be able to use the power of Susanoo barely. He had always known that he could open Susanoo, but he had never considered it because he was worried that his body would be drained by Susanoo. Susanoo. Bai Ye can activate Susanoo immediately with just a thought. The Susanoo he owns is naturally the same color as Kakashi and is very similar in appearance. However, Kakashi used the complete form of Susanoo right from the start. With Bai Ye's current physique and eye power, it is definitely impossible for him to use the complete form. He doesn't even have the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan yet. Starting with the initial form of Susanoo, whose body is wrapped by giant ribs, the sky blue ribs are the same color as Kakashi's Susanoo. When Susanoo appears, a strange sound of bones growing can be heard. Not only that, Susanoo was still growing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it reached its first form, with a skeleton-like upper body, and its height instantly reached nearly 10 meters. This strange movement immediately aroused Ace's vigilance. Example picture, Susanoo with Dual Kamui only appears in its complete form. Chapter 129. Although Susanoo's spatial ability is not as buggy as the two Kamuis, it has absolute strength and absolute defense. If the body can withstand Susanoo's horrific consumption, then Susanoo is definitely the best choice for a head-on confrontation. The principle of Susanoo is to consume pupil skills and materialize the chakra in the body, so when using Susanoo, the whole body will usually be in severe pain. However, Bai Ye does not have chakra in his body. Just think about it and you will know that his Susanoo must be a modified version, and he probably relies on physique to maintain Susanoo. His current physique is more than 30 times that of an ordinary person, but it is hard to say whether he can withstand the consumption of the second form of Susanoo, so he first freezes his Susanoo in the first form. If it's not enough, just add more. It's such a simple thing. So you have this ability? Armor type Imperial weapon? How many abilities do you have? You're giving me more and more surprises. Facing the imposing Bai Ye in front of him, Ace was alert but also surprised. At the same time, Haitong and Chelsea, who were hiding in the dark, were also witnessing Bai Ye's ability for the first time. There's actually this kind of imperial power. It's a bit like Bran's devil haunting? No, Bran's isn't this big. I have never seen the commander use this kind of power. Could it be that he has developed his imperial weapon to the ultimate level? Chelsea and Haitong exclaimed. The main reason is that Bai Ye has too many abilities. If it weren't for the iron rule of imperial equipment, they would all suspect that Bai Ye had a lot of imperial equipment. Using two imperial tools at the same time is already breaking the limit of the iron rule, and it is also very harmful to the body. Bai Ye immediately controlled Susanoo's right hand to grab Ace's. Although Susanoo was so huge, she was not bulky and was still very fast. Seeing that it was difficult to avoid the giant hand, Ace simply gave up dodging and tried to freeze Bai Ye completely. As a result, when she touched Susanoo, although a layer of ice was successfully formed on the surface of Susanoo, it had no effect on Bai Ye inside Susanoo. And just the next moment, Bai Ye controlled Susanoo and easily shattered the layer of ice on her body. Seeing that his freezing ability was completely useless, Ace immediately decided to do his best. As soon as she raised her hand, a huge ice stone like a small meteorite appeared in the sky, with the diameter roughly estimated to be at least hundreds of meters. Under Ace's control, it slammed into Bai Ye. Bai Ye immediately raised Susanoo's arms to block. Boom! A huge ice rock with a diameter of 100 meters hit Susanoo, causing a huge noise, and the shock wave shook a large number of surrounding trees. Broken pieces of ice were scattered all over the ground, and the dust and fog it stirred up took a while to dissipate. However, when the dust and fog cleared, Bai Ye's Susanoo was found to be fine and had taken Ace's attack head-on. Only some cracks appeared on the shell of Susanoo. This is the strength of Susanoo. Although the spatial ability of the Dual Kamui has a bug-level mechanism killing ability, in terms of directness and brutality, Susanoo is more suitable. Susanoo's absolute defense is almost unsolvable in this world, and it does not prevent him from attacking his opponent, unlike when using hollow where he cannot attack in the hollow state. It's amazing. Seeing this, Ace couldn't help but sigh, then if we get a bigger one, will it have any effect? Before she finished her words, another ice meteorite appeared in the clouds, with a diameter twice that of the previous one. When Haitong and Chelsea saw this scene, they stepped back decisively to avoid being affected by the attack. I think the commander should be all right. It should be fine. If Bai Ye's life is in any danger, I will definitely stop Ace and see if I can kill her. As she spoke, Chelsea's eyes turned fierce. After the battle with Bai Ye, Ace should be at his weakest. Not only to eliminate the strongest combat force of the Earnest regime, but also to protect Bai Ye, she will try at all costs. After saying this, Chelsea suddenly realized that she seemed to have become a little radical. If it were her old self, she would never take the risk unless she was absolutely sure. This is obviously because of Bai Ye, right? Well, I'll save the sir, too. Haitong nodded and had made up his mind. In her arms, there was also a most powerful medicine. Although her superiors didn't allow her to take medicine casually, she would definitely not care about that if the time came. As the ice meteorite hit Bai Ye, Ace also created countless ice spikes that floated in the air behind her like the treasure of the king, and then specifically broke through a certain point of Susanoo. She didn't believe that Bai Ye's ability was indestructible. Ice meteorites and countless ice spikes attacked Bai Ye at the same time. The first form of Susanoo was still somewhat insufficient. Bai Ye could see more and more cracks on Susanoo's body, and she probably wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. After all, this is only the first form, and the offensive and defensive strengths of each form are definitely completely different. Since the consumption of the first form was not too stressful for him, just when he was about to switch to the second form, Ace suddenly stopped his attack. After being destroyed by ice meteorites and countless ice spikes, Bai Ye's Susanoo was obviously in a shaky state. Although this was just an illusion, as long as he thought about it, he could advance to the second form and his offense and defense would be fully sublimated. But it was obviously abnormal for Ace to suddenly stop at this time. Ace seemed to have seized this opportunity, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Mokbadmo. Suddenly, Ace used his ultimate move. Although she had more moves than what she just used, she was very clear that her other moves were not very effective against Bai Ye. At this moment, the entire space and even time were frozen by Ace. Bai Ye could clearly feel that time and space were frozen and he could not move. But he immediately realized that this was not an absolute freeze. To put it simply, Ace slowed down the movement of the surrounding space and time by countless times. Otherwise, in the original work, Tatsumi's demon possession would not be able to adapt to Ace's Mokubatmo. Absolute freezing is not adaptable, only relative freezing is possible. Realizing this, Bai Ye immediately tried to use Hollow. But because time and space were slowed down countless times by Ace's ability, at this time Ace had already opened a gap in the first form of Susanoo, which was on the verge of collapse, and could immediately approach Bai Ye. Ace planned to end the battle by putting the tip of the sword against Bai Ye's neck. Naturally, she didn't have the heart to kill Bai Ye. However, at this critical moment, Bai Ye finally succeeded in using the Hollow. Hollow immediately cracked Ace's Mokubatmo, allowing Bai Ye to move freely in the frozen time and space with Hollow's body. He immediately left the effective range of Mokubatmo as quickly as possible, and then instantly activated the second form of Susanoo. Chapter 130. Since the first form isn't enough, let's use the second form to decide the outcome. In the blink of an eye, Susanoo grew to its second form. On the basis of the skeleton-like upper body of the first form, flesh and blood grew, and it was wrapped in a layer of outer armor. This brought a huge transformation to Susanoo's defense, and its body size reached more than 10 meters. Not only that, the second form of Susanoo will also have exclusive weapons. Bai Ye took a closer look and found that his exclusive weapon was a katana. The giant katana would not appear out of place with Susanoo's body shape. The surface of the sword was covered with a layer of sky-blue flame-like substance. The commander's has become bigger, and it has weapons. Also, was that Ace's ability just now? It feels like space and even time have stopped. It should be Ace's. Bai Ye was able to get out of it like this. Hei Tong and Chelsea were relatively far away, so they were not affected by Mokubatmo, but when they saw Bai Ye standing there strangely still for a while, they knew something was wrong. At this moment, Ace was extremely surprised that Bai Ye could actually escape from her Mokubatmo barrier. The duration of Mokubatmo has not yet ended. Bai Ye decided to directly cut off the barrier of Mokubatmo so that Ace can be completely defeated. Bai Ye moved his mind and used his enchantment ability for the second time, that is, attaching the power of Kamui to the blade of the sword, so that the sword would have the ability to tear through space. Then, with one slash of the sword imbued with the power of Kamui easily cut through the barrier of Mokubatmo. When the giant sword was about to fall on Ace, Bai Ye controlled it to stop, only a few millimeters away from Ace. "You've already lost," Bai Ye said lightly. Ace's shocked pupils calmed down immediately, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. "Yes, you win." She knew very well that if the knife landed on her, she would surely die, so there was no point in going on. However, Bai Ye did not kill her, so she felt that Bai Ye really loved her. Ding! Host defeated the strongest aceds in the empire and received the reward, 100 system points. Just by defeating aceds, Bai Ye obtained 100 system points. You have to know that before this, Bai Ye had to kill his opponents to get system points. This is enough to show how special and powerful aceds is. At this time, aceds put away his weapon and slowly walked towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye has also released Susanoo and is checking his physical condition. At this moment, aceds suddenly pinched Bai Ye's chin, and then kissed him forcefully. If aceds had not shown any hostility, Bai Ye would have immediately dodged with hollow. He immediately felt a cool and soft touch on his lips. It was the first time in Bai Ye's life to kiss a girl, and this time he was kissed by aceds. At the same time, Haitong and Chelsea, who were hiding not far away, were also confused. They looked at the scene in front of them with trembling eyes. Bai Ye was actually forcefully kissed by aceds. They were fighting fiercely just a moment ago, and they suddenly did this as soon as the battle was over. Just when Bai Ye wanted to step back, Ace, who had noticed something, immediately hugged Bai Ye with both hands, not allowing Bai Ye to break free. But then, Bai Ye broke free with the power of hollow. Even so, aceds was already satisfied, with a meaningful smile on her face. When their lips parted, she asked Bai Ye, "Is this your first kiss?" "Yes." Bai Ye nodded undeniably. "Me too. Besides, this is a reward for the winner." Aceds raised the corner of his mouth. Knowing that this was Bai Ye's first kiss, the curve of her mouth became more joyful, with a hint of pride. Obviously, her behavior just now must have had some intention. Even though he had just suffered a crushing defeat, aceds didn't look depressed at all. Because whether she wins or loses the duel, it won't be a bad thing for her. If she wins, that would naturally be the best. Not only can she make Bai Ye her own strength, but she can also completely dominate Bai Ye. Even if she lost, it wouldn't be a bad thing, because it meant that Bai Ye was stronger than her. She was originally the strongest in the empire, and it would not be an exaggeration to even call her the strongest in the world. So, Bai Ye, who could defeat her, would undoubtedly be the strongest in the world. His man is the strongest in the world, which is also very good in aced's eyes. Moreover, she will have no shortage of opponents in the future and can compete with Bai Ye at any time. As for the kiss just now, it was said to be a reward, but in fact it was more of a warning to them as Bai Ye mentioned. They are all peeking in secret, so this is a good opportunity to announce one's status to them. Let them know more clearly who Bai Ye is. It turned out that what aceds did was very effective. Haitong and Chelsea in the dark were so shaken that they couldn't hide their breath. Aceds could already clearly sense where Haitong and Chelsea were. Anyway, the battle is over. Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief. The battle ended perfectly, with neither side suffering any serious injuries. Bai Ye certainly didn't want to kill aceds, so he deliberately let him go from the beginning, such as not using the left eye's ability to attack Kamui. Although with aced's reaction and speed, it is not easy for the attacking Kamui to catch aceds. But people always get tired, and if the battle continues, aceds will sooner or later be unable to avoid the tearing of space. And this is also inefficient, as we have to wait until aceds is tired. Therefore, Bai Ye chose Susanoo, which is more efficient and not so lethal, so that he can feel the extent of Susanoo's consumption. At present, the first form of Susanoo is not very stressful for Bai Ye. Although there will be pain in the body, it will not be too serious. This pain should decrease with the improvement of physique and eye power. The second form brought him much greater pressure, but it was still within the acceptable range. The second form is just enough. It is the most balanced Susanoo form. It can use exclusive weapons and has strong defense. After the battle with aceds, Bai Ye had almost exhausted most of his energy and needed to take good care of his body in the next 2 days. By the way, since I won, then. Bai Ye hadn't finished speaking yet. Aceds nodded directly. Then I will obey your orders completely from now on, whether it is to kill Minister Ernest or become your slave, I will obey your orders. Chapter 131. There's no need for her slaves. Just join my organization. If you really want to fight, after Minister Ernest falls, those foreign races will probably start to stir. Bai Ye knew that Ace loved fighting, so he was still considerate of Ace's feelings, just as Ace was considerate of him. From an outsider's perspective, the fall of Minister Ernest came at a time of chaos in the empire. Because there is bound to be a conflict between the positions of the Akatsuki organization and the Revolutionary Army, there is a high probability that foreign ethnic groups, who never have good intentions, will take advantage of the situation. Fighting. Compared to those weak foreign races, I still prefer fighting with you. Only you can satisfy me the most. Ace said bluntly. Really? Then I can spar with you whenever you need me in the future. Bai Ye said. Very good. Ace thus stood in the same camp as Bai Ye. As for Minister Ernest, she didn't care whether that guy lived or died. Originally, she had cooperated with Minister Ernest in order to be able to fight to her heart's content and to fight against the Bud Admiral army when the time was right. Now that she has Bai Ye, who is more powerful than her, the benefits brought to her by the ministers seem meaningless. At this moment, Ace's sharp and cold gaze suddenly turned in a certain direction. Also, can you let those two women come out? I want to get to know them. In the dark, Haitong and Chelsea could sense that Ace had discovered their exact location. They felt that there was no need to hide any longer, so they walked out with calm faces. When he saw Haitong and Chelsea, a gleam flickered in Ace's beautiful eyes. She had some impression of Haitong, as she had met him once before at the Imperial Assassination Force base. I haven't seen Chelsea. I remember you, your name seems to be Haitong, right? And the other one, are you both Bai Ye's subordinates? Ace spoke. Not really. If I have to say, it should be my master, don't you think so, Bai Ye? Chelsea said with a smile. What she was referring to was naturally the time when she disguised herself as a little black cat. At that time, Bai Ye was really her master. Bai Ye immediately realized what Chelsea meant by master. Ace looked at Bai Ye with a little surprise, so you have this hobby, I didn't realize it before. Apparently, Ace mistook this for an SM matter. Only now did she realize that Bai Ye had the same sadistic side as her. No, you misunderstood. Remember the little black cat in my arms at that time? That was Chelsea. Bai Ye explained in order to prove his innocence. I see. Ace nodded. Although Ace and Chelsea both had smiles on their faces at this time, the atmosphere was a bit weird. It feels a bit tit for tat. The commander and I also have a very close relationship. At this time, Haitong also joined the battlefield. She and Chelsea stood in the same camp because the Ace in front of them was a very powerful enemy. Just now they were not paying attention and Bai Ye's first kiss was taken away by Ace. I see. Ace nodded slightly, then let's get along happily, but there is one thing I want to say first, Bai Ye is already mine. Although her calm tone did not reveal any hostility or murderous intent towards Haitong and Chelsea, it contained an unquestionable dominance. I am not someone else's property, I belong to myself. Bai Ye corrected with a little helplessness. Besides, now is not the time to talk about this. When you go back, make preparations. Then, it is time to officially go to war with Minister Ernest. Bai Ye brought the topic back on track. Now the biggest enemy, Ace, has been dealt with and even turned into a friend. Although he couldn't guarantee that Ace would listen to him, he was capable of calming Ace down. As for whether Ace would listen to him or not, that depended on what happened next. Afterwards, Bai Ye, Ace, Haitong and Chelsea set out to return to the imperial capital. Come to think of it, I just asked the minister to prepare 6 imperial weapon users for me. Should I kill those guys? Or should I make them surrender? It might be troublesome if I want them to surrender. Halfway through the journey, Ace mentioned something about hunter. Originally, the name she gave to those imperial tool users was hunters. If you can avoid killing, then don't kill. Bai Ye said. It would definitely be a good thing if it could make the Akatsuki organization stronger. After all, he couldn't just consider the current situation of Minister Ernest. The Revolutionary Army was more troublesome than Minister Ernest. Besides, there were also foreign races, which were also a big hidden danger. I see. Then let's handle it the way the three beast warriors did. Ace said lightly. The three beast warriors were completely her personal armed forces and did not take orders from Minister Ernest at all. She has plenty of ways to make those new imperial tools obedient, it would just be a little troublesome at best. After returning to the imperial capital, Bai Ye and his friends first encountered the three beast warriors. The three beast warriors were surprised to see Master Ace and Master Bai Ye walking together again. Master Ace, Master Bai Ye. Leva and the other two knelt on one knee and spoke with great respect. At the same time, he was wondering in his heart, after what had happened before, how could Lord Ace still get along so normally with Lord Bai Ye? They also had some impression of Haitong and Chelsea. When the assassination attempt on former Minister Jolly failed last time, it seemed that these two girls were also in the convoy. It just so happens that I have something to inform you. Now Bai Ye is officially your boss, and also my boss. Ace said casually. She never cared about status. For example, she didn't mind kneeling on one knee before the little emperor. This is... Leva and the other two were a little confused for a moment. I lost and am not as strong as Bai Ye, so according to the agreement, I am no longer a general of the empire. Ace said calmly. She didn't give the three beast warriors any choice. Either follow her or die. It was that simple. Considering Bai Ye's interests, she would rather kill him than leave three hidden dangers. Lord Ace's claim of defeat immediately shocked Leva and the other two. They couldn't imagine that the invincible Lord Ace actually lost to Lord Bai Ye. They immediately understood what Lord Ace meant and showed their loyalty without hesitation. We will always follow Master Ace. That's right. We are always Ace-sama's loyal dogs. Of course, there is also Lord Bai Ye. Chapter 132. Ace was not surprised at all by the performance of the three beast warriors. The three beastmen's loyalty to her had already been tested many times. Moreover, given the personalities and past experiences of Leva, Niu, and Datas, it is impossible for them to betray Ace. For example, Riva, as a former general of the empire, had been persecuted by Minister Ernest and had long been disappointed with the empire. After being rescued from prison by Ace, he decided to only obey Lord Ace. Therefore, Lord Ace doesn't care whether he is in the Empire camp or the Revolutionary Army camp. This dark empire has no meaning to him. Niu and Datas are more innocent than a thimble. One is a sadist and the other is a murderer. They don't care about the life or death of the empire at all. They did whatever Master Acetas told them to do. Very good. There are no tasks for you to complete for now, but you should behave yourself and be on standby at any time. Ace nodded in satisfaction. Yes. The three beast warriors nodded. Are we now part of the Revolutionary Army? Although she felt that this was most likely the case, Niu still confirmed it out of curiosity. Obviously, the three beast warriors have always assumed that Bai Ye is on the side of the Revolutionary Army. Not really. Bai Ye's idea is to change the empire from within, which is very different from the Revolutionary Army. Ace said. That's right. Overthrow Minister Ernest, the culprit, and then revive the empire. Bai Ye also spoke. Although Chelsea next to him belonged to the Revolutionary Army, he still said it without hesitation. It was not something that could not be said. He had already made it clear to the Night Raid group. Oh, that does sound great. Niu looked very much in agreement. In fact, he was just trying to show his courtesy. He didn't care whether the minister was dead or alive. He just needed to be obedient and perform well. Datas followed Niu's lead and cheered. Only Leva felt something. After all, he did not want to see the darkness of the empire. If he could really change the current situation of the empire, it would definitely be a good thing. Then, the three beast warriors retreated. Only when they were far away did Niu start to discuss what had just happened. I can't believe that Lord Ace actually lost to Lord Bai Ye. I have always felt that Lord Bai Ye's strength is unfathomable, but I didn't expect that even Lord Ace could not defeat him. Leva sighed. Sure enough, our previous choice was correct. If we had chosen to stay and fight with Lord Bai Ye at that time, then we would definitely be dead. I'm so glad. Datas was frightened. After the three beast warriors left, Ace began to provide some advice to Bai Ye based on the information he had. For example, which officials need to be eliminated, and the 4 Rakshasa ghosts around Minister Ernest. Minister Ernest has a special taigu, but his specific ability is unknown. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts around him are the 4 strongest people from the Royal Fist Temple. Each of them has the strength of a taigu user. Ace said, however, with your and my strength, it is not a problem to directly attack the palace, although there are considerable risks. Ace is eager to fight, but he is not stupid. Just like in the original book, when facing the night raid, there was no direct search for the night raid base to challenge all the members of the night raid, but instead a hunter was established to fight against the night raid. Until the enemy was at the gates of the city, he was forced to fight against the 100,000 strong revolutionary army alone. But even so, as long as Bai Ye has that idea, Ace will attack the palace without hesitation. No, you also said that the minister has a special imperial tool. It would be safest if we defeat them one by one. Bai Ye said immediately. The abilities of the imperial weapons are varied and strange, so you should not act rashly without sufficient confidence. Like this decisive battle with Ace, Bai Ye already thought he had complete confidence, but even so, he was almost overturned by Ace's newly developed new ability Mokabatmo. It can be said that the victory was somewhat thrilling. It would be difficult to deal with if Minister Ernest also had some unexpected ability. Well, do you need me to continue to act as an imperial general and find an opportunity to go deep into the palace and kill the minister? Ace suggested. At present, Minister Ernest does not know that she has stood with Bai Ye. As long as she takes advantage of Minister Ernest's trust in her, she can easily find an opportunity to get rid of Minister Ernest in the palace. No, that would be risky for you. There's no need to rush when you have a sure win. Bai Ye still considered it more cautiously. In fact, his prudent attitude was correct, because Minister Ernest's imperial weapon ability was actually to instantly destroy other people's imperial weapons. Even if Ace really found an opportunity to kill Minister Ernest, he would be hit by Minister Ernest's imperial weapon. By then, Ace, who has lost the essence of the devil, will find it difficult to resist the multiple imperial weapon users guarding the palace even if his melee ability is strong. Under such circumstances, it would be almost impossible for Ace to walk out of the most heavily guarded palace alive. Of course, Bai Ye didn't know all this. He only knew that there was no need to waste time in a situation where he was sure to win, and it wouldn't take too long. Now, not only has he reached a cooperation with the Bud Admiral Army, but he has also conquered Ace. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, he doesn't know how to lose. Good. Ace felt warm in his heart when he could feel Bai Ye's concern, and a happy smile appeared on his face with a blush. Seeing the subtle atmosphere between Chief Bai Ye and Ace, He Tong couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied, and his expression suddenly looked a little jealous. She inserted herself directly between Bai Ye and Ace, separating the two. Ace was stunned for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth. Compared to He Tong, Ace is extremely calm and confident. She was not angry with He Tong, but suddenly stretched out her hands towards Bai Ye's face while being separated by He Tong. He turned Bai Ye's face around, then stood on tiptoes and kissed her directly through her black pupils. Since Bai Ye and Ace are both tall enough, this is actually possible. Oh my! I saw that Ace was about to kiss Bai Ye, and Chelsea, who was watching from the side, didn't react much. At this moment, she suddenly felt pity for the little black pupil. Because of He Tong's height, her face was squeezed by Ace's chest at this moment. Ace is so big that the black pupil almost squeezes into his entire face. Think about the difference in body shape between He Tong and Ace. This is a heart-wrenching humiliation. Chapter 133. In every sense, any girl would be unhappy in this situation. He Tong's face suddenly turned black and he pushed Ace away. She was squeezed so hard that she couldn't breathe. Being pushed away by He Tong, Ace failed to kiss Bai Ye successfully. Can you please stop disturbing me and Bai Ye's intimacy? Ace had a smile on his face and his tone was very friendly. In fact, what happened just now was not entirely intentional by Ace. It can be said that only kissing Bai Ye through He Tong was intentional on her part, while squeezing He Tong so hard that he couldn't breathe was an unintentional act, which was equivalent to inadvertently causing the most effective humiliation. He Tong said coldly, "No. Yet." Ace's eyes suddenly turned cold. Since talking won't work, then I'll use the most effective way to make you obey. Judging from Ace's personality, it was obvious that these words meant he was going to take action. If you can't convince them, then beat them. It was so obvious that He Tong's expression suddenly became a little colder. She immediately pulled out the 8 chambers from her waist and was ready for a fierce battle with Ace. Seeing this, Bai Ye couldn't just watch He Tong and Ace fight. If such a big commotion really happened in a place like the imperial capital, it would be too blatant. Moreover, killing one's own people is something that is unacceptable in principle. Stop making trouble. Bai Ye immediately stopped the two of them in a serious tone. It seems that there is something that must be emphasized. People from the same family must not kill each other. He Tong is also a member of our Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki. So that Akatsuki is the organization you founded. Ace nodded slowly, not really surprised. When Bull was assassinated and the money was distributed to civilians by the assassin, the name of the Akatsuki organization became a sensation. Ace also heard about this after returning from the northern border, but at first she didn't know that Akatsuki was founded by Bai Ye. She only realized it when Bai Ye mentioned the concept to the 3 beast warriors. So now she wasn't surprised. I see. He Tong nodded obediently. Bai Ye's words successfully stopped the conflict between He Tong and Ace. Mainly on Ace's side, no one can control her except Bai Ye. Ace only listens to Bai Ye and listens very much to him. After a while, Ace suddenly received a message about the hunter. Those imperial weapon users have been found. Minister Ernest asked me to go to the palace now. Ace said to Bai Ye. Well, go ahead. Remember not to be impulsive. Just do as usual. Bai Ye reminded. Good. Ace nodded in response. Afterwards, Ace set off for the palace. Not long after Ace left, He Tong seemed to be concerned about what had just happened again. I only heard her whisper to Bai Ye, Sir, as expected, you men all like that, right? What do you like? Bai Ye didn't understand what He Tong was saying for a moment. He Tong suddenly felt embarrassed because he needed to speak more bluntly so that his superior could understand. That's the one. In order to express it clearly enough, He Tong deliberately made a gesture of holding that place. Bai Ye immediately understood, it turned out to be that. Ahem. Bai Ye coughed. After all, this topic was a bit. How should I put it? I don't really care about that. Bai Ye said in a serious tone. I don't believe it unless you prove it to me. He Tong said immediately. How do you prove this? Bai Ye looked confused. That's all. He Tong put his finger on his lips, which was not even a hint, it was almost a direct statement. If the commander is willing to do it, I will believe it. Bai Ye was immediately surprised that He Tong was so direct all of a sudden. It made him a little confused for a moment. Although he had previously suspected whether He Tong had some feelings for him, he was still shocked at this moment. After all, the look that He Tong showed now was more than just a little bit of goodwill. Chelsea, who was standing by, also looked surprised when she heard this. The little black pupils suddenly widened. Was this stimulated by Aces? At this moment, He Tong was staring straight into Bai Ye's eyes. Although a slight blush appeared on her cheeks, her eyes did not evade, and it was obvious that she was determined to make Bai Ye do this. Ace's sudden appearance like a fall from the sky made He Tong anxious, so she felt that she had to make some bold changes. Do you hate this? You looked so happy when you were with Aces. Seeing that Bai Ye had not taken any action, He Tong said with a somewhat resentful tone. Hey? Did I have that expression on my face then? Bai Ye was surprised. He only remembered that he was extremely shocked at the time, and there should have been no other expression on his face except shock. In fact, this is indeed the case, but He Tong exaggerated it a little. Anyway, sir, do you still want to prove it to me? He Tong said firmly. She didn't want to miss this opportunity, so she seemed to be forcing Bai Ye. I see. At this time, Bai Ye had calmed down. He Tong had expressed his attitude so clearly, and he thought he had to respond as well. He took a step forward and gently touched He Tong's lips. In a moment, it was over. Is this all right? Even Bai Ye's old face turned slightly red. The feeling of taking the initiative and being kissed forcibly are naturally completely different. Okay, I believe you, sir. He Tong smiled happily, and her beautiful smile with the blush on her cheeks made her look very cute. Although it was just a brief moment, she was very satisfied. Because she won over Aces in this regard. Aces forced the kiss, while Bai Ye took the initiative just now. Chelsea, who was standing next to her, witnessed the whole process, but she never said a word. The expression on his face was rather dull, with a hint of emotion in it. She suddenly felt that things were going to be very difficult for her. Aces and He Tong were both strong enemies, and there were other potential opponents besides them. Although Chelsea could also take this opportunity to confess her feelings to Bai Ye directly, He Tong had already done so. She didn't want to appear to be following the trend, which would not leave a deep enough impression on Bai Ye, so she decided to wait for a more appropriate time. In addition, Chelsea also began to worry about some things, that is, the stance of the Akatsuki organization and the Revolutionary Army. At present, Bai Ye Xiao and their Yexi seem to have a harmonious relationship, but after Minister Ernest falls, the two sides will most likely be in a hostile position. What she cares about is how to deal with this problem when the time comes. Chapter 134. We are not children anymore, this is not a game of playing house. If neither side is willing to compromise, there will be a war. If there is a way to solve it, Chelsea really doesn't want to become enemies with Bai Ye and the others. Because of these thoughts, Chelsea didn't care so much about the matter between He Tong and Aces. After thinking it over, Chelsea decided to talk to Bai Ye in person. After a while, Chelsea suddenly said, Bai Ye, after overthrowing Minister Ernest, I guess we are enemies, right? Hearing Chelsea suddenly mention this matter, Bai Ye was silent for a moment. I guess so, I will definitely not compromise in this regard. Well, I was thinking if possible, I'd try to convince Night Raid and the Revolutionary Army. Chelsea said. Personally, she is not opposed to the philosophy of the Akatsuki organization. The most fundamental reason why she joined the Revolutionary Army in the first place was her disgust at the darkness of the Empire. As long as the source of the Empire's darkness, Minister Ernest, can be eradicated, it doesn't matter whether the empire is overthrown or changed from within. She felt that most of the people in the Revolutionary Army could be explained. Although it's not time yet, it's time to think about solutions in advance. Bai Ye pondered. There is no shortage of talented people in the Revolutionary Army, all of whom are the best talents for revitalizing the empire. It is best if you can convince them, but if you really can't convince them, then you have no choice but to use force. It didn't take long for Bai Ye to come up with a preliminary plan. How about this? We can put on a show at that time, but we need your cooperation. It depends on whether you are willing or not. Bai Ye told Chelsea about the general plan he had come up with, and then he would see when he had the chance to discuss it with Nyenda and the others. Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. Ace has come before Minister Ernest. She still remembered what Bai Ye said and did not act recklessly. Even though she was confident that she could crush the minister to death with one foot. At this moment, Ace looked no different from usual, and Minister Ernest could not find any suspiciousness in her at all. Minister Ernest was seen holding a long loaf of bread in one hand and a list in the other. He never imagined that Ace, the most trusted man, was no longer his ally in the blink of an eye. Ace, I only managed to find 4 of the 6 Imperial weapon users you requested, because the only people I could mobilize were those of low status or various weird guys. I have done my best, don't blame me. Minister Ernest looked at the only 4 names on the list and said helplessly. The reason is that in the original work, Seru and Kuroniko, who were supposed to belong to the hunters, had already been abducted by Bai Ye, so that the hunters that were supposed to have 6 people were directly reduced to 4 people. There are only so many Imperial equipment users left in the Empire, and about half of them are in the Revolutionary Army or abroad, so it is basically impossible to forcibly transfer 2 more Imperial equipment users. But Ace doesn't need to contend with Night Raid now, so he doesn't care about it. 4 people are enough to deal with those thieves in the Night Raid. Ace said calmly, besides, I also have stronger forces besides the 3 beast warriors, so there will be no problem at all. Is that Bai Ye? I feel very relieved to leave this matter to you. Minister Ernest immediately guessed Bai Ye. He already knew that Caiju was murdered, and that it was done by Ace and Bai Ye together. But he was indifferent to this, for a simple reason, Ace. That's right. Ace nodded slightly. Apparently, Minister Ernest mistakenly thought that Bai Ye would also become a member of the Hunters. In fact, it was completely the opposite. It was Ace who became a member of the Akatsuki organization. Afterwards, Minister Ernest did not notice anything unusual until Ace left the palace with the list. I don't know what kind of guys the new Imperial weapon users are, so I'll just play with them for a bit. Walking on the way out of the palace, Ace felt indifferent. After returning, Ace immediately informed Bai Ye of the relevant matters. 4 Imperial weapon users are also quite good. Bai Ye is already content with this. But he suddenly thought that according to Minister Ernest's description, it seemed that, if He Tong and Salo had not been influenced by him, they might have been the 5th and 6th of the hunters. They will be here soon, probably in 2 days. You can meet them then. Ace suggested. Okay, speaking of which, why don't you get to know the other people from Night Raid as well? Bai Ye suddenly thought that he could take Ace to the night attack base. After all, he boasted before that he would deal with Ace on his own, hasn't it come true now? The most important thing was that he wanted to discuss the plan he had come up with Night Raid. And his capture of Ace was the best bargaining chip for negotiation with the Night Raid group. Okay, if I remember correctly, Nyenda is also doing Night Raid, right? It feels like it will be interesting. Ace suddenly became interested. In her eyes, that guy was the naive Nyenda. It was fun for her to play with her, so she let Nyenda go. Otherwise, Nyenda would have ended up not just losing her right eye and right hand. Yes, Nyenda is our boss now. Chelsea said. So you are from Night Raid instead of Akatsuki? Ace was slightly surprised. She originally thought that the 2 women following Bai Ye were companions of Xiao. It doesn't really make a difference, whether in Akatsuki or Night Raid, the master is still my master. Chelsea said with a smile. Hearing Chelsea start again, Bai Ye said helplessly, don't always say things that are so easy to be misunderstood. Hee. Chelsea stuck out her tongue playfully. Apparently there is absolutely no intention to change. Afterwards, as there was nothing else to deal with in the imperial capital for the time being, Aces followed Bai Ye to the base of the night raid. Akame and mine were also notified that the mission had been completed and they were returning to the base. But the problem is, Bai Ye brought Aces to the night attack base without informing Nyenda in advance. In other words, it was like Aces suddenly attacked without any warning. Chapter 135. This seemed very terrifying from Nyenda's perspective. Since there are various facilities for sensing enemy attacks near the night attack base, some uninvited guests can be detected in advance. When Bai Ye and Aces entered the night raid warning range, Nyenda suddenly became nervous. Aces appears. Nyenda immediately gathered everyone in the base. Although Bai Ye, Haitong and Chelsea are with her, the opponent is Aces, so we must not be careless. Akame and mine were still on their way back. At this time, there were only 5 people in the base, Nyenda, Leon, Brand, Lubbock, and Hill. Hearing that Aces was coming, the expressions of the others suddenly became very solemn. Could it be that Bai Ye and the others were captured by Aces? And then they were forced to lead Aces, otherwise why would Aces come back with them? Lubbock guessed immediately. Given Chelsea's personality, she probably wouldn't do that. Anyway, let's prepare for the battle. Nyenda said. She felt that the situation was not good, because Akame and mine were not there, and even if the few of them in the base worked together to deal with Aces, their chances of winning were very low. In her plan, Akame is the key trump card in the duel against Aces, and in addition to this, at least 10 imperial weapon users and 50,000 elite soldiers are needed. Therefore, their most sensible choice is to abandon this base directly and avoid a head-on conflict with Aces at this time. Otherwise, not only would they have no chance of defeating Aces, they would also suffer heavy losses. But Chelsea was still there, and Nyenda didn't want to abandon her companion. In addition, there are Bai Ye and Haitong. Although it's not appropriate to say this, it shouldn't be that Bai Ye betrayed us, right? At this time, Leon suddenly spoke. Nyenda was silent for a moment and then said, I feel that the possibility is not high, otherwise Chelsea would not still be with them. Although this possibility cannot be completely ruled out. How about I hold Aces back for a while, and you find a chance to take Chelsea and the others away from here? Brand leaned against the table, folded his hands over his chest, and said in a deep voice. That won't do. I will never abandon my companions. Lubbock shook his head. Then let's give it a try. The boss has always said that Aces is very strong, but I haven't experienced her strength yet. Leon immediately rubbed his hands together, I'll go find out what's going on first. After saying that, Leon walked out fearlessly. Anyway, if Aces came to attack them this time, they couldn't avoid the battle, so they might as well show more momentum. Nyenda and others followed closely behind. Outside the base, Nyenda and others could just see Aces and others coming from not far away. Why do I feel like Aces doesn't look like he's coming to attack us? By observing the expressions and actions of Aces, Bai Ye, Haitong and Chelsea, Leon felt a little strange. Don't be careless. Nyenda still didn't dare to let her guard down and reminded. At the same time, Aces, Bai Ye and the other 4 also saw the night raid group. If Chelsea waved directly at Nishida and the others at this time, some misunderstandings could be resolved instantly. But the problem is, with her dark personality, she really likes to play pranks. Did they come out to greet you directly? No, judging from their tense and solemn expressions, they probably thought you were going to start a war. Bai Ye immediately figured out what was going on from the expressions of Nyenda and the others, and he said to Aces. Aces smiled happily, please don't talk for a while, let me and Nyenda have a good chat. Okay, but just be careful not to overdo it. Bai Ye realized that Ace probably wanted to scare Nayenda. When he got closer, Asita stopped. She just said as if she was meeting an old friend, "Long time no see, Nayenda." "Ace Day." Nayenda's face was cold and she spoke in a low voice. Her eyes were almost full of hostility and hatred. After all, her right hand and right eye were given to her by Ace. The happy expression on Ace's face at this moment was no different from when he usually killed the enemies. From Nishida's perspective, it really looked like he was here to attack them. Although Chelsea looked relaxed with a hint of smile on her face, and did not look like she was being held captive by Ace, it was still easy for misunderstandings to arise if Chelsea did not speak. "Can you guess what I'm here for this time?" Ace continued to tease Nayenda. "Besides killing, can you do anything else?" Nayenda asked back coldly. "Bai Ye, Chelsea, what the hell is wrong with you?" At this time, Leona asked Bai Ye and Chelsea directly, "Are you really captured by Ace? Or did she catch you in some way?" Before Bai Ye and Chelsea could answer, Ace had already told Nayenda why he came. "Can't I just come to help you? You want to fight then?" Nayenda didn't react at first. She suddenly realized what Ace said halfway through her speech. She was immediately shocked. "What did you say? You want to help us?" Not only Nayenda, but Leon, Hill, and others were also shocked. They couldn't believe it, Ace had become their companion. This is actually their biggest enemy. At this time, Ace walked directly in front of Nayenda, causing Nayenda to take half a step back. Nayenda still has some psychological trauma from being crushed by Ace. "I never like to joke," Ace said in a strong tone. "However, the only one who can give me orders is Bai Ye. No one else has the qualifications, including you." Nayenda had been a colleague of Ace for a period of time, and in her impression, Ace really never lied. But suddenly Ace claimed to be their ally, which made Nayenda feel incredible. Based on her understanding of Ace, this woman is obviously the last person who would join their revolutionary army. But Ace just mentioned Bai Ye. Could it be caused by Bai Ye? Nayenda looked at Bai Ye in shock. "Bai Ye, what is going on? In my duel with Bai Ye, I failed, so now I obey him. Do you understand now?" Naive Nayenda. Ace answered directly for Bai Ye. At the end, she did not forget to laugh at Nayenda. Nayenda's mouth twitched slightly. "Whether you are really our companion or not, I still can't get along with you. Is this true?" Bai Ye defeated Ace. Lubbock exclaimed immediately. "Yes, and in a one-on-one duel, I was defeated miserably." Ace didn't find it difficult to talk about his failure, instead it was a bit like bragging about Bai Ye. She even looked quite happy. After all, Bai Ye was her man, and Bai Ye's strong strength was something she should be happy about. In response, Bai Ye couldn't help but correct him, "That's a bit exaggerated. I can't say I've won completely." Although the situation at that time could indeed be said to be a complete victory for Ace, Ace's move Mokubatamo almost made a comeback. Fortunately, Mokubatamo is not an absolute freeze but a relative freeze, otherwise he might have really turned over at that time. Of course, there are not so many ifs, and a heaven-defying ability like absolute freeze has no possibility of existence. In short, strictly speaking, Bai Ye does not think that he has completely defeated Ace. "But you didn't use your full strength at that time, did you?" At this time, Ace asked suddenly. Bai Ye was a little surprised. Ace actually suspected that he didn't use his full strength? "No, I was already leaving no stone unturned." Bai Ye denied Ace's conjecture. He was indeed right, he had already used all the abilities he could at that time. The second form, Susanoo, and enchanting the weapon with Kamui's power were almost the limits of what he could do at the moment. Of course, this is only for now. With the accumulation of time and system points, his attributes will only get higher and higher, and his strength will become stronger and stronger. Okay, we've gotten off topic. Bai Ye corrected the topic and looked at Nayenda and others. As Ace just said, she is no longer a member of Minister Ernest's camp. Nishida and the others were still stunned at this time. After all, it was incredible that Bai Ye could defeat Ace. If Ace hadn't said it himself, they would definitely think that Bai Ye was fooling them. You know, the Revolutionary Army has been preparing its forces to defeat Ace, but at least so far they are not sure. Moreover, Bai Ye defeated Ace in a one-on-one match, which they had always thought was impossible before. So, next, Ace will join forces with us to overthrow Minister Ernest. Nayenda's tone still sounded somewhat unbelievable. Well, she is no longer a general of the empire. Bai Ye nodded. In this case, don't we already have a sure win? Leon said immediately. Originally, the Revolutionary Army's fear of the Imperial Army was due to 50% of Ace, 40% of Bud's Admiral Army, and the rest of the guys combined only accounting for 10%. Now not only has Ace eliminated the threat to them, but he has also become their ally. They are almost certain to win. At this time, Nishida, Leon, and others suddenly remembered that Bai Ye had told them before that he would deal with Ace alone. At the time, most of them thought Bai Ye was just bragging, but now it has come true. Maybe, but I came here for another very important matter. Bai Ye's expression became more serious. With Ace joining me, I am confident that I can win. But after the fall of Minister Ernest, I think you have not forgotten the difference in our philosophies, right? Well, as I remember, you don't want to overthrow the empire, but to change it from within. Nayenda nodded. Thinking about this matter, she naturally knew its importance. If not handled properly, their revolutionary army might even become enemies with Bai Ye's Akatsuki organization. What happened with Ace just now made Nayenda reevaluate the strength of the Akatsuki organization. Not only is Bai Ye, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, much more powerful than she expected, but now there is also an Ace. It was already a headache for the Revolutionary Army to face Ace alone. If Bai Ye, who was even stronger than Ace, also became an enemy, it would undoubtedly be a very disadvantageous situation. Therefore, Nayenda attached great importance to the matter mentioned by Bai Ye. It turns out that Bai Ye's use of Ace as a bargaining chip was very successful, otherwise Nayenda would not be so in awe of Bai Ye. Well, we have always felt that changing the empire from within is unrealistic, because the conscientious officials are powerless to resist the oppression of Minister Ernest. Nayenda said in a more cautious tone, but, if it's you, I think it can be achieved. After all, you are strong enough. I can't speak for the entire Revolutionary Army. Speaking for me personally, I don't necessarily want to overthrow the empire. At this time, Nayenda fully demonstrated the meaning of be careful in what you say and do, as Ace's change forced her to do so. At this moment, a dangerous creature suddenly appeared in the sky. While hovering at low altitude, two figures jumped off the dangerous creature. Just in time, Chi Tong and Mine are back too. Chelsea recognized the two figures as Akame and Mine. What are you doing here? As soon as she said this, Ma Yin suddenly noticed Ace beside Bai Ye. Although she had never seen Ace in person, she had seen many portraits of Ace, so she could recognize him at a glance. Wait! Is this Ace? Mine suddenly looked nervous. But she doesn't seem hostile. Chi Tong looked at Ace with a slightly serious gaze. Nayenda immediately told Akame and Mine what had just happened. I see. After hearing this, Mine looked at Bai Ye in surprise. You actually defeated Ace. I have to admit that I was wrong before. Ma Yin took the initiative to admit her mistake. Nothing, that's all in the past. Bai Ye didn't mind it. Now let's continue talking about what happens after the minister is overthrown. I can try to persuade others at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, but I can't guarantee how many people will listen to me. At this time, Nayenda said. I have a plan for this matter. Bai Ye took the opportunity to tell the plan he had thought of earlier. Chapter 136. Then we, the Akatsuki organization, will completely overthrow the earnest regime. This will give us the greatest possible persuasiveness. If there are still people in the Revolutionary Army who are unwilling to compromise under such circumstances, then I will have no choice. Bai Ye said his general idea. In addition, after the fall of the earnest regime, I need you to cooperate with us in a play. Acting. Nayenda wondered. That's right. You can pretend to be hostile to our Akatsuki organization, and then fight until both sides suffer losses, so as to show those foreign races that the empire is in a state of chaos and weakness. Bai Ye nodded and said, let's see how those foreign races react. This way, we can know what they are thinking. If those foreign races took advantage of the situation and invaded, it would confirm his idea and prove the unreliability of the Revolutionary Army's alliance with foreign races in order to overthrow the empire. I see. Nayenda actually knew what was going on. Among the foreign races, especially the northern ethnic groups, the invasion of the empire has hardly stopped over the years, until they were completely defeated by Asts not long ago. Western ethnic groups have always been obsessed with the western region of the empire. The ethnic minorities in the south are also ready to make a move. In this current situation, once they and Bai Ye start acting, there will definitely be foreigners who will take the bait. Their revolutionary army was eager to overthrow the empire, so they joined forces with the western ethnic groups and regarded the northern ethnic groups as allies in the hope of containing Asts. They were willing to use any means to achieve their goals. Now that Bai Ye can do what their revolutionary army needs to do by uniting with other ethnic groups, Nayenda feels that there is no need to rely on those ethnic groups. First of all, what are your intentions? Will you compromise, or persist in overthrowing the empire? At this time, Bai Ye asked all members of the night raid. After a brief silence, Leon spoke first. I don't care about that, as long as I can kill that minister. Leon's demeanor and tone were quite casual. Originally, she joined the Revolutionary Army because it was the only option, but she didn't care whether or not to overthrow the empire. Then, Akame also said, if we can successfully change the empire from within and free the people from darkness, then it is consistent with my philosophy. Elder sister. Hei Tong immediately felt delighted. This way, she and her sister wouldn't have to draw their swords against each other in the end. Next, all members of the night raid expressed their opinions one after another, and no one raised any objections. One reason is that Bai Ye has been with them for so long, and they have already trusted Bai Ye enough. The second reason is naturally that Bai Ye possesses strong strength, and Asts has now become Bai Ye's man, which makes every word Bai Ye says very important. Of course, for them, changing the empire from within was acceptable in itself. For example, Lebec joined the Revolutionary Army largely to follow Nagensitan, which had nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army's goal of overthrowing the empire. What he valued were his companions, especially Nagensitan. For example, Hill is even less of a problem. She just feels that she is only useful in killing people, but doesn't want to be a lackey for dark and corrupt officials, so she hopes to help others in the Revolutionary Army. Finally, the only one who hadn't expressed her opinion was Ma Yin, who seemed a little worried. Bai Ye. I want to know what you think of the Western ethnic groups. As for this, I will naturally adopt the attitude of I won't offend others unless they offend me. I will definitely not take the initiative to harm others. Bai Ye smiled and said, and didn't you say that? After overthrowing the minister, you will be a hero. At that time, you can use this identity to improve the problems of racial discrimination and bullying. Bai Ye's words immediately dispelled Ma Yin's worries. Originally, her only concern was how Bai Ye would treat Western ethnic minorities. Now, all members of Night Raid have no objection to Bai Ye's ideas. This result naturally made Bai Ye very satisfied. Then let us, Akatsuki, handle the matter of dealing with Minister Ernest. You can take a rest first. Bai Ye said. Well, I'll leave it to you then. Nayenda nodded. Now she could no longer doubt the power of the Akatsuki organization. Aces alone was enough to almost destroy the Oneist regime, not to mention that there was Bai Ye who was even stronger than Aces. During this period of time, their night raid would not be idle, and they could continue to accept commissions from the imperial capital as usual. Originally, their revolutionary army was not going to launch an offensive against the imperial capital so quickly. According to the original plan, there was still a lot of time to prepare. Aces, although you are scary as an enemy, you are very reliable if you are an ally. At this time, Nayenda suddenly sighed. Really? But I can't be considered your ally. I'm just following Bai Ye's orders. Aces smiled faintly and said, if Bai Ye wants me to kill you, I will do it without hesitation. That's why I said you were scary. I hope that time won't come. Nayenda's expression was quite calm. Bai Ye, this woman is so dangerous, are you really comfortable letting her stay by your side? What Aces said made Main feel somewhat dissatisfied, and she couldn't help but ask Bai Ye. Is it really okay for you to say such disrespectful things to someone else's lover? Before Bai Ye could speak, Aces spoke calmly. Lover. Ma Yin didn't react for a moment. That's right. I haven't introduced you properly yet. Bai Ye and I are already a loving couple. Aces had a relaxed smile on his face and spoke in a somewhat arrogant tone. She noticed from the beginning that there were a lot of girls on the night raid side, so she thought it necessary to emphasize her relationship with Bai Ye. What is going on? Main was immediately surprised. She had no idea when Bai Ye and Aces suddenly became lovers. Bai Ye, is this true? Ma Yin asked Bai Ye with particular concern. It's true. Bai Ye said undeniably. As for the fact that there was a reason why he and Aces became lovers, which was the favor he had paid back before, he didn't intend to explain too much. Because there is no need to explain, otherwise it would seem as if he dislikes Aces. At least he didn't want to disappoint Aces. After receiving Bai Ye's reply, Mayan was struck by lightning. He managed to control his facial expression, but he was deeply hurt inside. But Main immediately cheered up again. She was not that fragile at heart. Instead, she was aroused to fight. Even if her opponent is Aces, she won't give up easily. Chapter 137. There is nothing left on this side of night raid. Bai Ye, Hei Tong and Aces were preparing to return to their own base of the Akatsuki organization. Just as they were about to set off, Akame suddenly raised her hand and said, I also want to go back with Hei Tong. I will not interfere when you attack Minister Ernest. She also emphasized the second half of the sentence because Bai Ye said that their Akatsuki organization would deal with Minister Ernest alone. That's certainly no problem. Bai Ye agreed without hesitation. This won't do him any harm, and Hei Tong will definitely be happy too. I want to go too. At this time, Mine also said. Seeing Bai Ye's puzzled look, Mayan suddenly felt embarrassed. Mainly because there were other people watching nearby, she was too embarrassed to tell the truth, so she had to make an excuse, because of the care given to me by Salo before, I want to thank her. The sharp-minded Aces could tell that what Main said was a lie, and guessed that Main might have done it for Bai Ye. But she did not expose Main, after all, there was no conclusive evidence. Even if Mayan was really what she thought, she had nothing to fear. Although he has been defeated by Bai Ye, Aces is still very confident in his own strength. Obviously, she values strength more than charm, and she doesn't seem to be very aware that her own charm is actually enough to stand out from the crowd. It feels very interesting. I want to go and play with him too. Compared to mine, Chelsea's demeanor and tone are much more natural. Well, if Bai Ye has no objection, you can go if you want. Nayenda didn't mind that 3 team members would be away from home all of a sudden. Because they don't have any commissions to complete for the time being. In this way, several people returned to the base of the Akatsuki organization together. Except for Ace, it is not the first time that Akame and the other 3 members of the night raid have come to the Akatsuki base. The appearance of Ace naturally caused quite a stir among all members of the Akatsuki organization. General Ace, the person they feared the most, suddenly became their companion. After Bai Ye explained the situation to them, they finally calmed down a little. Bai Ye also talked about things related to the Revolutionary Army. You should take a break for the next 2 days. Then we will launch a formal offensive against the Ernest regime. Bai Ye said, the next battle plan can be described as a steady and cautious blitzkrieg. We must quickly overthrow the Ernest regime, but we must not act too hastily. The combination of the 2 words steady and blitzkrieg may seem a bit contradictory, but it is not difficult to achieve. For example, the more difficult enemies can be handed over to Bai Ye and Ace, and the remaining enemies can be handed over to other members to defeat one by one. With the current overall combat strength of their Akatsuki organization, it is not difficult to do this. Taking advantage of the 2 days of rest, Bai Ye waited for his body to recover while studying a detailed battle plan. Naturally, he would decide which enemies to defeat one by one based on the intelligence he already had and the intelligence provided by Ace. Among them, the ones that need more attention are the mysterious imperial weapon held by Minister Ernest and the supreme imperial weapon of the Little Emperor. The Emperor possesses the supreme imperial gear that has been passed down from generation to generation in the royal family. It is also known as the strongest imperial gear, but there are almost no records about it, and I don't know much about it. Ace said, but, even if it is the strongest imperial weapon, I am confident that I can suppress it. Then let's leave the Little Emperor and Minister Ernest for last, and take care of the rest first. Bai Ye said. By the way, the 4 imperial weapon users I mentioned earlier should have arrived. Shall we go over and play with them now? Ace remembered the hunter. Okay, let's see what kind of people they are. Bai Ye nodded slightly. Will, born in the Imperial Marine, possesses the imperial weapon Ashura Incarnation Noble Chariot. Lan, formerly a teacher in a certain village, possesses the imperial weapon Thousands of Miles Flying Mistima. Dr. Fashion is a well-known scientist who possesses the imperial weapon God's Hand of Perfection. Boris, who was born in the Empire's Incineration Corps, possesses the imperial weapon Purgatory Invitation Ruby Kandi. These 4 people are the imperial weapon users who form the hunters. Bai Ye already knew the basic information of these people through Ace's list. And at this moment, Bai Ye also saw them in person. Will is a sunny-looking young man with blue hair and a dark complexion. His attire makes it easy to tell at first glance that he is a country bumpkin, and he also brought a large bag of seafood. Lan is a tall, handsome young man with a feather-like thing on his left ear. Dr. Fashion can also be called Dr. Fashion. He wears a white coat and a pair of glasses, and looks like a scientist. Boris was dressed the strangest. Not only did he wear a strange mask, but he was also shirtless, revealing his muscular body. Bai Ye, lend me your mask, let me play with them first. At this time, Ace said to Bai Ye. Since Bai Ye and Ace had just come in from the back door, Will and the other 3 did not notice them. Bai Ye did not refuse Ace's request. He casually took out his white mask and lent it to Ace. Anyway, there would be no adverse effects if this mask was worn by others, but of course there would be no bonus to all attributes. After taking the white mask, Ace put it on his face and then attacked the 4 people directly. When they noticed someone suddenly attacking them, Will and the other 3 immediately thought that it was an enemy. Just wearing a mask, no one could recognize that this was General Ace. Who are you? Will immediately said with a vigilant look. Ace wordlessly kicked him away with a side kick. Next, she greeted the other 3 people as well. But Ace didn't take it seriously. He stopped when he felt he had enough fun. Even so, the way she did it right from the start left a deep impression on the 4 imperial weapon users, and there was no doubt that they were given enough of a sense of shock and oppression. Only then did Ace take off her mask, and Will and the other three recognized her. General Ace. Porus was the first to recognize General Ace. General Ace? Isn't he their superior? Will, who had just been kicked to the ground, suddenly felt a little numb, and even his superior seemed a little abnormal. Are you scared by the little episode just now? I think the ordinary welcome is too boring, so I'm going to do something special. Ace said lightly. Then, she returned the white mask to Bai Ye. Also, let me introduce you to this person who is also your superior. His orders take precedence over mine. Chapter 138. Oh, this is also our commander. Will stood up now. None of the four people, including Will, knew Bai Ye. Only Ace, who was very famous throughout the empire, knew him. I'm Bai Ye, please give me your guidance. Bai Ye introduced the four people in front of him. Hello, sir. My name is Will. Will saluted immediately. My name is Lan, and I hope you two masters will give me your guidance. Lan said in a friendly manner. I am Porus. Porus was obviously the most ferocious and frightening among the four, but at this moment he looked coy. You are really good looking, sir. I wonder what you think of fashionable men. Dr. Fashion pushed his glasses and spoke to Bai Ye in a very suggestive way. Hearing this, Bai Ye suddenly felt a little strange. Could this guy be that kind of person? In fact, Dr. Fashion is actually a gay. Hearing that Dr. Fashion dared to make such a suggestion to Bai Ye, Ace's eyes suddenly turned cold. She walked towards Dr. Fashion with a cold expression, and under Dr. Fashion's puzzled gaze, she kicked Dr. Fashion away with an upper leg, creating a dent in the wall a few meters away. Dr. Fashion's imperial weapon mainly plays an auxiliary role. His own physical fitness is not outstanding, so he is naturally crushed by Ace in hand-to-hand combat. Will and Paul were both frightened at once, and Lan's expression became serious. General Ace was just joking with them just now, but now it was obvious that he was serious. No, to be precise, he was angry. If General Ace was really serious, he would have directly used the power of the imperial weapon. Ahem. This made Dr. Fashion cough up blood. Oh, the commander is really cruel. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Dr. Fashion looked weak and a little puzzled. He didn't understand why Commander Ace suddenly attacked him so harshly. The intensity was totally different from when he was wearing a mask and joking just now. Bai Ye is my man. If you dare to speak rudely again next time, I will pull out your tongue. Ace said coldly. There was murderous intent mixed in with the bone-chilling voice, and it was definitely not a joke to Dr. Fashion. Dr. Fashion suddenly realized that Chief Bai Ye and Chief Ace were already in that kind of relationship. If that's the case, then I really went too far. I am extremely sorry. I didn't know that the two officers had this kind of relationship. I won't make the same mistake again. In front of the angry Ace, Dr. Fashion didn't dare to be so frivolous anymore. He admitted his mistake seriously and sincerely. Otherwise he had no doubt that Commander Ace would really kill him. That's good. Ace said lightly. His tone became much calmer, and the cold look on his face eased. Bai Ye had no intention of expressing his opinion on the scene before his eyes. He thought Ace was doing a good job, and he himself really didn't like being remembered by people like Dr. Fashion. Ace's swift and decisive actions immediately helped him get rid of Dr. Fashion's entanglement. After learning the cause, Will, Porus and Lan all breathed a sigh of relief. At least Chief Ace is not the kind of boss who gets angry easily. Dr. Fashion just went too far and touched Chief Ace's sore spot. By the way, although I'm not the type of person who likes to comment on other people's outfits, but the way you're dressed. At this time, Bai Ye said to Porus with some concern. Porus' outfit is really a bit too weird. Ah, I'm shy and I think I'm ugly and scary, so I don't want to scare others, so. Porus said embarrassedly. I see. Bai Ye nodded slightly. But I have to say, the way Porus looks now is obviously more terrifying. However, Bai Ye didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, so he didn't say anything more about it. At this time, the sound of boiling water was heard. Porus immediately went to get the boiling water and made a cup of tea for everyone. We are all Imperial Tools users, so let's get along well. Porus said, I should be the oldest among us, but I really can't go on like this. As if reminded by Bai Ye, Porus became more generous than before. After the initial interaction, except for the guy named Dr. Fashion, Bai Ye had a good impression of the other three. They all seem to have good natures, but whether this is really the case or not can only be known after getting to know them slowly. Sir, what should we do next? I remember that we were called together to fight against a killer organization called Night Raid, right? At this time, Will asked Bai Ye and Aces. No, it has nothing to do with the Night Raid. What we really want to deal with are the treacherous officials who have plunged the Empire into darkness. Aces said directly. This surprised Bai Ye. Was he so direct right from the start? The reactions of Will and others were naturally even more exciting. This. I don't quite understand. It turns out that the Empire also has problems in this area. Will's face was filled with surprise, because he had served in the Imperial Marine for many years and knew almost nothing about the darkness of the Empire. But since General Aces said so, it shouldn't be false. Porus remained silent. Although it was difficult to see the expression on his face because of the mask, one could vaguely see that his facial features looked a little gloomy under the mask. Because Ace's words suddenly reminded him of some bad memories. As a member of the Empire's Incineration Corps, he naturally did many things under the Empire's orders, including burning prisoners and villages with infectious diseases or collusion with the Revolutionary Army. He knew that what he had done was sinful, but he also believed that as a soldier it was his duty to obey the orders of the Empire, so he was in pain and felt that sooner or later he would be punished. But he must live well for his wife and daughter at home. I don't really understand this aspect either. Dr. Fashion's tone sounded a bit foolish, but he was actually quite aware of the current situation of the imperial capital and the entire empire. But he doesn't care about those things, he is only interested in scientific research. And he himself hadn't done anything good. Lan also said nothing. There are many treacherous officials in the empire who have lost all conscience. Our duty as hunters is to eliminate them. Yes, the name of our team is Hunters, also known as Imperial Weapon Hunters. Ace said lightly. Her unique identity and powerful tone made it impossible to doubt that she was lying. First of all, her identity as the strongest in the empire already has full credibility. Will and others did not dare to doubt what Ace said. They only know that Ace is their leader, and they just have to obey his orders. Bai Ye suddenly felt that Ace could indeed be of great help. In this situation, no one else's words could be as effective as Ace's. I understand. I will do what I should do. Will nodded at this time. Me too. Porus also said. Lan and Dr. Fashion also expressed their opinions. Naturally, they had no room for objection, especially Dr. Fashion, who didn't want to be beaten by Ace again, as that could really result in death. Very good. Then your first target is the financial officer Gozba. Let me see how you perform. Ace gave Will and the other three the task on the spot. Of course, Ace didn't mean what she said, because she didn't care about Bai Ye or anything other than fighting. If she had to say it, she was sincerely considering what to do for Bai Ye. She has always known that Treasurer Gozba is one of the biggest corrupt officials in the empire, and she herself has no interest in taking action against him, firstly because the other party is too weak, and secondly because she does not care about those corrupt officials. But considering Bai Ye's interests, this kind of guy must be eradicated. Weaken the power of Ernest's regime step by step, and finally get rid of the little emperor and Ernest's minister. Okay, shall we set off now? Will suddenly became full of energy. Now that he is here, he must perform well in front of the new boss. We can set off today. This mission is not difficult. I hope you can satisfy me. Ace said. Leave it to me. Will said confidently. I will work hard and try not to let you down. Horace perked up. Let's work hard together. Lan smiled. Dr. Fashion supported his chin with one hand and said nothing. He felt a little strange. Can we really kill such an important person as the treasurer just like that? But the one who gave them this task was General Ace, who was also the most trusted general of Minister Ernest. There shouldn't be any problem. Maybe Minister Ernest suddenly wants to settle accounts with certain people. Led by Will, the hunters set out on their first operation a short while later. After the hunters left, Ace called out the 3 beast warriors. Leva, Niu, Datas, keep an eye on them. Also, don't let them find you. If you are found by accident, just say you are my subordinate. Ace ordered the 3 beast warriors. Yes. Leva and the other 2 nodded in response. Then they set out immediately. At this time, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh. Ace is really reliable. I feel that there is no problem in handing all the things over to you. It can be said that he did nothing just now, and even he and Ace did not discuss what happened in advance. It was all Ace's free play. However, he was also satisfied with Ace's free play. After receiving Bai Ye's praise, Ace immediately became as happy as a little girl, which was in stark contrast to the coldness and haki when treating outsiders. Treasurer Gozba is protected by an imperial weapon user and a group of elite guards. This bodyguard force can be said to be very strong. But faced with the simultaneous dispatch of 4 imperial weapon users, these guards seemed inadequate. Will's imperial weapon Noble Chariot is a replica of Dark Onmyoji. It can be said that the basic panel is stronger than Dark Onmyoji, but the upper limit is not as high as Dark Onmyoji because Dark Onmyoji can evolve continuously, which is an ability that Noble Chariot does not have. After Will used the imperial weapon, his entire body was suddenly covered in blue armor. Because he was a numerical freak, Will was like a piece of cake, rushing forward and easily breaking through the formation of those elite guards. The imperial weapon in Boris's hand is a fire-breathing imperial weapon that can spray flames. The flames it sprays out cannot be extinguished by water, and it can even spray out magma. As for the secret technique, it is a large-scale self-destruction. Those elite guards without imperial tools would be burned to death if they were even slightly exposed to fire. The scene was like hell on earth, with many firemen screaming. Horace felt a little bit reluctant about this and silently said I'm sorry to these people, but this was a task he had to complete. Lan went straight to the dragon's lair. His imperial weapon, flying 10,000 miles, was the winged imperial weapon, which was the pair of huge wings on his back. He used the feathers on the wings to directly shoot and kill the treasurer Gozba. Under the dimensionality reduction attack launched simultaneously by the hunters, even if there was an imperial tool user beside Gozba as a guard, it was of no avail. The imperial tool user soon fell down due to being outnumbered. The only one who didn't do much during the whole process was Dr. Fashion. He was considered the doctor in the team. Although he has fighting ability, it is not suitable to use it now. Just like what Commander Ace said, the difficulty is indeed not high. At this time, Will checked Gozba's body and muttered, since he was the treasurer and was ordered to be strangled, he must have embezzled a lot of money. It's really a pity that he died. I'll burn their bodies. It's better this way. Horace came over and said. Then I'll leave it to you. Will nodded. Nothing, this is what I should do. Afterwards, Boris burned all the bodies at the scene with his imperial weapon. Although the traces at the scene still clearly show that these people were burned, this was the order of General Ace and Minister Ernest, so it shouldn't matter. While the 4 hunters were fighting, the three beast warriors were secretly watching them. In fact, Lan had vaguely realized that he seemed to be monitored, but he guessed that it should be someone sent by Commander Ace, so he didn't say it. While the hunter was assassinating the treasurer Gozba, Bai Ye and Ace were not idle either. They had already launched the next wave of actions. Chapter 139. Minister Ernest wants us to protect a guy named Barak. He is a spy planted by the minister in the Ning Dao. He has gained the trust of the leader of the Ning Dao and is an assistant to the leader. Ace said, but these are not the main points. The main point is that the 4 Rakshasa ghosts under the minister will most likely appear at that time. It would be best if the 4 Rakshasa ghosts can appear. If not, then we can get rid of Borik at the same time. A Ning Dao? Is it a religious organization? Bai Ye asked in confusion. The name sounds like a religious organization. Yes, this is a religious organization that suddenly emerged from the folks. I heard that the leader of a Ning Dao seems to have great charisma and strong leadership, so the development speed of a Ning Dao is very fast. Ace explained. Well, let's ignore this religious organization for now and solve the target that needs to be solved. Bai Ye said lightly. He still cared a little about this Ning road. It depends on the stance of these guys. They can rebel now if they want, but if they still refuse to obey after he overthrows the Ernest regime, then don't blame him for being rude. Let's pretend we're here to protect Balak, and then see if the 4 Rakshasa ghosts will show up. Ace said. The Ning Dao base is located in the east, far away from the imperial capital. Ning Dao has developed into a huge city with a large number of believers. At this moment, Bai Ye and Ace have arrived at the territory of Ning Dao. The people here are all believers of the Ning Dao. Master! Master! Today they all gathered together, surrounding the leader on the stage. The leader wears a stag skull on his head. As he raised his hand, at least thousands of people gathered below suddenly fell silent. The world is filled with sorrow. The leader began to preach. The general content is that life nowadays is very difficult and everyone is suffering from hunger and poverty, but precisely because of this, the mind must not be shaken and one must persist in doing good and one day good deeds will be rewarded. But Master, even if you keep doing good deeds, it will be meaningless once you die, right? At this time, someone below asked loudly. The leader was silent for a while, then he said calmly, even if you lose your life, it is only the end of your body. Your soul still exists in the world and will enjoy happiness in the kingdom of God in the end. These words immediately silenced all the doubts from the audience. Just yesterday, a brother entered the kingdom of God to protect his brother who was being hunted by dangerous creatures. His name is Joachim. I will never forget the name of this hero in my life. The leader had a nostalgic look on his face. At this time, Bai Ye and Ace were mixed in the crowd. Since the attention of other people around them was completely on the leader, no one recognized them. Listening to what the leader said, Bai Ye felt that this Ning Dao was not bad. At least it was not a cult that specialized in brainwashing people. Everyone in the audience was immediately grateful, especially the little brother mentioned by the leader. At this moment, he was in the audience, shedding tears of gratitude. Master, you actually remembered my brother's name. His brother's wife, who was standing beside him, was also in tears. Next, the leader gave another example. He even remembered the deceased's serial number on Anning Road very clearly. His unique memory made him popular among the people. So, death is not the end of everything. Their names and memories still exist in the world. The audience was immediately in an uproar. Master! Master! They shouted Master excitedly. Behind the leader, there is a bearded man. He is the secondary target of Bai Ye and Ace this time, Berlik. As for the main target, it is naturally the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. With Mangekyō Sharingan, Bai Ye could see that at this moment, Balak was showing a sinister smile behind the leader. After all, this guy was a traitor. Bai Ye and Ace are changing in the locker room. Because Pericles held a banquet, Bai Ye and Ace were among the guests. Bai Ye changed into a white suit, while Ace wore a bright red dress. Ace day dress, drawn by the original author. When we arrived at the banquet venue, we saw a lot of people and tables full of delicious food. Especially Pericles was sitting there like a nobleman, with several veiled maids serving him. Alas! I feel a growing sense of crisis recently, so I'm asking the minister for help. Looking at the icy beauty before him, Balak immediately exclaimed, I never thought that it would be General Ace, the strongest general in the empire, who would come here in person. Now I can rest assured. Only my loyal subordinates will be present at this banquet, so General Ace and this excellency can enjoy it to their heart's content. Since Berlik didn't know Bai yet, he could only refer to him as Your Excellency. The minister asked us to protect you. Just arrange a room for us. Ace said calmly without rushing to reveal his true intentions. Of course that's no problem, my mansion is very interesting, hee. Balak had a meaningful smile on his face. He was referring, of course, to the maids in the mansion. Bai Ye had a blank expression on his face and showed no interest at all. Ace remained calm. Although she was a little unhappy with what Berlik said, there was something that concerned her more at the moment. She had already sensed 4 unusual auras on the ceiling, most likely the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. We have no interest in those. Instead, I would rather meet the person hiding in the ceiling and watching us. Ace said in a cold tone. As expected of General Ace, you discovered it so quickly. Berlik was surprised. He then snapped his fingers, signaling the 4 people in the ceiling to come out. They are the 4 Rakshasa ghosts from the Imperial Royal Fist Temple who helped me control the entire Ning Dao. Balak introduced the 4 people directly to Bai Ye and Ace. Thorn, Metz, Zhu Tian, Suzuka. You guys are here after all. Looking at the 4 Rakshasa ghosts in front of him, Ace smiled faintly. At this moment, G, one of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, seemed to want to show off his skills in public, so he chose Bai Ye, who did not look as strong as General Ace. He was like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye he flashed behind Bai Ye. Of course, he would not really attack Bai Ye, he just wanted to scare Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye had already seen through Ji's actions. He predicted that Ji would flash behind him, so he turned around and grabbed Ji by the neck. When Ji was shocked. The other party's reaction speed was even faster than his. I'm not interested in playing with you, but I don't mind sending you on your way. Bai Ye said lightly. At this time, Ace laughed jokingly, you really chose the wrong target. He is stronger than me. How is this possible? Upon hearing this, Ji was shocked. General Ace is recognized by everyone as the strongest in the empire. How could this young man be stronger than General Ace? Not only Ji, but also the other 3 of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts and Balak found it unbelievable. They had originally thought that this young man was just a small follower of General Ace, and they had never expected that he could be stronger than General Ace. Yes, I offended. In order to save his life, Ji had to apologize to Bai Ye. Although he could easily break free from Bai Ye's hand, he was afraid that this would anger Bai Ye. If this young man was really as powerful as General Ace said, then the consequences for him would be dire. Bai Ye let go of his hand, and Ji immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't kill the 4 Rakshasas right away because he wanted to see if these 4 guys had any value that could be used. If it has no use value, it's not too late to get rid of it. Next, Bai Ye had a brief exchange with the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. I learned that their names were Ji, Zushin, Suzuka, and Metz, also translated as horsehead. The one who just attacked Bai Ye was Ji, who was shirtless, had a muscular body, and black eyes. Compared with Ji, Zhu Tian is more burly, with a bald head, thick hair on his chin, and a wine jug hanging around his waist. Suzuka is tall and slim, wearing a tight Aikido outfit, messy long black hair, and 2 strings of bells hanging behind her earlobes. Metz is a girl with blonde hair, green eyes, and wheat-colored skin. She has a cute face and a good figure, and her upper body is dressed rather revealingly. General Ace just said that you are stronger than her. Is this true? Metz's personality is obviously more lively. She was curious and asked all kinds of questions just after she met Bai Ye. It's true. Bai Ye nodded slightly. At this time, Ace was talking to Balak. Wow! There really is someone stronger than General Ace. Just now, this guy Ji almost caused a big trouble. Maze teased Thorn with a smile. Ji could only look frustrated and couldn't refute. At the banquet, Bai Ye and Ace haven't done anything yet. After the banquet, it was already very late, so they stayed here. Although Ace said that they had no interest in those things at all, it was not a harsh refusal after all, and Balak still sent some maids to serve Bai Ye. It was precisely because he knew that Bai Ye's strength was stronger than Ace's that Balak wanted to treat Bai Ye as well as possible. But what Berlik didn't expect was that this would cause dissatisfaction from Ace. When the maids were about to enter the room, they found that Ace was also in Bai Ye's room. However, they did not take it too seriously and continued to carry out Lord Berlik's orders. They themselves had no way of disobeying Lord Berlik. What are you doing here? At this moment, Ace asked coldly. We are here to serve Lord Bai Ye. If Lord Ace needs anything, we will talk to Lord Balak. The maids replied. They even took Lord Ace's needs into consideration. No need, you guys go out. Ace said coldly. But, we. The maid was suddenly embarrassed. Little did he know that Ace was on the verge of getting angry. Tell that guy that Bai Ye is my man. If this happens again, do you understand? Ace's cold tone already contained murderous intent. Okay, okay. The maids were immediately frightened by Ace's icy eyes and quickly left the room. The maid who ran the slowest even turned back to help close the door. Ace locked the door directly, turned around and said to Bai Ye, okay, no one will disturb us now. It's as if we are going to do something that no one else can know. Bai Ye smiled awkwardly. It would definitely be best if we don't get disturbed. After all, what we're going to do next? As he spoke, Ace slowly undressed. Bai Ye then realized that something seemed wrong with the atmosphere. What are you doing? I noticed that there are quite a lot of girls around you, so I think I should seize the initiative. Ace said directly, but I want to be on top, you just lie down. Chapter 140. Since Ace was unhappy with the large number of women around Bai Ye, she decided to make things a fait accompli. Are you serious? Bai Ye's eyes suddenly widened slightly. Before, he thought that Ace didn't understand these things, so he just treated him as a pillow. But he didn't expect that Ace would suddenly get serious. Just lie down obediently. Even though I can't beat you in a duel, I must beat you once in this respect. At this time, Ace looked full of fighting spirit. If she wasn't left with only her underwear on, people who didn't know would have thought she was going to have a bloody battle with Bai Ye. But from another perspective, it can indeed be said to be a bloody battle. After saying that, Ace directly used brute force to press Bai Ye onto the bed. Bai Ye did not resist. After all, Ace did not intend to hurt him. Instead, he asked Ace in a calm tone, why don't you calm down for a moment? What's there to be calm about, or do you just not like me? Ace's face suddenly turned a little colder. No, I just don't want you to act on impulse and regret it later. Bai Ye explained. This is impossible. I like you, so I want to do this. There is nothing to regret. Ace said lightly. Then, without saying a word, she tore off all the clothes on Bai Ye. Although Ace was in the upper hand at the beginning, the situation gradually reversed. Ace went from confident and calm to awkward and then to trying to hide his shyness, but ultimately he was defeated by Bai Ye. After all, Bai Ye's entire attributes have been systematically enhanced, and his physical fitness has increased dramatically. Although Ace's physical fitness is also very strong, he is still inferior to Bai Ye. Her strongest aspect is her mastery of the imperial weapon Essence of Demon. No one is more suitable for this imperial weapon than her, and being able to develop new abilities for the imperial weapon on her own is something that almost no other imperial weapon user can do. But it is obviously impossible for Ace to use the power of the imperial weapon at this time. Doing so would undoubtedly be cheating, and would be equivalent to admitting defeat. She was too proud to allow herself to do that. But he could only helplessly lose to Bai Ye once again. Going before Bai Ye meant failure in Ace's eyes. However, this failure did not discourage Ace, but instead aroused her fighting spirit. Anyway, Ace has no intention of letting Bai Ye go all night. You are indeed a man that fascinates me, but don't even think about resting tonight. Ace kissed Bai Ye with a flushed face, not giving Bai Ye any room to rest. The second round of offensive was even more fierce than the first. A night passed. Ace fell asleep contentedly holding Bai Ye. Compared to Ace's rosy and tender face, Bai Ye looked a little weak. Even he himself didn't know how many rounds he had fought with Ace. He just felt a sense of exhaustion as if his body had been hollowed out. Fortunately, his physique attribute is strong enough, and he can recover quickly as if nothing happened. Coming back to his senses, Bai Ye realized that he and Ace had done something extraordinary. And no protective measures were taken. After all, Ace suddenly attacked strongly, and there was no time to prepare. What if it happens all of a sudden? Although this is not a bad thing, Bai Ye just felt that it was a bit too sudden. Bai Ye was feeling very tired at the moment and he didn't want to think too much and slowly fell asleep. When Bai Ye and Ace woke up, it was almost noon. But no one disturbed them, and no one dared to disturb them. Since Bai Ye's recovery ability is much stronger than Ace's, he also wakes up earlier than Ace's. By doing the hollow move, Bai Ye broke free from being used as a pillow, and then he covered Ace with the quilt. But even such a gentle action still woke Ace up. She sat up and stretched, the only thin nightgown she was wearing revealing her perfect and seductive curves. It seems to be noon already. Last night was really intense. Feeling the sunlight outside the window, Ace sighed. Until now she still felt that some of the after effects had not worn off. Even a little unfinished. At this moment, Ace gave another passionate kiss beside the bed. Good morning, dear. Good morning. If Ace didn't want to delay his business, he would have almost aroused Bai Ye's desire again. After changing into formal clothes, Bai Ye and Ace went out. Let's start with the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, and then it will be Balak's turn. Bai Ye plans to resolve the matter here today. You didn't kill that thorn yesterday. Did you think it would be useful to keep him alive? Ace asked, remembering what happened yesterday. If possible, it would be nice to bring the 4 Rakshasa ghosts under your command. Bai Ye nodded. Okay, you can definitely give it a try. Ace naturally had no objection to this. If they don't accept it, then just kill them. Near Balak's mansion, Bai Ye and Ace found the 4 Rakshasa ghosts easily. After all, the mission of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts is to protect Balak, and they will definitely not leave Balak too far away. Hello. Good afternoon, Lord Bai Ye and Lord Ace. Mets greeted Bai Ye and Ace as soon as they met. However, what he got in return was the ruthless hospitality from Bai Ye and Ace. Bai Ye and Ace attacked the 4 Rakshasa ghosts without any warning. The strength of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts was only at the level of ordinary imperial weapon users, far inferior to that of Bai Ye and Ace. Naturally, it was difficult for them to react to this sudden attack. Don't move, or you will all be frozen into ice in the next moment. Ace put his hands on Ji and Zhu Tian respectively and subdued the 2 men in an instant. Ji and Zhu Tian were caught off guard, and they had no doubt that General Ace would freeze them at any time, so they behaved themselves and dared not move. Bai Ye's means of subduing girls were not as convenient as Ace's. Even when facing two girls, he showed no mercy. He grabbed Maze and Suzuka by the neck and slammed the two women to the ground. It's not that Mets and Suzuka are unable to resist, but they are facing Bai Ye and Ace. In this situation where they don't know the truth, they dare not resist casually, not to mention that they can't win even if they resist. But something was wrong with Suzuka at this moment. There was no pain on her face. The blush on her face and the blurred eyes seemed as if she was enjoying it. Suzuka. Chapter 141. Ah! Suzuka made a strange sound. Bai Ye frowned slightly. What's going on with this guy? Suzuka has some weird quirks. Maze said with a somewhat painful expression. Also, what happened to Lord Bai Ye and Lord Ace? We didn't do anything offensive, did we? Because we are hostile to Minister Ernest. Bai Ye explained lightly. He didn't intend to waste any more time talking and said bluntly, I'll give you two choices, surrender or die. This isn't really a choice. Maze immediately complained. I understand, but I am curious as to why the two lords are going against Minister Ernest. Ji still didn't dare to move and asked. So much nonsense. Ace kicked Ji down without saying a word. Ji fell forward and the back of his head was stepped on by the heel of his high boots. Seeing this, Zhu Tian on the side couldn't help but marvel in his heart that he was worthy of being General Ace, and was as cruel as the rumors said. Ji raised his head with great difficulty and said hastily, I am willing to surrender. Soon after, Zhu Tian and Metz also surrendered. After all, if they want to survive, this is their only choice. Only Suzuka sang a different tune. If I say I don't want to, will Lord Bai Ye? I'm sorry, but I'll just kill you. Before Suzuka could finish, Bai Ye replied in a cold tone. Having already known about Suzuka's quirk, he no longer found this guy's words and actions strange. All right. Suzuka was immediately disappointed, then I can only do the same as them. At this point, the four Rakshasa ghosts have all surrendered to Bai Ye and Ace. Bai Ye was not worried that the four Rakshasa ghosts would rebel again. The best way was to hand them over directly to Ace for management. Ace's subordinates, such as the three beast warriors, are very loyal. Their loyalty is purely to Ace. In this regard, Ace is very good. The first task given to you is to get rid of Balak. This task will undoubtedly be very simple for you. Bai Ye directly asked the four Rakshasa ghosts to get rid of Balak. Balak has no real power and it seems that there is no need to get rid of him. But in fact, this guy is not only a spy planted by the ministers in Ningdao, but also spreads drugs in Ningdao. If there is no supervision, countless civilians here will become drug addicts over time. Regardless, drugs must be curbed. If the mission is successfully completed, Lord Bai Ye, can you satisfy me once? A blush appeared on Suzuka's face. These words sound easy to be misunderstood, but Bai Ye knew very well that this guy must be referring to satisfying his masochism. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. If you really need it, you can ask Ace to help you. Bai Ye said lightly. I'm not interested either. However, Ace responded indifferently. Because what she likes is to crush others with absolute strength and trample on others' dignity. Not long after, Suzuka came back with Borlak's head. Including the guards around Balak, anyone who discovered the assassination attempts of the four Rakshasa ghosts were dealt with by them. The entire Berlik mansion suddenly fell into chaos. Master Bai Ye, please insult me as much as you want. Suzuka touched her face and said to Bai Ye. I can't insult or anything like that. Bai Ye walked slowly towards Suzuka. Then he slapped him hard. Bang! With a muffled sound. At this moment, Ace's face immediately turned cold, and then she started to attack Suzuka. Ace did not use any weapons nor the ability to use imperial tools, he simply beat Suzuka up with hand-to-hand combat, which did not cause too serious injuries to Suzuka. For Suzuka, the top taijutsu master in the Royal Fist Temple, ordinary injuries can be easily recovered. After being severely beaten by Ace, Suzuka lay down for a while and then stood up again as if nothing had happened. Ace successfully vented his anger, and Suzuka was also happy. This was a win-win situation for both parties. At the same time, Suzuka realized one thing. It seemed that provoking Bai Ye was the most effective way to anger Ace. Lord Bai Ye and Lord Ace have their own unique ways of humiliation, and they both feel great. Suzuka immediately felt that this was the best way to enjoy it. Heiji and Zhu Tian on the side looked speechless. If they were in his place, they would definitely not want to be beaten up by General Ace. Suzuka looks like she's enjoying herself. Maze laughed. The head of Balak thrown on the ground seemed out of place with the atmosphere here. After dealing with the 4 Rakshasa ghosts in Balak, Bai Ye and Ace left, and of course the 4 Rakshasa ghosts followed them. As for a Ning Road here, Bai Ye doesn't plan to care about it for the time being. The real thing he should do now is to gradually weaken the power of Minister Ernest. Next, Bai Ye and Ace ordered the hunters, 3 beast warriors and 4 Rakshasa demons to act separately to weaken the forces around the minister with faster efficiency. Everyone in these 3 teams is an Imperial Gear user or has equal strength to an Imperial Gear user. There is almost no one in the Imperial capital that they cannot assassinate, so the progress is very smooth. Minister Ernest didn't react until many of his men had died. But he didn't know it was Bai Ye and Ace who did it. He thought it was the night raid that was rampant in the Imperial capital again, so he called Ace to the palace and urged Ace to take action against the night raid as soon as possible. Ace still behaved naturally in front of Minister Ernest, and the minister was kept in the dark. During this period, the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization was completed. It has even spread to the Imperial capital, using Ace and Aria's mansion as a temporary base. These 2 mansions can easily accommodate a lot of people, especially Ace's mansion is the safest. Nowadays, almost all the fighters of Akatsuki have arrived in the Imperial capital. Some guards and experimenters who are developing drugs have been left at the headquarters, which is the Saiga Cave. Of course, the new drug being developed will greatly reduce the side effects, and the enhancement effect it brings will not be much lower than before. Commander Bai Ye, these 3 people insisted on coming to the Imperial capital with us, so we brought them here. At this time, a team member brought 3 people to Bai Ye. These 3 people are Tatsumai, Iaz and Sao. You guys want to come to the Imperial capital to make a name for yourself. Bai Ye naturally recognized Tatsumai and the other 2, as they were the ones who impressed him the most among the villagers. Because these 3 little guys talk about the Imperial capital every day. Yes, I am very grateful to Mr. Bai Ye for helping our village to ease its predicament, but we still feel that we cannot stay comfortable in the village forever, otherwise sooner or later the village will return to its previous situation. Tatsumai said to Bai Ye with a firm look in his eyes. Good. Bai Ye admired the ambitions of Tatsumai and the other 2, but it was a pity that the Imperial capital was not as simple as they thought. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of a good idea. I can help you with this matter, but first I want to know if you want to join the army. Yes. What I want most is to serve the empire and get promoted and make a fortune in the army. Tatsumai directly stated his ambition. We have worked hard for so many years just for this moment. I also want to join the army, but we are new here and we don't know many rules. Iaz and Shehu also nodded. Don't worry about the rules. I can introduce you directly to the Bud Admiral Army. Bai Ye said lightly. Bud. German Admiral Army. Although it was the first time for Tatsumai and the other 2 to come to the Imperial capital, they had heard of the reputation of the Bud Admiral Army. However, since information in their village is not widely circulated, they only know that the Bud Admiral Army is the strongest in the empire, but they are unaware of General Ace, who is considered a rising star. So in their opinion, the Bud Admiral Army is the strongest. Tatsumai and the other 2 immediately admired Bai Ye even more, as he was actually acquainted with the Bud Admiral army. Well, if you think it's okay, I can take you to meet the Bud Admiral army right now. Bai Ye said, as for whether you can be favored by the Bud Admiral army, it depends on your own ability. I understand, let's go now. Tatsumi can't wait any longer. Iaz and Sao are not mentally prepared yet, but since Tatsumi has already said so, they have no choice but to go ahead with it. Later, Bai Ye brought Tatsumi, Iaz, and Shehu to the palace, with Asts following him. Minister Ernest still doesn't know what Bai Ye and Asts have done, so Bai Ye can still enter and leave the palace at will. He brought Tatsumi and the other two directly to the Bud Admiral army. Bai Ye, why are you here with Asts? Seeing Asts beside Bai Ye, the already serious-looking Admiral of Bud frowned immediately. He didn't know Bai Ye's current relationship with Asts, and thought Asts was still Minister Ernest's right-hand man. Therefore, he completely regarded Asts as a traitor. He is my lover, why can't I come with him? Asts asked back. Spouse. The looks in the Bud Admiral's eyes became a little strange. Although he didn't have much contact with this woman, he was certain that she was very powerful and arrogant. First of all, he is my lover, and secondly, I lost to him not long ago, so I am no longer someone close to the minister. Asts did not hide much about the Bud Admiral army. Because Bai Ye told her that the Bud Admiral army was also trustworthy, and at least they would definitely not stand on the side of Minister Ernest. Hearing this, the Bud Admiral army felt a little unbelievable and couldn't help but look at Bai Ye. Everything Asts said is true. Bai Ye nodded. Okay. The Bud Admiral army had no choice but to believe it. Originally, he thought that Asts was the biggest obstacle for him to eradicate the ministers, but he never thought that Asts had been solved by Bai Ye, and even turned the enemy into a wife. The Bud Admiral army couldn't help but look at Bai Ye with admiration. Asts was no match for Bai Ye, and I guess I was no match for Bai Ye either. I came to you for something else this time. These three people want to join the army. Do you think we can test their qualifications? Bai Ye introduced Tatsumi and the other two to the Bud Admiral army. Okay, but I require them to train with me for at least 10 days so that I can judge their qualifications. The Bud Admiral army was quite easy to talk to Bai Ye. If they think it's okay, then it's okay. Bai Ye said. After all, this is not a fantasy world. You can instantly detect one's innate understanding by simply placing your hand on something like a stone tablet. It would take 10 days to barely make a preliminary judgment on the growth rates of Tatsumi and the other two. Naturally, Tatsumi and the other two had no objection. During the following period of time, Tatsumi and the other two stayed in the Bud Admiral army for training. At the same time, Bai Ye and Asts were almost ready. Except for a few imperial weapon users who were guarding the palace strictly, all the strong men under Minister Ernest were dealt with one after another by Bai Ye and his men, and they were either subdued or killed. The last step is to directly attack the palace. At this time, no matter how much Minister Ernest was kept in the dark, he had already realized that something was wrong. He felt that a lot of his men had died at an abnormal rate, and General Asts didn't seem to be working much. Just today, Minister Ernest's suspicions were answered. Bai Ye led Asts, Susanoo, Hei Tong and a dozen imperial weapon users to break into the palace. Although the Admiral army of Bud could not stand anyone destroying the dignity of the palace, Bai Ye and others were coming for Minister Ernest. He asked the guards under his command who were specifically responsible for protecting the palace to avoid the battle, and he went straight to the minister. Without the royal guards, the few imperial artifact users in the palace could not stop Bai Ye and his men. Bai Ye and his men quickly reached the palace where the little emperor and Minister Ernest were. However, Bai Ye did not see the little emperor at this time, and only saw Minister Ernest here alone. As for the rest of the officials, they had already fled. Asts, you actually. Although Minister Ernest already had some doubts about Asts, he still found it hard to believe when Asts stood in front of him as an enemy. Obviously, Ace should be the last person to be hostile to him, so what happened? Soon after, the tall and burly Admiral of Bud also entered the palace. General Ace and the Bud Admiral army, who were said to be the strongest in the empire, appeared before him at the same time, and Minister Ernest's scalp suddenly went numb. Chapter 142. Let me do it. Bai Ye said to Ace. Since Minister Ernest had an unknown imperial weapon, he felt it would be safest to handle it himself. Ace nodded slightly and said nothing. Bai Ye just wanted to quickly deal with Minister Ernest, so he took action directly without hesitation. Minister Ernest was immediately panicked, but he reacted quickly and immediately used the power of the imperial weapon on Bai Ye. He has already figured out that his most promising way at the moment is to destroy Bai Ye's imperial weapon, and then take the opportunity to kidnap Bai Ye and use Bai Ye as a hostage to have a glimmer of hope. Because the ability of the imperial weapon he possesses, Dual Kamui, is to destroy the opponent's imperial weapon. However, what Minister Ernest would never have thought of was that Bai Ye did not have any imperial tools at all. When Bai Ye entered a certain range, Minister Ernest immediately used the ability of Gem Tiara. As a gem on his forehead shattered, it meant that he had used his power and the opponent's imperial weapon must have been destroyed. However, when Minister Ernest confidently engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Bai Ye, he was crushed by Bai Ye in just a few moves. How is this possible? Your imperial weapon has clearly been destroyed by me. After being kicked away like a ball by Bai Ye, Minister Ernest, with a bruised face, screamed in disbelief. There are very few people who have the melee ability like Ace. Although Minister Ernest's physical skills are not as good as Ace's, it should be easy for him to deal with a pretty boy like Bai Ye. That's right, in the eyes of Minister Ernest, it was Bai Ye, the pretty boy, who had bewitched Ace. He had no idea that Bai Ye had conquered Ace by force. So he originally thought that Bai Ye also relied on the imperial equipment to become a so-called imperial equipment user, and his own melee ability must not be very good. Unexpectedly, I was completely crushed by Bai Ye. I don't have a Taigu. Bai Ye said calmly, I see, your imperial weapon ability is to destroy other people's imperial weapons. Fortunately, I am the one who can deal with you. He suddenly felt that he was very foresight. It would be a great loss if Ace's imperial weapon was destroyed by Minister Ernest. Soon, Bai Ye beat Minister Ernest until he passed out. He did not kill him, nor did he use the power of Dual Kamui because he did not intend to kill Minister Ernest immediately. That would be too cheap for this guy. In Bai Ye's view, the next important thing is to resolve public anger. The people of the empire have suffered from Minister Ernest for a long time. Directly handing Minister Ernest over to the people for handling can not only make the people feel better, but also stabilize the situation in the empire. However, just as Bai Ye was about to drag the unconscious Minister Ernest away, there was an unusually loud noise outside the palace. Bai Ye frowned slightly and threw Minister Ernest aside, wanting to see what was happening outside. Ace and others also had their attention drawn to them, but they didn't understand the situation. Only the Admiral of Bud was the first to react. His expression became serious. It's Your Majesty. Your Majesty? What happened to him? Bai Ye came over and asked. Your Majesty activated the Supreme Imperial Gear. It must have been the ministers who instigated His Majesty. The faces of the Bud Admiral army turned angry. Just then, the former minister Jolly appeared on crutches, with his daughter Sibia beside him to protect him. Mr. Bai Ye, General Ace, I beg you to spare His Majesty's life. His Majesty has been deceived by that minister. His Majesty will surely reform in the future. When Jolly first learned that the Bud Admiral army was working with Bai Ye to surround and kill Minister Ernest, he anticipated that this was likely to happen. So he hurried over. This empire still needs an emperor. The previous emperor has only one flesh and blood. Once the current emperor dies, there will be no descendants, and the world will surely be in chaos. I know. I won't kill the emperor. I just need to calm him down. Bai Ye said in a calm tone. Of course, he also took into account what Jolly was worried about. In fact, he has two choices. One is to change the dynasty and ascend the throne to become emperor himself, and the other is to let the current little emperor continue. But Bai Ye had no interest in the position of emperor. He did not think he was suitable to be emperor and rule the world, and with his strength, he did not need the identity of emperor to satisfy his desires. Regardless of whether he is an emperor or not, his strength is the strongest in the world. As for if we have to talk about a third option, it is probably moving towards a republic and directly ending the feudal monarchy era. But this kind of thing is not as easy to say as it seems. First of all, the era in which this world is in has not yet reached the level of the late Qing dynasty. This is like letting the Tang dynasty or Song dynasty directly skip the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties and enter a new era. This kind of thing is almost impossible. Even if the emperor is willing, the people will not be able to accept it. Taking too big a step often leads to bad consequences, so Bai Ye didn't even have this idea. He has a clear definition of himself. He is just a time traveler and does not have the ability to bring about historic changes in the world. Thank you very much. Jolly said gratefully. He was actually surprised that Bai Ye did not directly overthrow the empire and establish a new dynasty. There are hardly many people who can bear the position of emperor, right? Afterwards, Bai Ye walked out of the palace. Suddenly, I saw a giant mecha in front of me, hundreds of meters high, wearing a huge cloak and an emperor's crown on its head. This is the emperor's exclusive imperial weapon, the national guardian mecha, the supreme throne. Guardian of the nation, high throne. This is really big. Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's a pity that he can't bear the terrible consumption brought by the complete form of Susanoo now. Otherwise he would want to open the complete form of Susanoo and fight against the supreme imperial weapon. At this moment, the supreme throne fired a large number of shells at Bai Ye and others. The power of each shell was amazing. Admiral Bud had to passively defend himself. His stubborn character prevented him from fighting the emperor. The admiral, who was loyal to the emperor, would never commit treason. Bai Ye immediately put on a white mask, and an Uchiha fan appeared in his hand, which directly absorbed all the shells fired by the Supreme Throne, and then converted them into wind attribute energy and returned them to the Supreme Throne. Uchiha rebounds. This was probably the strongest energy that the Uchiha fan in Bai Ye's hand had ever absorbed. The strong wind that bounced back easily destroyed the palace building in front and also left obvious scratches on the surface of the Supreme Throne mecha. To put it bluntly, it is the same as scraping. The reason why the Supreme Throne is called the strongest imperial weapon is because its lethality and defense are top-notch, and it is difficult for ordinary imperial weapons to hurt the Supreme Throne. However, the real power of this imperial weapon lies in facing a group of enemies. The first emperor created it 1,000 years ago to protect the imperial capital. At the end of the original work, the Revolutionary Army suffered heavy losses from the artillery shells of the Supreme Throne outside the imperial capital. On the other hand, it is not that strong in one-sided battle. The lethality of the Supreme Throne does not have much effect on top imperial weapons such as Asts and Bud Admiral Army. Moreover, such a supreme imperial weapon with top-notch hardware in all aspects was just restrained by Bai Ye. What does it matter how hard the mecha's surface is? The pupil technique of Dual Kamui completely ignores physical defense. Even if the little emperor used the secret skills of the Supreme Throne, which was equivalent to losing his mind and going berserk, he could not change the nature of his own mecha. Let me wake you up first. Bai Ye said lightly. Next, he began to distribute the existing system points. Ding! Host redeemed Physique 150, deducted system points 150. Ding! Host redeemed I Power 100, deducted system points 100. Ding! Host exchanged Energy 50, deducted system points 50. Ding! Host redeemed Agility 50, Deducted system points 50. Bai Ye used up almost all the system points he had accumulated in recent days. As the system points were almost gone, Bai Ye's overall attributes suddenly reached a new height. Strength, 200, plus 10. Agility, 200, plus 10. Constitution, 500, plus 10. Eye power, plus 230. At the same time, Bai Ye directly opened Susanoo and reached the third form in one breath before stopping. Susanoo has grown 2 legs based on the second form, and her body size has at least doubled, reaching dozens of meters or even 100 meters. P.S. Refer to Madara's third form. Naturally, he can also use the exclusive weapons of the second form. Although the third form of Susanoo is still not as huge as the Supreme Throne, the visual shock it brings is strong enough. Moreover, Bai Ye was not here to compete with the Supreme Throne in size. He just wanted to make it easier to kill the Supreme Throne in seconds. Bai Ye's ability is stronger than last time. Looking up at Susanoo, Ace immediately said excitedly. Hei Tong had also seen Bai Ye's second form of Susanoo last time. She was already shocked at that time, but she didn't expect that that was not Bai Ye's limit. At this moment, Bai Ye controlled Susanoo's sword weapon and slashed horizontally towards the Supreme Throne. Although the Supreme Throne should not be able to withstand a normal attack from the third form of Susanoo, Bai Ye even enchanted Susanoo's weapon in order to win with one blow. The giant sword imbued with the power of Kamui cut the Supreme Throne in half as easily as cutting tofu. What? The little emperor inside the Supreme Throne was suddenly shocked. Being young, he had little combat experience and panicked when faced with such a situation. But even if he didn't panic, there was no room for resistance. The Supreme Throne suddenly broke into 2 halves and fell down with a loud bang. Bai Ye killed it instantly with such ease. But it should be said that no one in this world can withstand the attack that Bai Ye just made. At this time, Bai Ye released Susanoo and directly drilled into the head of the Supreme Throne through the ability of Hollow, and found the little emperor who was controlling the Supreme Throne inside. The little emperor still wanted to resist, but with his thin and young body, he was no match for Bai Ye's strength. Bai Ye easily pulled him out of the mecha. The little emperor got up from the ground in pain and saw that the powerful General Ace and the Bud Admiral army had become enemies in the blink of an eye. He knew that there was no hope, so he said in despair, "I have lost, you can kill me or chop me up as you please. I don't intend to kill you. Besides, you have been deceived by that minister. Don't you realize it at all?" Bai Ye said somewhat speechlessly. "Minister?" The little emperor looked bewildered. "Your Majesty." Just then, Jolly came running over with his crutches and almost fell down. "You are Minister Jolly." The young emperor didn't expect to see Minister Qiao Li, who once assisted his father, here again. "Your Majesty, you have been deceived by that minister. In fact, the late emperor and the Empress Dowager were plotted against by that minister." Jolly told the little emperor the little-known truth. "You said he plotted against my father and mother? How is that possible? He would never do such a thing." Until now, the little emperor still believes in Minister Ernest. This is true. He was the one who poisoned the late emperor and the Empress Dowager. Jolly was also a little anxious, and for a moment he didn't know how to make His Majesty believe what he said. Seeing that the little emperor was still quite stubborn, Bai Ye thought of a way. "Since you don't believe it, let that guy explain it to you clearly." After saying this, he walked into the palace and dragged out Minister Ernest, who had not yet woken up. "Ace, please. Professional matters should naturally be done by professionals. Just let Ace torture Minister Ernest. The torture items include but are not limited to lingchi." At Bai Ye's command, Ace started without hesitation. The first blow, Ace stepped on Minister Ernest's face with the heel of his high boots, crushing the bridge of his nose. Minister Ernest woke up in pain. "Ah!" After Ace tortured him with the sword for a while, Minister Ernest confessed obediently. After getting the answer he wanted, Ace kicked Minister Ernest aside like a dead dog. Jolly and his daughter Sibia couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. The Ace in front of them made them feel scared. Fortunately, Bai Ye was able to subdue Ace. Otherwise, if Ace was still in Minister Ernest's camp, it would be very difficult for them to overthrow Minister Ernest. Moreover, Ace was cruelly torturing Minister Ernest 1 second ago, and the next second he was hugging Bai Ye's arm and showing affection. Chapter 143. After learning the truth of what happened from Minister Ernest, the young emperor was immediately filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that it was Minister Ernest, whom he had always respected, who had killed his father and mother. But at this moment he had to believe it. Do you recognize the reality now? At this time, Bai Ye walked up to the little emperor and said calmly, I will not kill you, but you must atone for the mistakes you made before, even if you were deceived by that minister. Next, I suggest you go to the streets of the imperial capital or even outside the imperial capital to take a good look at the current situation of the people. Before the empire is completely hopeless, actively make improvements. You should feel lucky. There are still many civil and military officials willing to serve you, including former Minister Jolly and the Bud Admiral Army. Bai Ye said a lot to the little emperor in one breath. But that was all he wanted to say. Now it depended on what the little emperor thought. I understand. I will take a good look at the current state of the empire. The young emperor realized that he might have been deceived by Minister Ernest all along. Since he had never left the palace, he had never seen the people's conditions with his own eyes. Minister Ernest told him everything verbally. According to the ministers, the empire was governed by him with peace and prosperity. The only flaw was that there were rebels who wanted to rebel, and he always believed them. It was also the ministers who told him that it was very dangerous outside the palace and strongly opposed him leaving the palace. Afterwards, Bai Ye kept his word and did not touch the little emperor again. Let's just throw this guy into heavenly prison. Qiao Li will continue to serve as the minister. I hope you can assist the emperor in solving the current situation of the empire. Bai Ye said. In the next few days, the little emperor followed Bai Ye's advice and went on a secret visit to the streets and outside the imperial capital. The common people had never seen what the current emperor looked like, and since the little emperor was wearing casual clothes, no one could recognize him. There are also guards and imperial envoys protecting the little emperor in secret, so there is no need to worry about any accidents. Now, the little emperor finally saw the true face of the empire with his own eyes. This is completely inconsistent with the peace and prosperity that Minister Ernest had mentioned before. It can be said to be a complete mess. The little emperor was completely certain that he had been deceived by Minister Ernest all along. Minister Qiao Li, am I really still qualified to continue governing this country? I have ruined the country of the previous emperors. At this time, the little emperor had already developed serious self-doubt. Of course there is no problem. As long as your majesty cheers up, he will surely win the trust and love of his people. Jolly said quickly. With Qiao Li's encouragement, the little emperor cheered up. Well, I will definitely change for the better and never let my subjects down again. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Ernest is the culprit who made the empire what it is today, and the people have long hated him. I think your Majesty can start with this aspect. At this time, Qiao Li proposed to the little emperor. Yeah, I've thought about that, too. The little emperor nodded and said, I was a little reluctant before, but now I have made up my mind. Let's just torture him in public. He had realized that he had been deceived by Ernest and had let the empire become so terrible. Moreover, his father and mother were also killed by Ernest. How could he still have feelings for Ernest? Even if we think of the old relationship, we are filled with hatred for the murder of our father and mother. Your Majesty is wise. Jolly was a little surprised. He originally wanted to propose beheading Ernest in public. After all, he didn't dare to say anything too extreme in front of His Majesty. Whether former Minister Ernest should be subjected to lynching is one thing, whether he dares to say it in front of His Majesty the Emperor is another. Unexpectedly, His Majesty took the initiative to propose to torture him to death. Of course, this is also a good thing, which shows that His Majesty has fully recognized the ugly face of Ernest and is determined to change the status quo. After the little Emperor's secret visit ended, the first thing he did when he returned to the palace was to order Ernest from heavenly prison to be taken to the street and tortured in public. As soon as this news came out, the entire imperial capital exploded. The scene of the lynching execution was packed with civilians who came to watch. People love to join in the fun. Even if the person being tortured by lynching is a little-known figure, there will be a crowd of people watching, and even rich people will buy the flesh cut from the body of the victim of lynching. What's more, the person who was tortured to death this time was Minister Ernest, who was hated by countless people. What the hell is going on? How come that minister who could cover the sky with one hand was suddenly tortured to death? There must have been a coup inside the palace. Didn't a very tall monster appear in the palace a few days ago? Someone must have used force to overthrow that minister. This is such a great thing. This damn evil minister has finally been brought down, and we can even see him being tortured to death with our own eyes. It's so satisfying just thinking about it. Who is the current minister? Is it the previous minister? I remember that he was in a much better position than he is now. While the people around were discussing heatedly, the noisy scene had already officially begun the torture of Ernest. Since Ernest was in very good physical condition, he could not be killed by the swords. Instead, his strong body caused him the greatest torture. No one knew how long his screams lasted. The executioner completed the entire lynching process very smoothly. The entire execution process was not over until the last moment, when Ernest's head was cut off. The people around were all enjoying the show. Since the execution took so long, many people just held their bowls and ate while watching. This scene actually increased their appetite. While the crowd was still there, the little emperor walked out from behind the scenes. The clothes he wore and the crown on his head allowed the people to recognize him as the emperor even if they had never seen his true appearance. The scene suddenly became quiet. Almost everyone stared with their eyes wide open and even dared not breathe. No one expected that His Majesty the Emperor would show up here. I am the Emperor of this empire, but I have not fulfilled my duties as an emperor. I have been kept in the dark by my former minister, Ernest. Now I have seen through his true colors. The little emperor said to the people in front of him, "It was Mr. Bai Ye, General Asts and others who made me wake up. Mr. Bai Ye is a real hero. I am very grateful to him." Chapter 144. The young emperor sincerely admitted his mistake to his subjects. This scene immediately shocked everyone present. They couldn't believe that His Majesty the Emperor would say such words to them. The little emperor's actions naturally had a very good effect. In addition to the improved reputation of the young emperor, Bai Ye's fame in the imperial capital also became unprecedentedly great because the young emperor made Bai Ye's achievements public. Not only that, the young emperor also announced that he would take a series of measures to benefit the people, including reducing taxes, providing relief to refugees, and so on. Although the empire has become corrupt and dark under the manipulation of Minister Ernest in recent years, it has only been less than 3 years since Minister Ernest took office, and it is not enough to cause the financial collapse of the entire empire. Therefore, the imperial treasury is actually quite rich at present. Previously, almost the entire court was filled with corrupt officials who fawned over Minister Ernest, causing the money that should have been given to the people to be looted by the corrupt officials. Now that Minister Ernest has fallen, Minister Jolie, who has Bai Ye and Admiral Bud's army to rely on, immediately liquidated those corrupt officials. Since those guys had been too greedy and rampant under the protection of Minister Ernest, they could easily find evidence and confiscate their property. This huge amount of money can be directly distributed to subsidize the people. It must be said that although the young emperor almost became the king of a fallen country, the empire's economy and military strength have not collapsed. To be precise, both are still doing well. Chang Zhen even shed tears when he saw this. Did I hear it right? His Majesty the Emperor actually told us so much. It turns out that the person who overthrew Minister Ernest was Bai Ye. I remember that he seemed to be the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard before. Not long ago, it seemed that he was rumored to be the lover of General Asts. It's him, no wonder he was favored by General Asts and was able to overthrow Minister Ernest. If what your Majesty said is true, can we expect a prosperous era in the future? Seeing the Emperor's attitude, the people also began to have expectations for the future. After learning about the little Emperor's actions, Bai Ye felt that the little Emperor really wanted to make amends. He was quite satisfied with the little Emperor's behavior. There's no need to pay much attention to the internal affairs of the Empire right now. The next focus will be on the affairs of the Revolutionary Army and the foreign races. I've asked Chelsea to go back and inform all members of the night raid. They can start the action now. Bai Ye said at this time. Are you trying to stage a show of hostility towards night raid? Then I can't fight them to my heart's content. Ace said with a faint smile. That's true. You should hold back a little and don't really fight them. Bai Ye smiled awkwardly and reminded. The lineup on his side is extremely luxurious. Not to mention himself, Ace and the Bud Admiral Army. Then there are Sella, Kuroniko, Akatsuki, Hunter, 3 Beast Warriors, 4 Rakshasas, and so on. If a real fight breaks out, let alone a night attack, it will be useless even if the entire Revolutionary Army comes to attack. Now Bai Ye just needs to wait for news from Nyenda. Nyenda has gone to the Revolutionary Army headquarters to discuss things, which of course does not include acting. For the time being, only they and Night Raid know about the acting. Within 2 days, Nyenda came back with news. Most people within the Revolutionary Army agree to take a wait-and-see attitude towards the Empire. If the Emperor and Minister Jolie can govern the country well in the future, they are willing to withdraw from the ranks of overthrowing the Empire. These people are basically the lower ranks of the Revolutionary Army, or people like Nishida who were originally imperial officials and transformed into the Revolutionary Army. Instead, those who held an opposing attitude came from the leaders of the Revolutionary Army, some of its upper echelons, and their followers. Nyenda gradually understood some things. The leader probably wanted to overthrow the Empire and establish himself as Emperor. If she compromised with the Empire, it would obviously infringe on the leader's interests. I am unwilling to compromise. At that time, all members of our night raid will assassinate the Emperor at all costs. At this time, Nyenda said very cleverly, the Emperor has been away frequently recently, so it is easy to find a suitable opportunity to assassinate him. As long as he is killed, the royal family will be extinct, and the empire will not be able to continue. The people in this world or this era are still quite feudal and superstitious. For example, the emperor is very particular about orthodoxy. If you are not orthodox enough, the people will not recognize you. Therefore, as long as the little emperor dies now, the empire will not be able to continue. It is possible to change someone to be the emperor, but that would be equivalent to changing the dynasty. Of course, Nyenda only said this on purpose for the leader to hear. She was trying to test the leader. Okay, then this difficult task is left to you. The leader of the Revolutionary Army was a middle-aged man. He didn't say much, but he had already thought about how to use this opportunity to defeat the Imperial Army led by Bai Ye. His plan was still to unite with other ethnic groups. As long as it allowed him to ascend to the supreme position, what would it matter if he ceded part of the territory to them? Bai Ye's sudden appearance disrupted his original plans and gave him a headache. This time, he had to solve this hidden danger no matter what. It is impossible for the emperor to be unprotected when he goes out. After the night attack and the battle with Bai Ye and his men, the enemy will definitely be seriously injured. At that time, we can unite with other ethnic groups to defeat them. The leader had good intentions, but he didn't realize he had fallen into Nayenda's trap. By the way, you don't have a suitable taigu yet. I happen to have a biological taigu that I can give to you. The leader also specially strengthened Nayenda's power. After a while, a tall man with 2 horns on his head walked in. Let me introduce you to the biological imperial weapon Lightning Bolt Susanoo. It is very powerful, and its secret technique is to absorb the life force of its master to become violent. After going violent, its strength increases dramatically. The leader handed this humanoid imperial weapon to Nayenda. Nayenda was a little surprised that at this very important juncture, there would be one more person in the night attack team. But it shouldn't matter. It is said that biological imperial weapons will be extremely loyal to their masters after recognizing them, so there is no need to worry about their plans with Bai Ye being leaked. When Nayenda brought Susanoo back to the night raid base, the leader of the revolutionary army also secretly began to negotiate with the alien race. Since the northern ethnic groups were almost destroyed by Asts before, the southern ethnic groups were not much better and were also crippled by Asts. Only the foreign ethnic groups in the west are still strong in military power and are eyeing the western border of the empire covetously. The leaders of the revolutionary army could only find ways to unite the remaining forces of the ethnic minorities in the north and south, and negotiate terms with the powerful ethnic minorities in the west. It was said before that the territory that originally belonged to the western ethnic groups would be returned, but at that time the western ethnic groups only agreed to send troops to invade the western border of the empire to cause chaos, and did not agree to join the revolutionary army in besieging the imperial capital. If we want more help from the western ethnic groups this time, we have to promise them more terms. The western foreign races were eager to take over more of the empire's territory, and the leader of the revolutionary army reluctantly agreed in order to succeed. Of course, the leader of the revolutionary army did not intend to directly besiege the imperial capital during the night attack and the battle with Bai Ye and others, but to unite with other ethnic groups to gradually erode the empire. He knew that Bai Ye was very strong, but fortunately, the emperor's supreme imperial equipment was destroyed, which was actually what they feared the most. The soldiers of the imperial army have long been in poor condition due to lack of training. The only real troublesome ones are Bai Ye, Asts and those in the Bud Admiral army. As long as they unite enough foreign races and imperial weapon users, victory is only a matter of time. Now he just wants to act according to the situation. The key lies in what kind of results this night attack can achieve. As soon as Nayenda returned to the night raid base, she took all the night raid members to discuss with Bai Ye. On the way, she had already told Susanoo what she really wanted to do next, and made sure that Susanoo would be absolutely loyal after recognizing his master. Most people agree, but the leader and the upper echelons disagree? That's interesting. Bai Ye nodded slowly and said, "We will proceed as normal then and see what happens." "Oh, I hope Bai Ye and Asts can be gentle when the time comes." "Oh, and the same goes for the Bud Admiral army," Leon said with a smile. "Well, I won't do anything that Bai Ye would dislike." Facing the people from Night Raid, Asts' attitude and tone were quite good. The Bud Admiral army looked at these Night Raid members with serious expressions. In his eyes, these people were rebels, but because of Bai Ye, he had to restrain himself from expressing his opinion. "Hey Tong, you must avoid my attack when the time comes," Akame reminded Kurohime. "Don't worry, sister. I'm not that easy to be killed by you." Hey Tong hugged her sister with a smile on her face. Before the show started, the night raid members stayed directly at the Akatsuki base. Today's dinner is prepared by Susanoo. Susanoo is not only strong, but also very skilled in housework. He knows more than 1,000 kinds of dishes and can customize different dinners according to everyone's taste preferences. Therefore, today's dinner is also the most sumptuous one. Since there are too many people here, Akame and Kurohime are also helping. Well, they definitely didn't do it for the convenience of cheating or anything, absolutely not. While waiting for dinner, Nayenda found a deserted place outside the room to smoke. Just then, Ace happened to pass by behind her. Nayenda suddenly remembered something and said, Ace. It's really amazing that you, who are so eager for fighting and killing, would actually have romantic feelings for a boy. She had been surprised by this matter for a long time, and only now had the opportunity to tell Ace about it. Isn't this just the instinct of wild animals? It's not that strange. Ace said casually. Nayenda was a little speechless. You can compare yourself to a beast, only you can do that. If I'm not mistaken, that green-haired boy seems to be interested in you, right? At this moment, Ace suddenly asked Nayenda a soul-stirring question. After the last and this meeting, Ace accidentally discovered that the green-haired boy named Lubbock seemed to be interested in Nayenda. Ever since he got the hang of it, Ace is no longer as dull as before in this regard, but rather quite sharp. For example, she had more or less seen the feelings of Haitong, Celia, Chelsea, and mine towards Bai Ye, so she was so decisive in making the matter a fait accompli with Bai Ye. Ahem. Hearing this, Nayenda was immediately choked by her own cigarette. She never expected Ace to suddenly ask this question. Seeing Nayenda's obvious reaction, Ace immediately understood something. It seems that you also know what he means to you. Why don't you do something to show your feelings? Nayenda looked a little worried. What are you talking about? Now is not the time to consider that kind of thing. The Revolutionary Army and the foreign races are still a mess. At least after those things are resolved, I might really agree to try dating him. Sure enough, you are still so naive. Ace smiled lightly and said nothing more. Her ideas are obviously completely different from Nayenda's. In her eyes, you can just do whatever you want without having to think too much about it. After saying that, Ace walked away. Nayenda was left alone to continue smoking. After Ace left, Nayenda was still thinking about Lubbock. Just as Ace said, she always knew what Lubbock was thinking. Although Lubbock was a rich young man who could enjoy a comfortable life, he joined the Revolutionary Army for her. In fact, the reason why Nayenda has not responded is not only because some things have not been resolved, but also because she herself is not mentally prepared. She is completely ignorant about love. Maybe, like Ace said, I am a little naive. Nayenda suddenly admired Ace a little bit. Even when he was hostile to Bai Ye, he was able to boldly express his love to Bai Ye. Chapter 145. Within the Empire, outside the imperial capital. A tall, strong, dark-skinned, silver-haired man was walking towards the imperial capital. There was a hideous cross-shaped scar between his eyes. And behind him, there were 5 guys who looked unusual. The way they were dressed was somewhat different from the people of the Empire, and they seemed to be from all over the world. I'm finally back to this place. I wonder how my old father is doing now. The silver-haired man grinned and looked in the direction of the imperial capital with a pleased smile. Scylla, you said your father is a minister of this empire, so I guess it should be easy for me to meet Dr. Fashion, right? Among them, a cute blonde girl wearing black and white striped stockings asked the silver-haired man. Of course, I promised you. The silver-haired man called Sheila said with a smile. That's right, he was the son of Minister Ernest, and his only son, named Sheila. However, what Sheila didn't know was that Minister Ernest was already dead, and had even been tortured to death. When Zilla led the other 5 people into the gate of the imperial capital, they noticed that the expressions of the guards at the gate were a little unusual. Are you really the son of a minister? Why didn't those people kneel down when they saw you? Instead, they stared at you with such eyes. The blonde girl said directly. I noticed that, too. This situation is a bit unusual. If that's the case, let's just go and ask them. After saying that, Zilla suddenly exploded and rushed directly towards the guards at the city gate. He obviously didn't use any imperial weapon, which shows that his physical fitness is also very strong. He didn't distinguish between the important and the unimportant guards. Just beat him half to death first, and then ask him clearly. With several guards already being ravaged by Scylla, the rest of the guards dared not say a word, and they didn't even dare to look at Scylla anymore. At this time, Scylla stepped on the chest of one of the guards, causing him to spit blood. "Tell me, you are so disrespectful to me, do you have any opinion about me?" Under Sheila's questioning, a guard finally revealed that Minister Ernest was dead. Upon hearing that her father had died, Sheila was shocked at first, and then for some reason she burst into laughter. "What a useless old man! Let him die. I will surpass him sooner or later anyway," Scylla said indifferently, "but what I care more about is who has the ability to kill my father? That old man is still very capable. All we can say is that like father, like son." In the original book, when Minister Ernest heard that Sheila was killed by Lubbock, he had almost the same reaction. Afterwards, Sheila used torture to force out the identity of the person who killed her father. It was His Majesty the Emperor who ordered the execution, but the one who actually overthrew his father was a guy named Bai Ye. Scylla rubbed her chin. "Oh? Bai Ye? Interesting, I want to see how capable he is to make my father fall." He gathered 5 strong men from all over the world and was worried about having no place to display their skills, so he decided to avenge his father at the same time. Chapter 146. Even though she knew her father had been killed and that her current situation was dire, Sheila still walked around the streets brazenly. Not only was he fearless, he also wanted to see how capable that guy named Bai Ye was. However, Sheila overlooked a very important detail, that is, Ace is already in the same camp as Bai Ye, and even the Bud Admiral army is almost the same. Zilla still adhered to his previous style. No matter where he went, he would kill anyone he disliked, and violate any woman he liked on the spot. However, the imperial capital today is no longer the same as before. Under the reorganization of the young emperor and minister Qiao Li, and with the secret help of the Akatsuki organization led by Bai Ye, the public security in the imperial capital has become much stronger, and the imperial capital guards are no longer a group of good-for-nothings. Moreover, the current imperial capital guard has been redistributed, and among them are many members of the Akatsuki organization, and the captain is Seilu. This was something Seilu took the initiative to ask Bai Ye for. She wanted to become the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard and maintain public order in the Imperial Capital. To be precise, now Seilu and others have multiple identities of Imperial Capital Guard and Akatsuki organization, including Will, Lan, and others. They not only work for Bai Ye, but also maintain the law and order of the Imperial Capital. After all, whether it is the Imperial Capital Guard or Akatsuki, Bai Ye has the highest authority. When Zilla and others were rampant on the streets, the Imperial Capital Guard was quickly dispatched. At this time, Sheila was causing trouble in a restaurant. The reason was that he fell in love with a beautiful woman in the restaurant and planned to take action against her. Zilla reached out to grab the beautiful woman's clothes and kicked her young son away. "Ay!" The beautiful woman screamed suddenly. "Great housekeeper!" The guards who were traveling with him immediately came over to stop Zilla. However, he was kicked away by Zilla easily. The gap in strength between these guards and Sheila is definitely huge. Sheila herself is an imperial tool user, and even without using the imperial tool, her pure melee ability can be comparable to that of an ordinary imperial tool user. "Who the hell are you? That's the wife of Poke Ensign. You'd better think about the consequences." P.S. There is indeed an official position called Ensign in the original book. The other guards didn't dare to step forward rashly. "Poke Ensign." Scylla smiled arrogantly. "What's that? My father is still a minister, even though that old man is dead." He then said to the 5 people who were walking with him, "I'll leave these noisy flies to you. I still have real business to do." The 5 people behind Zilla are Yizhang, Duotia, Cosmia, Yangzhen, and Shang Pu. Izo is an image of a Japanese samurai, holding a weed-like thing in his mouth and a sword called Zhang Shui hanging around his waist. He usually has his eyes closed and only opens them when he is fighting seriously. Dotya is the cute-looking blonde girl with a bow in her hair. She is actually an alchemist who is already quite old. She maintains her appearance through the ability of the imperial weapon blood collection and rapid absorption. Cosmia is a beautiful woman with fluffy short hair. She wears a bunny girl costume and a pair of glasses, and there are stars twinkling in her eyes. Yangzhen is tall and thin, and he is dressed like a pirate. In fact, he is indeed a pirate, invited by Sheila from the southern islands, and he owns the imperial weapon Moonlight Liwa Wind Blade Sword. The last Shangpu wears a clown mask on his face and a clown costume. He looks a little fat, but he is actually full of muscles. He has the imperial weapon Fast Pitch Ranma Big Pitcher. It is worth mentioning that among the 6 people including Shira, only Izzo is not an imperial tool user, but his magic sword Zhang Shui is quite special. Coupled with his superb swordsmanship, his strength is even much stronger than that of ordinary imperial tool users. Zhang Shui. Izzo soothed the sword in his hand as if he was soothing a pet, and then in the blink of an eye his body disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he was behind the guards. The guards had no idea what was happening. It seemed as if knife marks appeared on their bodies out of nowhere, and then their limbs were torn into pieces. The young son of the beautiful woman had just been kicked away by Scylla, and he curled up on the ground, holding his abdomen in severe pain. He had just felt better when he witnessed such a bloody scene with his own eyes, and was so scared that he fainted. But considering what is likely to happen next, being frightened and fainted might be a good thing for him. Really? You're so quick to act, why don't you leave some for us? Seeing that those guards were killed by Yi Zhang in an instant, Dotya immediately said with some complaints. By this time, Sheila had already torn the beautiful woman's shirt into pieces. Yan Xin seemed to have also set his sights on his prey. He had a similar temperament to Zilla, both were cruel and lustful. Shang Pu is even more heaven-defying. He likes children very much, regardless of gender. But if it comes to priorities, he definitely likes little girls more. It is also for this reason that Shang Pu does not want the angelic children in his eyes to grow up to be dirty adults, so he will brutally kill all the children afterwards. If they die, they will naturally not grow up to be adults. Stop it! Suddenly at this moment, the Imperial Capital Guard arrived. Seeing such a tragic scene, Liu, the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, was immediately furious. Ziobi! Go! Punish those evildoers! Salo's originally cute face became ferocious, and he rushed towards Sheila with a big sword in hand. Those who traveled with her were originally members of the Akatsuki organization or the Imperial Assassination Force, and Will, Lan, Porus and Dr. Fashion also came along. Captain Xiu, be careful! Seeing that Sirio was rushing ahead, Will couldn't help but worry. When Lan saw Shang Pu, the expression on his face suddenly changed subtly, as if he knew Shang Pu. Sirio was coming at him aggressively, and Sheila had to let go of the beautiful woman temporarily and quickly avoided the sword's attack. From this sword, it can be seen that Xi Liu's strength is not bad. Zilla frowned and said, Tisk, Lao Zi is just about to do business. Izang and others immediately took action and a fierce battle began. Wu immediately used the imperial weapon Noble Chariot and covered his entire body with armor. Lan and Boris also used their own imperial tools. After a fight, Sheila discovered that the opponents were all quite powerful, and there were obviously several imperial weapon users among them. He was very surprised. These guys should be from the Imperial Capital Guard. When did the Imperial Capital Guard become so strong? In order to protect her elegance from being disturbed, Sheila decided to use her own imperial weapon, Dimensional Array Shangri-La. As soon as he activated the power of the imperial weapon, a huge halo appeared under the feet of Salo and others. In just a moment, Salo and his companions within the range of the halo were directly teleported away. What? Since Celia and the others were completely unaware of the imperial weapon that Sheila possessed, and the ability Shangri-La was activated instantly. They were sent away before they could even react. This thing still works well. Shiro looked at the imperial weapon in her hand and smiled. However, this imperial weapon also has a disadvantage, which is that it takes a long time to cool down after being used once. Those people were teleported away, and no one could disturb him anymore. However, just as Sheila turned and walked towards the beautiful woman who was crying while holding her child, a beautiful woman in military uniform walked in with an expressionless face. Another blind fellow has come. When Sheila looked back, she found it was Ace. Hey? Isn't this General Ace? Scylla was suddenly surprised. The moment he saw Ace, he suddenly felt that the beautiful woman could no longer satisfy his appetite. It just so happens that I have long been obsessed with General Ace's beauty. Sheila licked his lips, and it was obvious that he had developed a desire for Ace. Since he left the Empire very early and traveled around the world, when he left the Empire, Ace was just a general with extremely strong personal skills. Therefore, he didn't know that Ace, who had obtained the imperial weapon Essence of the Devil, had already transformed, and he thought that he could easily take down Ace because of his superior numbers. Yet, Ace sneered coldly, I seem to be underestimated, but that's fine, let me see what you are capable of. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned cold, and her high boots stepped on the ground, instantly forming a piece of ice that attacked Scylla and others. Wherever the ice passed was frozen into ice, and tables, chairs, and other things were all damaged. Fortunately, the innocent people had already been scared away by Sheila and her gang, and Ace would of course control his ability to avoid individual innocent civilians who were still present. Scylla and others immediately avoided it. Totya wanted to dodge and attack Ace from behind. Her imperial weapon ability is to absorb other people's blood to improve her own strength, and even have the effect of maintaining eternal youth. However, Ace froze her into an ice cube without even looking at her. Only then did Scylla realize that Ace was not as simple as he thought. Suddenly at this moment, Bai Ye passed slowly from Scylla directly behind, with an expressionless look on his face, as if he was just an ordinary passerby. He did not attack Sheila, but asked Ace, Ace, didn't Sylvia and the others come here too? Why didn't I see them? Hearing this sudden voice, Scylla was frightened all over. He didn't even notice when this young man appeared until he passed by him and made a sound. Who is this young man? Chapter 147. Scylla's expression became solemn, and she suddenly felt a little tricky. Ace's strength is much stronger than he imagined, and now a mysterious young man with blood-red eyes appears. But he had just used his imperial weapon Shangri-La and could not use it again for the time being, otherwise he could just teleport Ace and the young man with bloodshot eyes away. Bai Ye was seen walking on the ice without any problem. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frozen into an ice cube. This was because he used hollow. It seems that he was teleported away by some kind of imperial tool. I guess the distance is quite far. Ace said lightly. Hearing this, Bai Ye immediately turned around and looked at Scylla, and asked calmly, what kind of imperial tool is that? Where did you teleport them to? Suddenly being stared at by the other party's bloodshot eyes, Scylla couldn't help but feel a little scared. But he immediately felt that he was a bit too cowardly and embarrassed. If you kneel down and kowtow to me, I would consider telling you. Bai Ye's eyes suddenly turned cold. This guy is really looking for death. It seems that you haven't figured out the current situation yet. Bai Ye said in a cold tone, and then his left eye Kamui suddenly burst into bloodshot, focusing on Scylla's left wrist. There is no pre-swing when Kamui's power is activated. At most, you can feel a strange sense of spatial distortion, but it is not something that ordinary people can perceive. Sheila's strength was far inferior to Ace's, and she couldn't react at all. When he came to his senses, his left hand had already fallen to the ground. What? Feeling the sudden pain in her wrist, Scylla was shocked. Seeing this, Ace was also a little surprised, because it was the first time she saw Bai Ye use this ability. Although she had seen a similar ability during the last battle with Bai Ye, it was not very aggressive that time and did not feel like it would directly cut off her body. Just leave those guys to me. At this time, although Ace wanted to ask Bai Ye something, he still gave priority to getting rid of the enemy. Ace was facing 5 enemies who were all powerful imperial tools by herself, and she was not at all inferior. To be precise, there were only 4 left now because Dotya, who was just frozen by her, had not thawed yet. Not only did he not fall behind, but he also firmly controlled the situation. On the other side, Bai Ye had already removed both of Zilla's arms, but Zilla still couldn't touch him. He already knew that Sheila was the son of Minister Ernest, and he also knew what Sheila had done after returning to the imperial capital. Originally, if Zilla had not been so brazen and domineering in the imperial capital, he would not have bothered to find out whether Minister Ernest had such a son. But since this guy is so arrogant, he naturally has to eliminate the trouble. However, before killing Sheila, Bai Ye must first find out the whereabouts of Salo and the others. Who on earth are you? Scylla gritted her teeth to endure the severe pain and made a trembling sound. I am the person you are looking for. Do you have any idea now? Bai Ye said casually. Scylla was slightly stunned, and now he seemed to understand. You are Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't answer, but it was already very obvious. Next, before killing Sheila, Bai Ye asked about the whereabouts of Sai Lu and the others. This is the ability of the Imperial Weapon Shangri-La, which is a space-type Imperial weapon that can teleport the target to a predetermined location. Salo and the others have been teleported to an uninhabited island in the south. Ding! Host killed an Emperor Tool user and received a reward, 40 system points. By the time Bai Ye dealt with Zilla, Yizhang and the others had been crushed to death or maimed by Ace. Yangzhen's imperial weapon Moonlight Dance Wind Blade Sword is not too strong under normal circumstances. It is strongest under moonlight, especially under a full moon. But under this normal situation, he can only be abused by Ace. Cosmia and Champ also have limited strength of their own, and they have no chance at all against Ace with this ordinary imperial weapon. The strongest among these people, Izzo, is actually a weakened version of Akame. Akame must at least use the secret technique of Murasame to be able to fight against Ace, not to mention Izzo. Seeing that Bai Ye's situation was over, Ace also planned to make a quick decision. After Ace dealt with the remaining enemies, Bai Ye walked over as if nothing had happened and said calmly, the place where Salo and the others were teleported to is a bit far. I need to find them first. Otherwise, I can spread this news. He felt that this little accident had unexpectedly created a good condition for him. Spreading the news was to create the illusion that their combat power had been severely damaged, which would be more likely to lure some people with bad intentions. However, Ace did not respond to this topic first, but approached Bai Ye, the ability you just used on that guy, I don't think you have used it before, even in the decisive battle with me, right? It seemed that she still cared about this matter and even pressed Bai Ye to answer questions at this time. It seems so. Bai Ye said slightly embarrassedly. I didn't expect Ace to still remember this detail, and he seemed to care about it. Well, I felt that this ability would not be very effective against you, and more importantly, it was too lethal. I was just dueling with you to decide the winner, and I didn't intend to hurt you too much. Bai Ye explained matter-of-factly. I see. Although it seems that you think I'm a little too fragile, I don't hate the feeling of being cared for by you. I think I like it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ace kissed Bai Ye directly. Bai Ye was used to it. After all, it was not the first or second time that Ace suddenly attacked him in this way. Afterwards, Bai Ye was able to calmly say, okay, let's go find Sai Lu and the others first. If we go together, some people will be even more eager to make a move. Well, by the way, this can also be considered a honeymoon. Although we are not married yet, our relationship does not need to be proven by marriage. Ace suddenly thought. As for words like honeymoon and marriage, they were told to her by Porus. After all, Porus is the only one among them who is married. He is older and has more experience in love. He even has a daughter who is several years old. Ace asked Porus about some things in this regard, including various means to capture Bai Ye's heart. Chapter 148. After Bai Ye and Ace left the imperial capital, the news was spread as Bai Ye wished. The leader of the revolutionary army was naturally overjoyed when he learned that Susanoo and others had been teleported to a faraway place by the son of Minister Ernest who had suddenly returned, and that Bai Ye and Ace were going to look for them. Just as Bai Ye guessed, the certain people he mentioned, namely the leaders of the revolutionary army, were preparing to unite with other ethnic groups to launch a bolder action. At this moment, Bai Ye has brought Ace to the border of the empire. Although several imperial weapons including Shangri-La have been confiscated by Bai Ye, he cannot directly teleport himself and Ace to Susanoo and the others through Shangri-La. Because that was the teleportation location set by the original owner, Zilla, which was equivalent to resetting Shangri-La directly after it came into Bai Ye's hands. Only random teleportation could be used instead of fixed-point teleportation. Just like in the original comic, after Lubbock killed Sheila and took away Shangri-La, he could only teleport randomly, and ended up teleporting himself to the palace, and then was killed by Izzo. Therefore, Bai Ye could only use the ability of Dual Kamui to move Ace quickly. Now Bai Ye's overall attributes, especially physique, have reached a certain level, so it is not a big deal even if he frequently uses the teleportation ability of Dual Kamui. The farthest place Bai Ye had been to was the border of the empire. Since Susanoo and his companions were teleported to an uninhabited island in the south by Shangri-La, he took Ace and teleported to the southern border of the empire through Kamui space. As for places he had never been to, he certainly couldn't teleport directly over such a long distance. Instead, he took Ace and teleported instantly within his sight range. You are really fast. At this time, Ace was holding Bai Ye's hand, and he could feel how fast Bai Ye was, and he couldn't help but be amazed. Those guys are probably going to start taking action soon, so we have to hurry up. Bai Ye said. On the second day after Nyenda returned from the Revolutionary Army headquarters, the western and southern ethnic groups began to harass and even directly invade the border of the empire. Bai Ye suspected that there was some conspiracy between the Revolutionary Army and the foreign ethnic groups. Therefore, normally speaking, the other party will most likely not miss such a great opportunity. It didn't take long for Bai Ye and Ace to find Susanoo and the others on the uninhabited island. We can see that Susanoo and his companions are fighting with a group of dangerous species. There are so many dangerous species in this place that they can be seen everywhere. However, for those of them who use imperial weapons, there will be basically no problem unless they face extremely dangerous species. What's worrying Susanoo and the others right now isn't the danger in front of them, but how to get back to the imperial capital. They don't even know where they are now. Captain Susanoo, look! That looks like Commander Bai Ye and Commander Ace. At this time, Will was the first to discover Bai Ye and Ace who appeared not far away at some point. Hearing this, Susanoo immediately looked in the direction Will pointed, and sure enough, she saw Bai Ye and Ace. She was immediately surprised. I didn't expect that Master and Ace would find them so quickly. No. It is possible that Master and Ace were also tricked. Maybe they were also teleported here by that person using the imperial tool just like them. After Susanoo chopped off the head of the dangerous creature in front of him with a sword, he immediately ran towards Bai Ye and Ace. Master! Why are you here too? Did you get tricked like us? That's not the case. We have already dealt with those guys who caused trouble in the imperial capital, and now we are here to find you. Bai Ye explained. Hey! Hearing this, Susanoo heaved a sigh of relief, as expected of you, Master. You are really amazing. I am still far behind you. Let's go. I'll use that imperial weapon to take you back now. Bai Ye thought that the cooling time of Shangri-La should be about the same. This type of imperial tool does not require a high degree of adaptability from its owner, and basically anyone with a reasonably good physique can use it. Moreover, this ability of Shangri-La is also very convenient. It can teleport a group of people within the range at once, saving him from having to take Siryu and the others to teleport through the Kamui space. After everyone stood together, Bai Ye immediately used the ability of Shangri-La. As a huge circle of light appeared under their feet, in an instant they all returned to the imperial capital, or more precisely to Aced's mansion. Bai Ye had used Shangri-La to reserve a coordinate at Aced's mansion in advance, so that he could teleport to a specific location. Captain Bai Ye, have those people from before been killed by you and Commander Aced? At this time, Lan came over and asked Bai Ye. Yes. Bai Ye nodded. That's good. Lan's expression suddenly became a little complicated. Although it was a good thing that those guys got the punishment they deserved, it was a pity that he didn't eliminate that person himself. What's wrong? It looks like you have something on your mind. Bai Ye naturally noticed the strangeness on Lan's face and couldn't help but ask her. Well, this is because I have a deep grudge against the man wearing the clown mask. Lan explained, actually, I used to be a teacher in the countryside, but one day when I returned to school, I found that all the children had been killed in an extremely cruel way, and that person was the guy wearing a mask. Anyway, Commander Bai Ye has avenged me. Thank you very much. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to successfully take revenge with my own strength. His enemies were already dead, so he didn't plan to think about it anymore. Bai Ye understood now. I see, it seems I should have left that guy to you. No, I am already very grateful to Commander Bai Ye for doing this. Lan said with a smile. Bai Ye nodded slightly, and after a while, he returned to the topic. You guys should stay here for the time being, some people are probably going to start taking action. Chapter 149. It was almost the same as Bai Ye's judgment. The actions of the foreign ethnic groups were not just harassing the empire's borders, but a large-scale invasion. Although Bai Ye, Aced and others had returned to the imperial capital, they deliberately did not show up in front of outsiders. Bai Ye found the little emperor alone and asked him to send troops to deal with the invasion of foreign ethnic groups. After this operation, there are even fewer forces left in the imperial capital. When the leader of the revolutionary army heard the news, he immediately thought that the little emperor had been fooled, but he didn't know that this was a trap set for him by Bai Ye. He didn't know at all that Bai Ye and Aced had already returned with Celsius and the others. The leader of the revolutionary army took advantage of this time when the imperial capital was the most empty, and led some members of the revolutionary army who supported him, as well as a group of foreign ethnic troops that he had secretly introduced into the empire. The total force is over 100,000 troops, and many of them are elite. The leader of the revolutionary army also requested that the night raid led by Nyenda focus on delaying the remaining imperial weapon users in the imperial capital. For a moment, the leader of the revolutionary army felt that victory was certain and that the advantage was firmly in my hands. Nyenda told Bai Ye about this matter as soon as possible. Just proceed according to the normal plan. Siliu and the others won't show up. Aced and I will show up at the critical moment. You just need to fight with Kuroyan and the others to create an illusion. Bai Ye briefly recounted the original plan. By the way, that's the leader of your revolutionary army over there, have you made up your mind? Of course. Nyenda smiled slightly and didn't explain too much. Compared to the leader of the revolutionary army, she must trust Bai Ye more now. After all, it was Bai Ye who conquered Aced, and it was also Bai Ye who overthrew Minister Ernest. In particular, Bai Ye has never shown any ambition, which is what Nyenda finds most rare. On the other hand, the leader's ambition is a bit too obvious. That's fine. Bai Ye nodded. After that, we just have to wait for the army to arrive. At this moment, From the city wall one could already see the revolutionary army and the armies of foreign nations attacking from the front. Since most of the imperial troops have been sent to the border to resist the foreign armies, there are not many imperial troops that can be mobilized. The main force among them is the guards led by Admiral Bud, who are almost all elite. The Bud Admiral Army is the biggest obstacle in the eyes of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Their imperial weapons users will focus their efforts on dealing with the Bud Admiral Army. Tatsumai, are you afraid of facing this kind of situation for your first time in a battle? Admiral Bud was at the front of the army, and behind him were Tatsumai, Iyaz, and Sao. Obviously, the Tatsumai trio has passed the test of the Bud Admiral Army. In the eyes of the Bud Admiral Army, Tatsumai has the best qualifications and his growth potential makes him very satisfied. The qualifications of Iyaz and Sheu are also good, so they can follow the Bud Admiral Army to fight. No, it's better to say that this is a good opportunity to make military achievements. Tatsumai said with a firm look in his eyes. Very good, but be careful not to lose your life. After saying that, the Bud Admiral Army roared and charged towards the enemy. Soon, the Bud Admiral Army was targeted. All the enemy's imperial weapons users joined forces to besiege the Bud Admiral Army. Since the Bud Admiral Army is the strongest in the empire, on par with Asts, it still holds its own against the siege of multiple imperial weapon users. His imperial weapon Adramelez, the Wrath of Thunder God, forms a thunder armor around his body, which not only greatly enhances his strength, speed and defense, but also can paralyze opponents who touch him. One of the abilities of this imperial weapon is to send down thunder from the sky to achieve long-range attacks. The speed of the Bud Admiral Army was as swift as lightning, and their strength was incredible. With just one punch, they knocked away one of the melee imperial weapon users who was unable to dodge, and it was accompanied by the debuff of paralysis. Ah! The other party was really like being struck by lightning, his whole body was twitching and his face was screaming in pain. But he is an imperial weapon user after all, so he won't be killed instantly, but it will take a while for him to recover. The type of imperial weapon that the Bud Admiral Army is most vulnerable to is this type of melee-type imperial weapon user. Seeing that the Bud Admiral Army was able to fight against many enemies at the same time without any signs of weakness, Tatsumai was immediately impressed. He secretly made up his mind to grow to the level of the Admiral Army. One of the imperial equipment users was defeated so quickly, and the remaining imperial equipment users could only fight a war of attrition cautiously. Compared to the ever-increasingly powerful Asts, the Bud Admiral Army is definitely not as invincible as Asts. Asts is strong in being able to continuously develop new abilities of imperial equipment, while Bud Admiral Army can be said to be overwhelming in terms of basic panel. He does not have so many fancy abilities, just very direct melee. If the Bud Admiral Army continues to be pulled and consumed by multiple imperial tools like this, it will be very easy for them to be defeated. Just like in the original work, they were already exhausted when fighting one against many, and were eventually killed by Main's killing move that overdrew all her mental energy. But Bai Ye would not give them a chance to pull. He was just waiting for these imperial weapon users to gather together and then take care of them all at once. Ice Mist Admiral Army. When Bai Ye and Asts entered, Asts directly used his latest developed ability to clear the way. A large number of ice cavalry were created out of thin air on the spot, and each of them was stronger than the elite soldiers. Although the real horror of this ability is that it gathers energy and finally releases a blizzard of a huge range, Bai Ye will definitely not let Asts do this, so the use of Asts' Ice Storm Admiral Army this time is only to deal with the enemy's army. At this time, Bai Ye came to the Bud Admiral Army and entered as Susanoo. Bai Ye released Susanoo in the air, and the huge Susanoo fell from the sky. Boom! The terrifying impact force completely divided the battlefield, and the ordinary soldiers who were a little closer were directly blown away. Chapter 150. What is going on? Look at those things. What are they? The appearance of a large number of ice cavalry, especially Susanoo, immediately stunned all the troops present, including the Imperial Army. Because the Imperial Army didn't know that Bai Ye and Aces would suddenly appear, not to mention that they had never seen Aces use the ability of the Ice Mist Admiral Army. The situation became clear when Aces himself joined the battlefield and easily crushed the enemy with his absolute strength. It's General Aces. Those ice cavalry were summoned by General Aces. It's great that General Aces has come back at such an important time. Yes. We are sure to win. With General Aces and the Admiral Army here, we will surely crush that mob. Even Lord Bai Ye seems to be here. Look at the blue giant over there in the Admiral Army. Doesn't it look very similar to Lord Bai Ye's abilities? In an instant, the morale of the Imperial Army soared. At this time, Bai Ye immediately turned Susanoo to the fourth form, which can also be called the Karaise Tengu form because Susanoo was covered with a set of Karaise Tengu armor on the original basis. And its size has become even larger, exceeding 100 meters. This is the extreme form he can reach at the moment, and it cannot be maintained for long, but he only needs to make one cut to end the war. When the Susanoo that was hundreds of meters long appeared, the sense of oppression and despair it brought to those Imperial weapon users was undoubtedly enormous. Bai Ye didn't say anything, just signaled the Bud Admiral Army to move away. Then, he chopped it down with one blow. Such a direct and sharp sword strike formed a terrifying sword wave that could almost swallow up the sky and the earth, and everything it passed through was devoured by it. This directly changed the terrain, affecting everything within 10,000 meters ahead, turning it into a 10,000-meter canyon. As for those Imperial weapon users within the attack range, naturally not even a trace of them could be seen. This extremely exaggerated and terrifying movement caused all the soldiers to stop what they were doing and stare blankly in the direction of Susanoo. The Imperial Army was greatly shocked. They knew, of course, that Lord Bai Ye was undoubtedly the strongest in the Empire, but the strength displayed by Lord Bai Ye at this moment was still far beyond their imagination. Most of the Revolutionary Army and the foreign troops dropped their weapons to the ground, and some even knelt on the ground in despair. How can we possibly win? It's over. It's over. Just this one blow completely crushed the enemy's morale. Almost no one wanted to fight anymore. Bai Ye did not continue to chop with the second knife because it would easily affect his own people. He deliberately avoided the direction of ordinary soldiers with the last knife. Moreover, the consumption of the fourth form Susanoo was too great, and he had already released Susanoo. Next, just clean up the battlefield. The Revolutionary Army and the foreign troops were all taken prisoner, and Bai Ye's order was to spare the lives of these prisoners. In short, they will be provided with food and accommodation, and will not be abused, but they must also work diligently. The food, cloth, and other benefits that these captives brought to the Empire through their hard work must be higher than the treatment the Empire gave them. It is impossible to support a group of people who only know how to eat. Moreover, in the context of this era, not killing them directly was already considered very kind. Not long after that, the invasion of foreign ethnic groups was naturally easily suppressed. Those members of the Revolutionary Army who supported Nyenda returned to the Empire and were given stable jobs or directly joined the army. Nyenda once again served as the general of the Empire, and Brand also became a general due to his strong strength. Akahito was not interested in status, she just wanted to stay with her sister Kurohita. Nowadays, internal and external troubles have almost been solved. There is no need to talk about internal troubles, and the external troubles are nothing more than those foreign ethnic groups. Now those ethnic minorities have become very well behaved and dare not cause trouble on the borders of the Empire. With the end of the Revolutionary Army incident, Chelsea no longer had to suppress her emotions. Before, it was because of those concerns that I didn't take action immediately after feeling the threat from Aces like Hei Tong did. Chelsea found an opportunity to call Bai Ye out, and when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, she talked to Bai Ye alone. "Chelsea, is there something special going on so late at night?" Bai Ye asked immediately. "It's really special. After all, you have to confess your feelings." Chelsea said the word confession quite naturally. Confession. Bai Ye was a little dazed at first. After all, this was too sudden. Yes, I like you. Maybe this confession is a bit casual, but this is what I want to tell you. At this moment, a faint blush appeared on Chelsea's face. It would be impossible to say that she was not shy at all. Bai Ye was silent for a while, and said in a complicated tone, "Hei Tong is the same, and you are the same. To be honest, it really makes me a little embarrassed. I don't want you to get hurt, but this is a bit too bad. You're still talking about this now." Chelsea immediately smiled and said, "Besides me, Kuroyan and Asts, there are obviously also Siliu and Mayan. They also have a crush on you. I know all this very well. Even Akoyan is not impossible. So face the reality, you are already a complete scumbag." Chelsea's words immediately silenced Bai Ye. Of course, he had already noticed Siriu and Mayan, but he didn't want to think too much about it until he was sure. "Since you said you don't want to hurt us, then just be a scumbag to the end and take responsibility for us. At least you have to be responsible for me." Chelsea's tone sounded playful, but she was very serious when she said the last sentence. Bai Ye thought deeply for a while and nodded solemnly, "I understand. I will be responsible for you and explain everything to them." "So you accept my confession?" Chelsea asked. Bai Ye nodded. Chelsea smiled happily, but at the same time she felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have mentioned Salo and mine just now. Bai Ye's serious expression clearly meant he was going to do something. Just at this moment, mine appeared. "What are you doing here so late? Aren't you going to bed?" Hearing Ma Yin's voice, Bai Ye immediately walked over. Seeing Bai Ye coming towards her with a serious look on his face, Marin couldn't help but look more serious, thinking that something important happened. "Main, do you like me?" Bai Ye asked very directly, without any hesitation or warning. Chapter 151. Ma Yin never thought that Bai Ye would suddenly ask such a question, and she was stunned for a moment. Even Chelsea was a little surprised. Bai Ye's question was a little too direct. If the other person was not Main but a girl she was not familiar with, she would probably be regarded as a male prostitute. You, what are you talking about?" After coming to her senses, Marin's reaction was very intense. Her face turned red involuntarily, and the blush spread all the way to her ears. "I'm saying, do you like me?" Bai Ye repeated it seriously. I know. What I want to ask is why you suddenly ask this." Mine asked in a low voice with a blushing face. "Because I want to figure it out thoroughly and don't want to be confused like this anymore." Bai Ye explained solemnly. "I see." Although Ma Yin was still a little confused, she roughly understood Bai Ye's intention. She was so shy that she subconsciously wanted to refute Bai Ye, but she immediately forced herself to hold back. This is an unexpected and special opportunity. Being asked by Bai Ye is better than expressing my feelings on my own initiative, so I won't be so shy that I can't speak at all. Wait a minute, let me prepare myself mentally first. After saying that, Marin took a deep breath and said, "Although I can't say that I like it very much, but I do like it a little bit, just a little bit." Even though she had made up her mind, Main still couldn't control her shyness and couldn't be frank enough. "Little Mine, you are still so dishonest even at this time." Although Mine was her competitor, Chelsea couldn't help but complain in her heart. "So you really like me?" Bai Ye didn't care about the roundabout way Ma Yin spoke. Yes. Ma Yin admitted with an embarrassed look on her face. "I understand. I will take responsibility and won't let you get hurt." At this time, Bai Ye placed his hands gently on Marin's shoulders, with an extremely serious expression on his face. Main was stunned when she heard this. "Then you stay with me tonight?" The shyness on Marin's face had faded a little, and she said this sentence quite seriously. Wait, what is someone at the airport saying on his own initiative? Bai Ye should accompany me tonight. At this time, Chelsea couldn't help but stand up. I'm not calling it an airport. By the way, when you were here just now, were you suddenly asked this kind of thing by Bai Ye? Marin was a little curious about this. No, I took the initiative to confess to him. Chelsea said. As for Marin's matter, Chelsea did not take credit for it, otherwise it could be said that she made Bai Ye, who had a dull mind, suddenly wake up. I see. Marin nodded slightly. Two thieving cats, do you think I can't find you? At this moment, Ace's voice suddenly came from behind. Seeing Ace suddenly appear, Chelsea's expression became more serious. If we talk about the opponent that poses the greatest threat to her, it is undoubtedly Ace. Ultimately, it all comes down to Ace's character. Not only does he dare to do whatever he wants, but he might even fight with them. You don't have to be so defensive against me. You are all people Bai Ye values, so I won't hurt you. But let me be frank. I have no intention of getting along peacefully with you. So tonight Bai Ye belongs to me. Ace said calmly. But in the end, neither mine nor Chelsea was willing to give in, and ended up squeezing into Bai Ye's room. Of course, in this situation, nothing can happen. That night, Bai Ye became the pillow for mine, Chelsea and Ace at the same time. By the next day, Bai Ye still hadn't forgotten what Chelsea had said yesterday. Anyway, he had already decided to be a scumbag to the end, and Bai Ye found the last Salo who made him suspicious. He just wanted to find Sai Lu to confirm clearly. If Sai Lu's previous behavior was only out of his feelings for him as a master, then his natural way of dealing with it would be to continue to maintain the normal relationship between master and disciple. Sai, it seems like every time I come to see you you're training. You're really hard-working. Looking at Salo in front of him training again, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh. Because I don't want to be left further and further behind by my master, so I have to work harder. Even though Salo was sweating profusely, he still looked very motivated. But be careful about moderation and don't push yourself too hard. Bai Ye said with concern. So, master, do you have anything to ask me? I will do my best to help you in any way I can. Salo asked. I want to confirm one thing, Salo. What do you think of me? Is it like the love between lovers, or the normal relationship between master and apprentice? Facing Sai Lu, Bai Ye still asked very directly. The moment Salo heard this, it was as if his brain had crashed. His expression was frozen and he didn't respond for a long time. Apparently, this question was a bit too much for her. Salo was stunned for a long time before he slowly said, if the love between lovers is like that of General Ace, then I really still like master. I see, as expected. Bai Ye was not surprised by Salo's answer. After all, from a very early stage, the way Salo behaved in front of him was unusual. But, master, didn't you tell General Ace? At this time, Salo expressed his concerns. It doesn't matter, you are all my wings. Bai Ye said with a smile. Since you are determined to be a complete scumbag, there is no way back. Chapter 152. Well. Then I won't think about it so much. Salo nodded. In fact, she is still relatively ignorant about this aspect, but she just wants to be with her master, as long as she is not separated from her master. Ace, Hei Tong, Chelsea, mine, and Siriu, now Bai Ye is dating 5 girls at the same time without any regrets. Recently, the emperor got some new things from the Western countries. One of them is called a wedding dress. It is said that it is the dress that engaged couples need to wear when they get married. Let's go try it on. Today, Ace dragged Bai Ye to try on a wedding dress. However, Chelsea, Salehu and Main were also there at the time. If they heard it, they would certainly not let Ace and Bai Ye do this alone. By the way, where's Kuro Hitomi? At this time, Chelsea noticed that the black pupil was missing. According to the time, she should be back soon. Bai Ye said. I haven't seen He Tong much these days because He Tong was dragged by Chi Tong to the legendary secret spring. In fact, the secret spring can indeed slowly alleviate the side effects of the drugs that He Tong is taking, and his dependence on the drugs is also gradually weakening. It is estimated that the side effects will be completely alleviated over time. The main reason is that Bai Ye asked He Tong to reduce the dosage and stop taking the medicine much earlier than in the original book. Unlike in the original book, it was too late for He Tong to stop taking the medicine. The subsequent after effects in the original book were naturally much more serious. Just when Bai Ye and Chelsea were talking about He Tong came back with Chi Tong. Sir, you guys seemed to be talking about me just now. At this time, He Tong's mental state seemed obviously better than before. There was no problem originally, and now he was more energetic. It seems that the secret spring is very effective for black pupils. We are going to try on wedding dresses, which are things you need to wear when you get married. If you come back any later, we probably won't wait for you. Chelsea explained with a smile. Marry. He Tong naturally understood what this word meant and immediately said, I want to go. And so, several of them set out together. Even Akagi went along, of course she went mainly for Heiyo. Imperial capital, Imperial Palace. Those wedding dresses are still kept in the palace, and of course in addition to the wedding dresses there are also suits for the groom. When they changed their clothes, Bai Ye put on this suit first, which fit him well. But at some point, Minister Jolly's daughter Sibia also appeared. Sibia was also curious about the wedding dress, so she came here, but she didn't expect to meet Bai Ye and others here. She felt like she came at the wrong time, but in a way it seemed like it was just the right time. So she decided to be bolder, otherwise she would be laughed at by her father next time for being too strong and no one would marry her. Mr. Bai Ye, can I try it too? Sibia asked Bai Ye with a slightly flushed face. Of course there's no problem with that. Just do whatever you want. Bai Ye said. After all, in his opinion, this was just a try-on and there was nothing to be taboo about. Then when Ace and the others put on their wedding dresses, they found that there was another bride today, named Sibia. Ace, Kuroniko, Celia, Chelsea, Maine, Akaneko and Sibia. Among them, Akaneko and Sibia feel a little weird. Although there was no camera to take a picture, a special painter in the palace painted this scene for them. And this moment today will be forever engraved in their hearts. Ace Day Wedding Dress, from the original artist's Twitter.